Hello and welcome to the Warhammer Podcast, episode 124. I'm your host, Brad. This is my co-host, Eric.
How's it going?
And we have a very long episode ahead of us today, so without any further ado, grab some popcorn and get comfortable.
Sounds good.
Alright, we are covering Age of Sigmar 4th edition today as two guys who didn't play Age of Sigmar 3rd edition.
There were attempts to get together and do it at some point, but never really worked out.
So we're coming from the angle of mostly 40k players who have a lot of 40k under our belt. We're going to have opinions based on that. However,
we both kind of kept 3rd edition like in the background. We've been keeping track of it, just not like a focus.
And we did prep for this episode. I've read the entire core rules. We have played quite a bit of Spearhead in the last 2 weeks, which we'll get into a little and we'll probably do a full episode on later. But let's set everything up for everybody, get all of our warnings out of the way before we start giving our hot takes. First and foremost, this episode is going to be very loosely edited to get to you guys as quick as possible. So please forgive any weird clicking and crunching and whatever goes on noise-wise that makes it through, because Borrelio is going to basically waste every moment from us recording this until you see it to get it out as fast as possible. Also, please thank Borrelio because he's going to be doing that.
We'll see how long this recording actually ends up. We're splitting it up into at least 2 parts to do the recording.
Yeah, we were smart enough seeing the size of how long this was going to take, and we're going to record this over 2 nights to not die. But I expect you're probably looking at a many hour-long episode. Also, as a final warning, we're going to be recording the Destruction part before Destruction officially releases, and since we're not cool enough to get stuff early from Games Workshop, we're going to be working off blurry leaks and Spanish translations like the rest of you have for the last several weeks if you've been paying any attention to AOS stuff. So we may not have perfect information when we talk Destruction. It's going to be very unlike all the other sections where we have no misinformation at all. We're always right.
Yeah, I mean, our takes are definitely still going to be hot, even on the stuff that we have the perfect PDFs of. But yeah, just the way timing worked out, we're going to have to get some loosely translated stuff for Destruction, but it should be okay. I think people have mostly figured out what's going on.
And we're also, again, not Age of Sigmar veterans. We're coming at this pretty fresh. I played a couple games of 2nd edition early on, but those memories are long gone. I did watch like 25 hours of HeyWoah the last month to catch up on all things AOS, and watch some Warhammer Weekly with Vince. Great show there. But again, take everything we say with a little bit of a grain of salt. We're not AOS pros or anything.
Yeah, and a lot of our reference points for the actual gameplay is going to be from the games that we played of Spearhead, which is not the same full rule set at all, but it's got some of the similarities that you would expect from 4th edition. So that's kind of a reference point that we're going to be using.
And I will say, on the Spearhead front, very fun. Played 4 games each, and our play group was playing with us, so we have a lot more games to pull from. Played about half the factions between the 2 of us. Fun mode, not perfectly balanced. Definitely feels like if Combat Patrol had an actual PR department.
Kinda, yeah.
Everyone's advertising it as the greatest thing ever, and it's pretty good. But I do recommend Spearhead's probably a very good way to get new people in, which I don't really think Combat Patrol was. So it's pretty true on its advertising.
And it was nice to play that because, it kind of got some of the big changes from 40k out of the way, the whole double up turn and toughness versus strength and those kinds of differences. Spearhead kind of shows, hey, this is how it works. In AOS, it's still fair, just it's different. And on that same kind of vein, we're primarily 40k players, so we're going to occasionally slip up and call things by their 40k equivalent. We're gonna do our best to keep to the correct nomenclature, but it's gonna happen. So
I'm gonna call a war scroll a data sheet at some point. I'm definitely going to say mortal wound instead of mortal damage. Definitely gonna say wounds instead of health at some point.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big one.
I like a lot of these changes AOS has, but we're gonna screw up. Also, as another warning, we're judging 4th edition. I do not give 2 shits what your unit did last edition. I don't care. We're judging 4th edition, and if it's cool.
Yeah.
If it lost 5 abilities but is still cool, don't care.
It might be very disappointing or very exciting for you that something changed. That's great. But we don't have the experience on that. We're judging it based on just this.
Yeah, which, again, this is going to be new for 90% of our audience, and they're going to be judging the same way, so it should be good. But for those of you who know AOS and are screaming, that's how this is going to go.
I think that's pretty good for the warnings up front kind of thing. But
Oh, wait, we're also going to slaughter names. I barely pronounce, we definitely always pronounce everything right.
yeah, we're definitely not the Midwestern.
Yeah, we're gonna butcher names like worse than Beast of Chaos got butchered. Speaking of, we're also not gonna talk about legends because this is gonna be long enough. We're not raising the dead to make this longer.
I guess with all of those out of the way, one final thing before we actually get into it, it's shill percent time.
Oh, fair. Okay, yeah. We should do this now before everyone's dead by the end of the episode. We should shout out our merch first. We've got fancy new mugs and stickers. They're awesome. Objective markers should be in stock. Bricky swears that he bought enough now.
And I mean, a bunch of our old stuff like the hoodies and sweatpants are still great. Take a look and don't forget to do the general YouTube pleasantries, all that good stuff.
And if you're looking for a comment, thank Borrelio for his sacrifice. He's gonna suffer this time. Ooh, also one last thing. Literally days ago for us, we just passed 110,000 subscribers. Thank you, everybody. Means a lot.
It's crazy.
Also, our $500 episode last week was our 100th episode, and I didn't even know until after we posted it. So we're really good at celebrating things.
It was a great episode for a 100th episode, but didn't really think about it, so it just kind of worked out.
All right, enough shilling, enough happy fun times. It is time to get serious. We're doing hot takes for a game.
Yeah, I think we should start with just like the general core rule kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to assume our audience is mostly familiar with 40k, has very little knowledge of AOS, if any. So we'll talk about the general how 4th edition has come together rules-wise, and then we'll skip over to every faction and go through each one. So this first section may take a while. If you're familiar with AOS, then feel free to skip to the factions.
Yeah.
All right, these rules are the best thing I've seen out of GW.
So there are still some points of
Concern.
That's a good word for it.
Things that aren't necessarily wrong, but ring bells and make you, as a game designer, go,
What?
this could be a problem.
Yeah. But on the whole, yeah, this is honestly, it's pretty fantastic.
In the grand scheme of things, this is a well-designed looking game. Just reading through the rules and everything and play testing, Spearhead is like a little tester version of it. Extremely solid. I have far less problems with everything I've seen than I do of current 40k that I'm used to.
I like a lot of how things are very clearly referenced. Like, these are the sections of the phases, and like if you have more concerns on this specific thing, go to rule 28.0 for more information.
10th edition also started doing that for us in 40k land, but it is done extremely well in the documentation here for 4th.
This one feels like the polished version kind of thing, where it was like from start to finish, that was the intent of we're laying everything out, labeling them, and they can be cross-referenced.
And I've got to say, going from 40k to AOS, there are differences in how the two games play, but it was so painless due to how well written the rules are.
Yeah.
It honestly, as someone who's been playing 9th edition and 10th edition 40k, it feels like a natural evolution of the ideas in those rules, but like better communicated to the player. To give like my perfect example, the way they handle universal core abilities, as they are called now, big scary name for people. It literally means move, fight, run, charge, shooting, all of that. Those are called universal core abilities. The way they work is in every phase of the game, all of your units can use their abilities that they have access to. You always have access to these. In every phase, you're only allowed to use one core ability. So you could do a move and eat up your core move ability on movement in the movement phase, or you could use run, which is a core move run for its keywords, which the keywords will be referenced later in other abilities.
Yes. The fact that like everything has the keywords and those keywords actually get referenced is really clean. And like the way that they show it as well, where it's just like, hey, here's your keyword box if you're interested. This is where to look.
It is so clean. It puts a bunch of what would be difficult to write out the exact rules for in like paragraph form into these nice clean abilities in these little boxes, and it makes you understand as a player, like shooting phase, what are the abilities I've got access to? I've got shoot, and it is 2 sentences long, and that's all I need.
So So, yeah, I mean, I think just as like a clean presentation and how that they're all like distilled to their essence kind of thing is great. But like the actual rules themselves also feel like they got rid of some needlessly complicated shit that didn't matter while still keeping the interesting parts. One of the big things that I think we've both enjoyed is the amount of doing stuff on your opponent's turn.
Yes. So it was a little limited in Spearhead, but in the full game, man, am I looking forward to trying this. I know third did have like all-out attack, all-out defense. I'm aware the commands were there and everything, and how units had to issue commands to other units and you needed a whatever.
Right.
That system was a fine stumbling attempt at what this system is, which gets rid of all of the weirdness and just goes, look, at the beginning of each battle round, you get 4 CP. The 4 can be modified depending on other stuff, but you get 4 CP. Then you can use that CP on a list of commands depending on what phase it is, just like your core abilities we just discussed.
Yeah, some of them even have keywords.
Wow. The abilities, like, you've got Rally for healing stuff. You have the ability to cast spells on your opponent's turn. You've got the ability to shoot on your opponent's turn.
There's a bunch of like reaction things like the charge.
Yeah, the fact that you can just straight up charge during your opponent's charge phase after they've tried all their charges.
It's cool. Like the amount of, I think a lot of them have the reaction do a thing. Some of them are just like in your enemy's shooting phase or whatever phase, but like a bunch of them are in reaction to your opponent doing something. Now you can do something as well. That's just, I love that. I really do love that.
The fact that they've added a stack to the game, which is like something that's very new technology, has not existed in Magic the Gathering for 20 something years now.
I'm not sure that these rules explain it quite as...
Let's not pretend Magic explains it clearly.
That's true.
I have far too much knowledge of the Magic rules system, and the rules book is not meant for normal people.
That is true.
You don't learn Magic from the Magic rule book. That's not how that works.
No.
You reference it when you're much better at reading it.
But I mean, just like the fact that they do have an actual rule layout of, hey, here's where abilities are stacking and here's how they get resolved. So like everybody's on board. That's great.
How do I do a pile-in? 15.3.
That is rather nice, yes.
You can even go, oh, what you're looking for? 15.3, third paragraph.
I expect that will help quite a bit on any judge calls or anything like that in tournaments and whatever. The judge can be like, I made the ruling, it's based on this.
And there needs to be less of them because of things like the keywords. A classic one in 40k, the old, oh, I can't do this if I advanced, but I did this alternative advanced roll that's not called advance. Is that an advance?
Right.
And it's like, well, let's break out the FAQ and find out. Here it's like, just check the keyword.
Did it have
Is
run?
it a run?
Right.
If it's got the keyword run, you ran.
It's rather nice when you can have faith in the rules, essentially, you know, where it's not one of those like, did the designers actually think about this interaction? What did they intend it to be? It's like, well, no, they did because it has the keyword and they referenced it.
And they cleaned up some of the worst English in 40k and AOS and whatever other GW games. You no longer have wounds wounding wounds on a wound roll, removing your wounds from your wound count. You roll a wound roll, dealing damage to your health. English has more than one word in it.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they did, but let's not pretend that GW has fully embraced the diversity of the English language. There's still plenty of battle.
Oh, you don't like the sub-factions being battle formations, your army gives you a battle trait, not to be confused with your secondaries, which are battle tactics, or your codex, which is a battle tome.
Yeah.
Isn't deployment battle plan?
It was one of those that like it became more obvious when we were actually putting these show notes together, and like we didn't have battle traits and battle formation in the right spots and stuff like that. I was like, oh yeah, that is dumb. Could have had different naming.
It's not all perfect. Everyone who has been following the AOS stuff, there's the one that I'm going to fix for Games Workshop. This one's for free, guys. It's on me.
Oh, yeah?
There is a rule you will see approximately 536 times in every index. It will say something along the lines of, roll a d3. On a 2+, inflict an amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. So if you roll a 1 or a 2, it does nothing. If you roll a 3 or a 4, then it does 2 damage. If you you roll a 5 or a 6, it does 3 damage.
It's not great, but like at the same time, it's not one of those where it's like roll a d3, then roll another d3, or roll a d6, then roll another. It's like it just speeds thing up.
That's what old AOS did, and I'm very glad that's gone. Is the old, before you use your ability, roll a d6. On a 3 up, your ability can actually function, and we can go to the real ability to do the roll for it. That sucks.
There's still some of those around.
They're minimized compared to it was like every single thing you did back in like 2nd or 3rd early on.
Yeah, and just like having to roll and then roll again, especially on something like you said, this comes up a lot throughout all the factions of the roll a d3 on a 2 up, do that many morals. That's all over. So like,
it would have been nice if it was keyworded, so I'll keyword it.
It would be nice if it was keyworded since it's so common. All right, what's your plan on a keyword? It's like smite.
Yeah, for our audience, smite exists. Smite is d3 mortal wounds, like that's how smite works.
Yeah.
These, they're like a shitty smite or a shite roll. So it'll just say from now on, make a shite roll. That's how you can tell.
I'm not sure GW designer that was like, hey man, I finally figured out how to remove all of these dice rolls and like speed up the game and make it better, is going to be thrilled to call them a shite roll.
They probably should have made something more interesting than this then.
But I could get behind it for at least a community reference kind of thing. It is nice and easy.
So, for the rest of this episode, when we bring one up, now you know. It'll be nice and shorthanded for you.
A shite is a roll a d3 on a 2 up, inflict that amount of mortals. I mean, on that, I am so happy to see Psychic again. It feels good.
Yeah. Isn't it nice that you have wizards who cast spells?
And like you get choices between the spells kind of thing. Like even at like list building, sometimes you're like, okay, which section of the spell lore am I going to choose? What do I have access to? And then like the individual units have their own. And it's like you're actually playing a wizard. It's so nice.
Also, Fly is good again. AOS players are like, what are you talking about? Fly is always good. Yeah, well, they killed that in 10th edition 40k. Fly does nothing in 10th edition.
I mean, you say good, but it does have its downsides still. Like, you can't hide.
Yeah, it's back to how it was in 9th and 8th for 40k. I don't have to walk my Demon Prince with wings around the object. I can go over it because he's got wings.
Yeah, I am glad that Fly is one of those, like, it matters for movement. It's fine that there's some downside. They're really not that big of a deal on a bunch of the things that have it. So, pretty nice that it's back.
So, onto the things that are like red flags, concerns of ours. First up is the one that I, again, have been watching AOS content creators so that I can sound more informed here for you lot. Basically, everyone has the same thing that we saw in our Spearhead games of underdog seems like it could be a problem.
The way it is right now of like if you're under by 1, that is a problem.
It is so easy to manipulate the game where you are clearly the winner, but you are technically down by a point or two, knowing that you're going to score 10 points on your opponent in the final 2 turns.
In Spearhead, one of the things is if you're underdog by 5, essentially, that felt like, all right, you're actually behind. And if you're choosing to be that far behind,
good luck.
You're gonna have to work to get that amount back and then actually get the benefit out of it, kind of thing. It feels like an easy fix.
We don't even technically know if it's required, but considering I was watching people who play tested and they all groaned about underdog and it sets off red flags the second we read it, like this seems like something that probably will be changed down the road, at least in like competitive play. I don't know.
Yeah, it just seems so easy to game.
I will say from our few games of Spearhead, I don't really have an issue with double turn. I know we're a lot more experienced with games than people who are experiencing like AOS as their first game and will get blown out the first time they don't think about the double turn.
It will take some time to get used to for people who aren't really that familiar with war games.
I will say in our Spearhead games, like a dozen or so games total between everybody, whenever a double turn was taken, like someone chose to do it, the game ended with them winning more or less, and usually because of what happened on that double turn. However, you probably passed it more often than you took it.
Yes.
At least equally, bare minimum.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was more often that you passed. The only times we really took it was like, oh, this is going to solidify the board in my favor kind of thing. I know that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, like you got your long bomb charge and then you get your double turn and you're like, we're in.
Right. But like if you weren't all but like guaranteed, or it was like so far gone already that you're like, I'm Hail Marying it, you just didn't take the double turn because it's risky. And why risk when you're in, a fairly even board state kind of thing? I'm looking forward to how it actually plays out once we're more familiar and in the full game. But like initial impressions, not a problem.
However, initial impressions problem, regiments.
I hate it so much. It's like old Ninth, but worse.
Eric hates it conceptually, having not played with it yet. I was toying with lists since Monday now. I despise regiments already. Oh my god, I'm sick of it.
It feels like more stringent than before Arxvelman like unlocked us in 9th edition. It's not fun.
It's real rough, especially when you get to like, depending on how they felt about your faction,
right,
and how racist you are.
I'm not sure that's the reason.
We'll get to you, Cities of Sigmar.
There might be something about that. Oh.
Yeah, and this is without getting into like my other hatred of it is as we get into these factions, you're probably going to be like, wow, I love all of these interesting, cool characters.
There's a lot of them.
Regiments have the game design issue, ignoring the I'm not having fun building this list because I wanted more monsters, goddammit. It has the general game design issue of this is going to lead to an incredibly easy to solve format, because from everything I've heard from all of the people who were playtesters who were giving their impressions, they're all slamming down that you have to be 2 regiments max. If you're more than that, give up on winning the game. We don't know if it'll play that way yet, but that's what playtesters were saying.
It makes sense because of how you deploy, your regiments, and based on who finishes deploying first gets to choose who gets to go first. And like that's a pretty big incentive to not run more than 2 regiments essentially.
Yeah, so it's going to be rare that you get to take, again, we are assuming this will work as everyone is saying it will. It is going to be rare that if you're trying to play a game where you're actually trying to win, that you're going to take more than 2 characters, which means all of those cool characters, it doesn't matter who are the best 2. The rest might as well not have been written.
Yes, but like there is some, okay, your second tier of like 3 through 5 might have some synergy with something else that you're going to play or whatever, but like realistically, most have this is the best one, and then the second one is pretty obvious as well.
And it's going to get real awkward when you've got armies where most of your models are characters, everything in chaos, Idoneth Deepkin, etc., most of death.
Yeah.
You're going to have issues where you think you've got 14 different units you can list build with. You've actually got 6.
Right.
So it's going to lead to some awkward play if everything goes the way they're saying it will. Extremely unfortunate as someone who enjoys heroes and cool characters and your special loaded out dude with his cool relic and warlord trait, or I guess hero trait in this game, sorry, and artifact. We couldn't just spell artifact right. We had to spell artifact.
It's British.
Yeah. So if you want to play the wizard heavy list, get bent.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, I get that they want to try and make things as balanced as possible, so they're locking things down, but I don't think that's how you actually balance.
Yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is you based first turn off who finishes deploying first. That's like Magic. Instead of randomly choosing first, you base first turn off who has more 4-ofs in their deck.
Kind of, yeah, actually.
You wonder why everyone's playing a Ravenous Rats deck.
Right. It doesn't make sense, really.
It is the wrong solution to a problem. You misidentified your problem. Your problem is you should randomly decide first turn if it's that important. It shouldn't be a meta game of, well, I need to control who has first turn, therefore I no longer list build.
Right. And like if you're really trying to push, we don't want quite as many regiments happening all over the place, there's other ways that you can limit it, like that are far less consequential.
Give a bonus for the first regiment or 2 and then stop giving it out after that. Whatever. Again, we're going deep in the weeds on something that is a possible problem. This is not a known problem. We don't know this. This is just something that is a red flag that I have noticed that may be an issue.
I mean, no matter what, neither of us are particularly going to be happy with list building with it at the moment.
That said, there are great things, which is like big stuff feels big in AOS. A greater demon is like 400 to 500 points and feels it, unlike 40k, where I'm like, is this really worth 200 points? Using my Khorne Demons as an example, I have barely 2k points in 40k. I have over 3k points in AOS.
I mean, not everything is quite that pushed, but like it's definitely different than 40k. It definitely feels like units cost more points, and like they can push certain units to be even stronger because they cost even more points.
Yes, there's more of a spread of where points can be, and the low end is higher, which is nice because it means you don't end up with 55 different units in play, which is part of why 40k 2k games take forever to play unless you're being very harsh on the clock. So I really do like that. Honestly, 2K games in AOS feel a lot more like 1K games in 40K, which is a format I like and wish was a bit more balanced. AOS seems to actually be doing that right. And also it means your big stuff feels big and important. It's not 50 more points than the generic tank.
Yeah.
There is a last thing. This isn't really a good or bad. It's mostly a good. Manifestations, which is what endless spells are now called, and include prayers. Manifestations are great because they're one of the coolest selling points of AOS, and you actually want to play with them, which from everything I've been told was not true during any of 3rd edition.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how like meta they're gonna end up being, but they're super cool and I want to play with them.
And they're free, so it's really hard for them to be not playable. They are, however, also where I think most of the oops, we screwed that up last week is going to come from when you're newer. There is a lot of rules about if a manifestation is near you in these phases, it exists. Or if a manifestation has a movement value of 0, it doesn't actually work that way. Also, it's a unit, but it acts more like terrain, except for in these cases.
Yeah, I can totally see where you're coming from on that, and like it's not fully fleshed out.
It's fleshed out, it's just that it's got a lot of ugly points to it. It feels like how Commands did with 3rd edition when I looked into that, of like, this is clearly not pretty and simplified and right yet. It's on the path, but it hasn't found it.
They're really just missing all of the like polish that like, these keywords and these universal abilities and like that flow doesn't really come through on manifestations. I don't think it's going to be a huge issue for general gameplay.
No, we'll all love it after a few games.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine, but I see what you're saying of like that is one of those, hey, maybe it needed a little bit more time to polish out.
Oh, and one last complaint while we're here. AOS counts backwards. It's stupid.
Yeah, you count the amount of damage that it's currently been dealt kind of thing instead of what's it left.
Yeah, so you count up, not down in damage, which is dumb because then if you're actually doing it the way the game wants you to do it, your marker next to your unit telling you how much damage it has taken is useless to your opponent, who's going to ask, hey, how much health that guy got left?
Right.
And you go, well, he's taken 2 damage. And he goes, that's not what I asked you.
Right. I'm asking you now because I don't know exactly what it started with. I can see that there's a 2 on, the table next to it. Great. What does that mean though?
Did it have 6 health or 8 health?
I had a few things that like were interesting that came up. Like one was just coherency can have modifiers on the sheets.
Yes, that's because of something I was aware of at the beginning of 3rd edition. There was a very funny screw up. They tightened up coherency extremely conservatively to the point where you could not reinforce certain units because they would just unalive half their squad upon entry.
And one of the other things I wanted to get before we kind of like finished up that was the fact that like terrain has a zone of control and that matters is pretty interesting to me. Of like, you own this terrain, so you might have something that matters, be it a secondary or whatever it is. That's cool.
It's really interesting, isn't it? I really hope that they don't Flanderize a faction into only caring about a single piece of terrain. That would be embarrassing.
Yes, we'll get to that. I still think it's cool, but not quite the best implementation for that faction.
For a final wrap up before we move into the factions, is it a perfect game? God, no. Is it the best game design I've seen out of Games Workshop? Absolutely.
I mean, it seems honestly like they're learning from the past and iterating towards a better rule set. And that's like not an obvious thing to do as a company.
If 40k 11th edition is handled as well as AOS 4th is, it's gonna be good for 40k players. I'll put it that that way.
Yeah.
They have definitely succeeded where I think 10th had some failures. And it's clearly based off where AOS was in 2nd going into 3rd and now 4th. You can see how the basic core rules adapted over those editions while keeping their identity, but clearly are in a much better state now.
I mean, it's good to see. It bodes well for the future kind of thing. And I mean, even just it's great at its current state to play. So looking forward to it kind of thing.
So minor possible issues aside, we're in a real good spot. Enough of talking basic rules though. Let's actually give our hot takes for each of the factions. And there are 24 of them. So this is going to take quite a while. Buckle up everybody and enjoy the show.
Sounds good.
All right, let's start off with the Mickey Mouse, the poster children, Stormcast Eternals.
Yeah, Stormcast. Well, okay, before we get into that, let's lay out how we're going to do it real quick since there's going to be so many of them.
Fair enough. For each faction, we're going to give you hot takes for army rules.
So that's the battle traits.
Battle formations, which is your sub-factions. Your heroic traits and artifacts.
It's just artifacts. You don't have to sound like an idiot.
No, it's artifacts. They chose this path.
They're British.
And they need to be punished for it.
That doesn't mean I have to be punished for them being British.
And if any exist, I guess mount traits would go here. I don't know if they're gone. They existed in 2nd, I know that.
They came up in the rules, in the core rules, it references.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Okay, then some people will probably have mount traits, but I haven't seen them yet. We'll find out when we record tomorrow for the later factions.
Or that was just one of those random holdovers that they forgot to get rid of.
And then we're going to give the spells / prayers / manifestations, and then units for that faction, and then a final general thoughts all together look.
Right. And like for the units, we're not going over every war scroll.
We're not doing points analysis for the most efficient troop to be your basic dudes on a point who are going to die. We're not doing all that.
It's mostly just like a general, hey, here's what we're thinking on what the troops look like and the heroes look like. And like, this one's cool. I want to talk about it. So that's kind of the game plan that we have going into all these factions. Now we can go into the Mickey Mouse Stormcast Eternals.
All right. So first up, their battle traits, which is their faction abilities. Most of the page is eaten up by basic deep strike rules. Not going into that. It's deep strike. Not every faction has easy access to this. It is truly something that is unique to certain factions.
And I know that like in the notes, you've talked a few times about like, oh, it's just a page of deep strike. And it's like, yes, but deep strike is still very strong when not every faction gets access to like any decent deployment shenanigans that are teleport.
Yeah, but again, I'm not going to waste too much of a thought process on the fact that like 3/4 of this page is explaining how deep strike works.
But like it is going to be very nice to have access to deep strike with Stormcast Eternals.
So they've got a first ability, which is a command point ability. You can tell because of the nice little one in the corner telling you have to spend a command point on it. Once per battle in your movement phase, you can pick a friendly Stormcast Eternal infantry or cavalry unit that started the battle with multiple models and has been destroyed to be the target. And then you can set up a replacement with half the number of models, more than 9 from all enemy units. It's nice to have. It's something that I saw quite a few different factions get access to this in different ways. Sometimes it's attached to a certain type of HQ. Sometimes it's attached to a command thing. Sometimes it's on the datasheet for a unit to try it automatically.
It's sprinkled throughout. Not every faction has access to it, but it's sprinkled around a decent amount of different places. That said, it is going to be a pretty strong ability just for objective control and like winning the game kind of thing, as opposed to just killing stuff. Like this is going to be something of, oh, later in the game, I can bring back this unit into a position that's perfect kind of thing. So great for one command point.
Yeah, it will probably gain you victory points. And then they've got Best Day Ever, also known as Finest Hour.
Oh, okay.
But I have always heard it declared as Best Day Ever, but I watch HeyWoah.
That makes some... I've heard Best Day Ever, and I was like, I don't know where that's coming from, but all right, sure.
So every turn, you can use this once for your whole army. In your hero phase, you pick a friendly Stormcast Eternal unit that has not used this ability yet combat this battle. For the rest of the turn, add 1 to their wound rolls for combat attacks, so fight phase attacks, and 1 to their save rolls.
So this one is strong, obviously pointing out that like this is done on your hero phase, so it's only going to be good for your turn. So this is an offensive thing. You're not going to be like, oh, I can use this defensively to grab that extra save roll. It ends at the end of your turn.
But it's still nice because they're probably going to crack back, like unless you truly delete a unit.
It's optimal that they don't usually, but yes, there's some expectation of the hit back and like just generally good to have access to it, but this is not a defensive trait or ability.
Yeah, and it's overall thinking of having the ability to use the Celestial Realm and being able to bring back in an elite army, a half strength unit, deep striked, so like wherever you need it for the victory points late game, and being able to every single turn buff quite heavily 1 unit. It's not bad by any means. They're very vanilla.
But like, I mean, it's the point. That is Stormcast Eternal to a certain aspect. So like play to your strengths kind of thing. It works.
And in AOS terms, Stormcast for 40k players, stats wise, they're like Space Marines. 3s to hit, 3s to wound, 3s for saves. From an AOS standpoint, they're closer to what we 40k players would consider custodians of like the best of the best stat line wise. They just don't get much better than this for generic dudes getting 3-up saves by default.
Definitely. This is the elite units. So the battle formations.
These are like my least favorite type, where you're just keyword hunting sporadically, trying to figure out what third of your collection matches any of these sub-factions, and that's the one you're going to play.
Right, because there's, 4 options, and one of them's Ruination Chamber, the other's Warrior Chamber, then we've got Vanguard Chamber and Extremist Chamber. Each one gets a thing that's special about them.
I do think Ruination Chamber, a unit every turn gets a 5-up ward.
That's crazy.
Very strong.
Once per turn, any hero phase.
Yeah. Every single turn of the game, at the beginning of the turn, you choose.
And like, it's not like just that one kind of thing. Like it's that one for that turn. But if another one needs it in a different turn because it's in some trouble, you can switch it the next turn kind of thing. Like it's just an extremely strong ability. It's not flashy at all, but man, is that defensive.
And then you've got the Strike First for the Extremist Chamber, which it's on a 3-up, which kind of annoys me. It is worth noting for 40k players, charging does not give you Strike First in AOS. It is always person whose turn it is picks a unit to fight, then person whose not turn it is picks one, back and forth until we're all done. So Strike First puts them in a pool all their own until those are emptied, and then normal, and then Strike Last. So giving something Strike First is strong because it's not automatic like it is in 40k, but on a 3-up is really inconsistent.
Yeah, this Extremist one and the Vanguard as well are on like roll a dice and on a 3-up do a thing. And it's like, that's not super rare to happen, but 1/3 of the time it's not gonna work. And like, this is your battle formation, this is your like sub faction, this is supposed to be a thing that happens that you can like rely on to be part of your army. I don't like having random on that. But Strike First is powerful. I mean, the Vanguard one is basically a teleport. It's on a 3-up, remove it from the battlefield and set it anywhere 9 inches away from enemy units.
This is something we're going to see in a lot of factions, like this exact wording. On a 3-up, you get to teleport more than 9 from stuff. I think it's less useful for Stormcast, where you have deep strike in your army, than for some other armies that get this who don't get easy deep strikes anywhere.
It still is very strong, just because like it's just another way to do it kind of thing, so you can just have more deployment, I guess.
It's awkward though, because it's like 33% chance to fail, once per battle round ability, and that's your sub-faction gone. You didn't get it this turn.
It's not great.
Especially because I'm pretty sure Vanguard Chamber is already the mobile chamber, so why do we need this?
Yeah.
In the army with Deep Strike.
The Extremist one actually has like a little bit more to it, because like it's any combat phase, so you can do it on your opponents.
Yeah, you get charged, you still get Strike First. Again, 33% chance not to, but those two aren't my favorite. But the last one, the Thunderhead Host, is really nice because it's Warrior Chamber. You add 1 to hit rolls for Warrior Chambers while they're wholly within, which is an AOS thing. 12 of friendly non-hero Stormcast Eternal units who are not Warrior Chamber. So as long as you're mixing Warrior Chamber with not Warrior Chamber in play, then you get free +1 to hit, which again, 1 unit every turn gets +1 to save save and +1 to wound just from your army roll portion.
And like when you're already hitting on 3s, that extra one, you know, it's good. It does kind of remind me of in Total War Warhammer Cathay, where it's like, hey, mix these things together. And it's like, yeah, it works. Doesn't stop it from being annoying.
Yeah, positioning stuff to be near other correctly yin-yang other stuff. Yeah, I know.
And like, this is like wholly within 12. I feel like it would be annoying at certain times.
The only one I'm not a big fan of is Vanguard, to be honest, because of which faction it's in. It's not that bad in other armies, but in this army, it's the one I'm not a fan of.
But yeah, I mean, decent options. I feel like the default is whatever you have your army as the most of kind of thing.
Yeah, that's basically how it's going to work, and it's why I'm not a huge fan of sub-factions like this. I like when you get a mix and match of, like, there might be one or two that are focused on, like, here's a keyword that's kind of rare, but most of them I would prefer to feel more general, but clearly have a who they're best for. Not explicitly, this tag is required to get an ability or screw off.
Right.
But yeah, they're okay. Heroic traits are artifacts of power.
Yeah, just generally they're fine or, like, useful depending on what you're doing. The Envoy of the Heavens seems pretty good.
Yeah, that's basically the only one that it's that for the heroic traits. Again, you only get one of each of these because there's no way to get secondary ones because the only regiment that exists is regiment, so you don't get any like bonuses or anything.
Yeah.
So you will be taking your best one, and the others didn't have to get written.
So like the Envoy of the Heavens is your hero phase. If one of your friendly units was destroyed, pick a Stormcast Eternals unit wholly within 12 of the target, and it gets a 5-up ward until your next turn. So this is basically like turn 2 or battle round 2 onwards, you get to pick something that gets a 5-up ward save. Or you're just winning because none of your shit is dead.
And importantly, you are your own friend. So the hero could at worst use it on itself constantly.
Yeah, it feels like the generic, this is strong, I don't know what to pick, I'll take this kind of thing. Just because like ward 5-up is very defensive, and being defensive is always good. The other ones are all just like
shock and awe is whatever. The -1 to be hit, the turn you deep strike, okay.
Some extra control score to friendlies, contesting objectives. Great.
Yeah, the artifacts is like Quicksilver Drought's probably the one I'm gonna pick.
I think so, just like having strike first.
None of these are that crazy good. The artifacts are not great for Stormcast here, like
It's all pretty vanilla.
Which we already know, they're Mickey Mouse. They will get a September/October battle tome. So this index doesn't have to last that long, and they're already the default starter player army, so vanilla is fine. It doesn't have to be the craziest, coolest, weirdest thing ever that's going to be hit and miss depending who you are. They're generalist.
One of the good things is that none of these are risky takes, you know, where it's like, oh, I've taken this and it could be a downside potentially depending on how it plays out. Everything is just like, here's bonuses to stuff. Don't worry about it. You can't misplay.
And you can't get unlucky and have to roll a 3-up to even see if it turns on, as you will in other factions.
It's all solid. I guess the spells, I think they're good. There's not much to be said. You know, like the unlimited is nice to have access to. 5 is not too difficult to cast, and D3 mortals on a target.
Never heard of that before.
Never heard of that before. It's a solid default option. I actually really like that they have access to Starfall. So this one is subtract 1 from the number of dice rolled when making charge rolls for the target.
That's an effect we're going to see several times as we go through these, and it's really cool coming from 40k. Like, this is not something we get to play with. That sounds dirty.
Charge is still very strong just to close ranks. Like, you don't get the immediate like fight first kind of thing. But if you're trying to plan a charge, like, oh, I need to cross, 14 inches of distance and I only have a move of 6, I'm gonna make this charge, it's gonna be great, and you're like, no, you only get 1 die to roll. Go away. That's so cool.
It is also important when we discuss the spells, prayers, manifestations. Wizards and priests can have a unique one on their war scroll that only they get to cast. So sometimes if they're like a wizard 1, the generics won't even be the one they use. It'll be the one on their war scroll if they like that one better. Or they get a niche one there that they use sometimes over the generics. So these matter, but also they're not everything. And also there's the facts of like certain armies just don't have many good wizards. Or you're going to be forced to take 2 non-wizards and you're not going to want to take a 3rd because then regiments.
Yeah, I do think that these are solid options that you get access to. And like, I mean, just having the unlimited default being inflict 3 mortals is good. But let's move on to the prayers.
Reverse.
Reverse.
Let's heal D3 instead.
Yeah.
Prayers in general, for the 40k audience who have no idea what's going on, is something that I would love to see in 40k, especially since I think this closes the hole of all the people complaining they don't get psychic, because basically anyone who doesn't have spells would have prayers. But prayers are a unique system where you roll a d6 for that priest.
If it's a 1, you fail.
Yeah, if it's a 1, you fail and you lose
D3 ritual points.
But if it's 2 or up, you can choose to store the ritual points or attempt to use one of your prayers using that many ritual points if you have enough stored plus the die you rolled. So on turn 1, you might just roll, get a 3 or whatever, and go, all right, I'm stashing 3 ritual points. Turn 2, you roll, get a 3 again, you have 6 to play with. Or you bank it and have 6 in the bank. It's a very guaranteed way to get stuff, but you'll probably be doing every other turn unless it's something where you're like, it's a 4 up, 50-50 chance I get to cast it every turn.
Another thing of note is once the effect of the prayer is like, it goes off, it's answered, I think is what they call it, your priest's ritual points reset back to 0. So it doesn't matter if you had like 2 extras afterwards, it's just back to 0.
But prayers also have Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah, they do.
So if you roll high enough, which again, impossible for most of them on a single die, but like if you roll an 8 on this unlimited prayer that we're looking at, then you heal D3 to all of the ones wholly within 12 instead of your target.
That can be a lot.
It's extremely cute to see the Super Saiyan modes, but I'm going to mostly judge them on their generic mode unless Super Saiyan mode is like a build your army around doing this on turn 3.
That said, we've got units that actually matter, or, we've got manifestations, right?
The manifestations are also fine. We really don't have to spend all the time on these ones. They're okay. The Deus Arcanum is adorable. You put your guy in a little pedestal.
It is adorable. That's about all we can say, honestly, on that.
But we can get into the units next.
So there's a lot.
There's a lot of Legends ones in here that you read not realizing you didn't have to because they're not going to exist in a couple months.
I'm mildly irritated about learning that after I had already done it. Because, yeah, this is like 75 pages. I guess it's only like 50 pages of actual War Scrolls. But, I mean, they do have a lot, and there's a good mix, honestly, of like, there's a decent amount of heroes, but there's also infantry and other stuff that it's not just all heroes, because there are some factions like that, it feels like.
Yeah, I will say my general review for Stormcast, ignoring the actual quality of these, is even ignoring the things that are getting Legends, right?
Yeah.
Dear God, they have too many. Why does every change of a hammer to an axe to a spear or whatever for the guys on the ugly dragon dogs?
You shut your
They're
beep.
awful. They're hideous.
They are not. They're not as cool as dragons. Yes.
They're not as cool as the Chocobo guys. But why do they need a whole data sheet because the guy has a hammer instead of an axe?
It kind of feels like that, especially because like once you get to reading all the abilities for each of the War Scrolls, it's like, yeah, there are some unique and interesting ones, but there's also a lot that are like, great, that just, made the attack slightly better, or I guess you have a ward.
That's the other thing is like, that would be a fine Hail Mary for an army that's got 5 sheets. Like you've got 15 character War Scrolls and then you've got 4 generic units, right? Like, which is a real case for certain armies here. Then you can go, all right, I want some options. We'll make spears a different unit just so you can have a different option for a unit. You did it on the one that has too many.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like that.
That said, the actual quality of the units is pretty good. It's kind of weird to read it first. If it was the first one you ever looked at, it might give you the wrong impression of what the rest of the game looks like, because like everyone's got a 3-up save, which is not normal.
To put it in a better perspective in 40k, it's like the Custodies. These are the elite. They have better than everybody else.
It's them, Slaves to Darkness for the Chaos variant. That's how you have to look at these, is like they don't have equals all over the place like you would in 40k.
Yeah, so like when you're seeing 2 attacks, hit on 3, wound on 3 with a rend and possibly 2 damage. That's not the average stat lines for just infantry. Don't expect it in other factions.
And that said, there's some really cool standout ones. I think both of the big dragons are awesome.
They look cool, obviously, but they also have some solid abilities. I think one of them actually has, like, do the thing, and if you succeeded, choose one of these 3 options, depending on what's useful. Those are always nice. I love choices. Choices are great.
I do like the idea of, like, when you actually start looking at who's in what chamber, you can start seeing how the identities are formed. It can feel a little weird your first read through if you don't know what extremist chamber versus warrior chamber versus ruination all mean.
Yeah.
But when you start seeing what the models look like next to each other, you go, oh, I get it. Okay, Vanguard are all the guys on the chocobos or people with birds and stuff. And then you've got warrior chamber tends to be your more elite dudes.
The extremist chamber is kind of weird. I mean, it's very fighty. It's things that you would expect to be in combat.
And ruination is the new one.
The new one.
If you're starting with 4th edition, you're going to be like, oh, I have ruination chamber. Got it. There are other ones in there.
It is kind of neat to see that there's like an ability that's for Ruination Chamber, and like it does a thing, and like it's actually spelled out on every war scroll that has the ability of Ruination Chamber. It's not just like baked into the keyword.
It would help if this is a real complaint. Why is it so hard for me to find certain sheets because they refuse to put the pictures of the model on each sheet?
There's a couple that it makes sense just because like there's 7 abilities kind of thing, so there's no real.
They found a way to do it in 40k. I trust the AOS team can do it. I do like that you could play an extremist chamber heavy list that is basically just play a bunch of dragon riders and ugly dragon horse thing riders.
All right, yeah.
But it's neat that you can play like really neat heavy flavor slants within Stormcast.
So I think that is one of the benefits of being like the elite kind of army is your core war scroll stats are going to be good, so you don't have to worry quite as much about, oh, I have to use this unit, and this hero because the abilities have to stack next to each other to make them useful at all. There's a few cute things that can be done, like the warrior chamber battle formation, but like at its fundamental, the stats are good enough that they'll be okay on their own.
It also means new players have less chance to screw up and not play the combo they need to play to get all the benefit out of a unit, which I like being able to combo up, play something like when you get to Daughters of Khaine, when we get there, are this plus this plus this plus this to give you like +1 to every roll and stat.
Yeah.
That's how that army plays. They look like crap on paper, and then you see what they look like fully buffed, and they're crazy on the damage output they do. That's a cool way to play, but it's also more dangerous to hand a new player who is not going to realize to stack all of those things together.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through a little rant on Lumineth Realm-Lords as well about that.
I knew you were gonna.
But we'll get there.
How'd you like the Lumineth versus Stormcast Spearhead matchup? Very fair and balanced.
Oh yeah, it was great.
A perfectly balanced game mode.
But it is nice, like you said, to have that, I guess, safety net. Stormcast Eternal makes sense in that aspect of, yeah, it's a good starting army. And it is nice to just have, hey, these have good stats. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. At the same time, I don't think either of us are particularly excited about that, which is why dragons exist.
It's true. But also, look, there are 16 war scrolls that start with Lord Dash. There's another 10 or something that start with Knight Dash. Everything ends in ors.
Remember that wording and like they fixed a few things?
I can't understand why you did this, GW. Do you have some kind of like really messed up market research team that was like, yeah, people love when you can't tell the difference between your 45 variants. We want everything to contain the same 2 words and 1 syllable so that you never know what you're looking at.
Yeah, the Venator polled well, so they made sure to make something similar like Vexillare.
Ah, yes. So I can have my Desolators, Fulminators, Praetors, Tempestors, Prosecutors, Executor. Wait, Pokemon.
Same thing.
There was downsides to going through through the Stormcast Index. It was a bit eye-glazing after the first 3 hours.
But luckily, that means we're on to Cities of Sigmar.
Let's talk about racism.
That's not a good segue.
I think it was a great segue because that is exactly what Games Workshop decided to write.
Okay, the keywords of the different races are like the different options that you have.
And if you think you're going to play them together, you can just put that to bed right now.
Kind of, yeah.
But to put it another way, for a more 40k oriented audience, these are officer orders from Imperial Guard. Cities of Sigmar is Imperial Guard. They just have a bunch of different fantasy races all together, but separate. Segregation is still a thing in the Cities of Sigmar. I have some real questions for Sigmar, and this is why we worship chaos.
Yeah, they don't really overlap with each other kind of thing.
No, they seem to all have rules specifically telling you to not play with each other. I don't think a page goes by in this index where you forget that fact. Every single thing in here is checking your race. It's kind of weird.
We'll get to our like full thoughts, but the humans and the Dwardens definitely have that of their keyword comes up very often.
But we'll get to that. Let's read the battle traits first.
So the first one, advance in formation, being pick a hero. It hasn't used an officer order because all of these have the keyword officer's order this turn, and then pick a friendly Cities of Sigmar unit wholly within 12 of that hero and not in combat. If the target's a human, you can pick an additional Cities of Sigmar unit wholly within 12 of that hero and not in combat, and each of those targets can move 3 but not into combat.
And that's how all of these are going to work, but to shorthand them, the next one's for in the shooting phase, and this one works on anybody. Each time the target uses the shoot ability this phase, if all the attacks target the same enemy unit, after the ability is resolved, roll a die. If the result is equal to or less than the number of models in the enemy unit that were slain by the shooting attacks, then the enemy gets strike last. That one's a mouthful.
Yeah, I mean, it basically is just shoot something, and if you killed stuff, you might be able to give them strike last.
Then you've got strike them down, which is the charge phase one. This one gives you 1 to your attacks characteristic of melee weapons. If you're an elf, you also get +1 to hit. Then you've got hold the line, which gives you strike last, but a 5-up ward. If you're a dwarf, then you get subtract 1 to hits as well. So it's the like stay super defensive. You're not worried about your damage output. You're more worried about staying alive.
Yeah, so they're basically, one's a movement thing. It's solid-ish. I mean, it only happens in your movement, so you can't be real cheeky with it and be able to, move after your opponent kind of stuff. But it's the one that is tied to the human keyword, so if you're playing humans, this is probably the one you pick. The shooting phase one, no.
Yeah, I'm not really wanting strike last in this army I've already read what the units look like. I don't care. I don't want to be in combat.
Yeah, that's the problem, is I just don't want to be in combat at all. So, and then the charge one is, any charge phase. So obviously you're going to be using it on your charge phase because it has to charge to get the attack, and then if it's an elf, it gets the extra hit roll. But like, you can charge in your opponent's phase, and these are solid. Like, having extra attack and hit roll is good. And some of the units that are the elves actually could be solid in combat, but like, you're still not really wanting to fight a Cities of Sigmar, so it's a bit weird. Which leaves us with hold the line, which is, any combat phase, strike last, and ward. And then like, you also get some hit rolls if you're a dwarf and all that stuff. But like, honestly, just having the ward 5-up, I feel like this is the choice.
Yeah, I think the movement one's going to be very important for getting in position in early turns, and then you're just going to be spamming wards to stay alive to get to the end of the game and get victory points.
Right? There's a certain point where you're just going to be in like survival, because you either like wiped them off the board or they closed ranks.
Yeah. All right, so let's move into sub-factions. Our battle formations here are all pretty niche. You can get +2 to your move characteristic for the first battle round.
Which, if it was a little bit more, it could be very strong, but 2 is not much. And like, it's only your first battle round, and it sucks to have your sub-faction or your battle formations rule only happen on your first turn, and then nothing else the rest of the game.
Yeah, I have trouble not seeing this as offensive to have someone right in hand to me.
Well, I mean, what about the next one where faith and firepower add 3 to the range characteristics of ranged weapons?
Oh no, I think this is actually the best one by a long shot.
Oh, it's just so disappointing.
It is, but with how short your ranges are in AOS in general, but in this army too. In an army where everything I found that looks remotely good is shooting, I'll take 3 to the range characteristic of ranged weapons because it's going to be better than anything else.
So I feel like my problem with it is this was almost baked in. Like everything's 18, basically.
Yep.
That's insane. Like it should be 24 and this should just not exist.
Then we've got the fortify positions one, which is just you start with it if you have it, okay.
Yeah.
And in your first battle round, subtract 1 from wound rolls against you as long as you're in friendly territory, which you will be because you probably wanted to sit still to keep fortified. Very meh. And also, again, first battle round, then you don't have a sub-faction. And then our last one sounds interesting until we get to the whole problem that everyone keeps bringing up with regiments and not being able to play a bunch of heroes is add 1 to casting rolls for your wizards. Sounds cool. Could play a big wizard army. But from everything we've heard, that might not be the case.
I mean, I still am a sucker for anything that says, you know, re-roll your casting or add 1 to your casting just because of my history in failed casting rolls. So I like it. But it is a bit weird when you're going to be limited to 1 or 2 wizards, essentially. Hero traits.
So hero traits are where we actually find some stuff I think is kind of cool. Master of Ballistics being the one that I kind of really like. If a friendly Sigmar model uses all-out attack in the shooting phase, add 1 to the wound rolls as well. So that means your all-out attack is 1 CP for +1 to hit, +1 to wound in an army where everything is 4s and 4s. So turning your guys into Stormcast, pretty nice, especially because you're going to be having your heroes sitting right behind your shooting units, probably sitting behind a chaff wall, and that's basically going to be how I think you're going to play this. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it sure looked like when I finished with units.
Yeah. I mean, the one that seemed like the default for me was Grizzled Veterans, and that's just unmodified wound rolls that target this unit of a 1 to a 3 just fail and end the sequence.
I like this in armies where you want your character to be in combat.
I don't know, man. I guess we're having a different assumption of what's going on. I feel like the characters that hold the line while they shoot.
I don't know many characters I want to have in combat in this army.
Oh, I mean, they're going to die. It's a 1 or 2 turn thing, but like, I'd rather have the character sit there for a turn and die while my thing gets to shoot. But I think that's a list different kind of thing.
Fiery Temper is good if you want to play a cavalry list and you have your HQ charge in, then your cavalry can re-roll their charge rolls. It seems fine if you want to go that route. Artifacts of Power, Sacred Tome, basically always going to take it. Become a Priest is really good. I don't see why I wouldn't take this.
And if you're already a priest, it just gives +1 to your chanting rolls, and that's actually pretty solid.
Glimmering, the only real use I found in this army is for like a steam tank commander guy, because you only get your 1 giant shot, so getting to re-roll it to make sure it hits and wounds is good.
I love it for that exact reason. Just being able to re-roll that, like, this has to work kind of shot.
Yes. The old, I spent 340 points on this model and it missed.
Yeah. That just is like the worst ever feeling. So like, at least now you can miss twice.
You can confirm the miss.
Yeah.
I will say their spell lore, it's good, but everything casts on a 7, so unless you did the wizard sub-faction, it's unreliable.
Basically, yeah. They're solid spells, but I'm kind of more interested in prayers just because they're easier to do kind of thing, especially since like you can just make something a priest or you can make that priest better.
And the priests give you unfaltering aim to add 1 to your hit rolls for the target's shooting attacks. So now you can do this on 1 unit and you can spam all-out attack with the Master of Ballistics on a different unit, and now you've got your 3s everywhere.
Yeah, the spells are fine, but I think we're here for the prayers, and those ones are solid. So, I mean, with that said, the actual, like, units, very different than Stormcast Eternal.
Yes, this is where we get into the Imperial Guard look. The everything hits on 4s. Enjoy.
Yeah.
They even get the Imperial Guard Command Squad, the Free Guild Command Corps.
The fact that things are 4-up saves going to be noticeable.
It's totally fine. That is a normal save for most different armies in this game. It feels weird to say it coming from 40k, but things are generally less killy. Your rend basically caps out at 1 to 2, 2 being like a woohoo, I got 2 rend.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of 0, and 1 is like, hey, this is like an actual weapon.
All-out defense exists, so if it's at all important, you can pay 1 CP and gain an extra +1 to your save rolls to undo their rend and still save on 4s. It's not that bad. From everything I've heard, AOS, especially with what it looks like for 4th edition, is not nearly as killy as we're used to in 40k, where you do a shooting phase and your opponent takes half their models off the board.
That said, it's kind of not great for cities at the same time.
It is a bunch of mediocre looking things in a vacuum working in tandem with characters to turn out better. Now, the real answer for an alternative way to play this Imperial Guard army is to play a steam tank commander and a bunch of steam tanks. And now you're just playing tank spam.
I mean, that's how I like it, so makes sense to me.
Find an alternative sculpt of the steam tank, though, because, oh boy, that thing is old.
It's got history. So, general thoughts on Cities of Sigmar.
I just generally don't like how this army is set up in any way. Aesthetically, it is sick. All of the new models are sick. Every time I got into like list building for this to check it out earlier today, I was sick of it. Everything I tried to do that was clever, I was like, yeah, it's just going to be a guard army.
It's not really the most fun for what I want to do, especially because of how they've locked things down so much. All right, you'd brought up Daughters of Khaine.
Okay, this one should go pretty fast because we are now to the it's not a human, so it gets 5 models.
Kind of. So their battle traits are split into like 2 different things. One is command that you spend a CP on, and then the other is a passive that goes through round 1 through 5. You get a different thing.
Let's discuss the passive first.
I think that's fair.
Eric knows what's about to happen. So the passive is great. Honestly, we'll discuss IDK after this. I think Daughters of Khaine comes close in my order coolness of the army ability, but IDK is still my favorite, specifically because of something we'll talk about. But their passive is sick. It's a different effect applies to friendly Daughters of Khaine units each battle round as shown below. The previous ones stack. So battle round 1, everything starts getting +1 to run rolls. Battle round 2, +1 to their charge rolls. 3, +1 to their hit rolls. 4, +1 to wound rolls. 5, +1 to attacks.
For melee.
Everything is for melee, sorry. It's just clean. Yes, it's Power from Pain 9th edition Drukhari, so I'm biased, but it's real nice. I love this part of it. And then we get to the ability.
So on like the passive real quick, it just is nice that it follows the expected flow of a general battle.
Yep. Turn 1 run rolls, positioning.
Then you charge because you've positioned correctly, and now you not need to try and make the charge. Now you're in combat, get some more hits, then get some more wounds, and then let's finish things off with more attacks. Lines up perfectly.
But then we get to the ability. So we get a command, once per battle, any combat phase, pay a CP for all-out slaughter.
And this one needs to be actually read.
So it has the declare. Pick a friendly Daughters of Khaine infantry unit that is in combat to use this ability. And then it has the effect of that unit can use 2 fight abilities this phase. After the first is used, the unit gets strike last for the second. So this is where I quizzed Eric, because I had written my notes saying that this reads like something that would be on a judge test rather than an actual ability you would put in the final cut. And Eric did not understand my problem with it.
Yeah, so the actual problem isn't too bad so long as you actually read
and understand the core difference because of a sidebar in the core rulebook.
Right. It is a poor wording on how things actually end up.
To explain this to you, I said this is a once per battle ability. How many times do you think you can use this in a battle? If you guessed once, you're wrong. This is a once per battle ability used by the specific infantry model.
Which is why we had to actually read it off. So you use it to pick a Daughters of Khaine infantry unit in combat to then use the ability. So it's the one that actually uses it and then can't use it anymore that battle.
Yes, so that one has burned their ability to use it. Now next turn, you can pay 1 again, because you're only allowed to use the same one once per turn. So you can pay 1 again on the next turn and now target a different one to use it.
And like, it's also any combat phase, so use it your turn, your opponent's turn. So the way that they've decided to indicate who's using something is not always the most obvious, especially for once per something, per battle, per turn, whatever. Those ones, if you're not paying attention, can be misread easily.
Yes, and most of them do not work this way. Most of them are once per battle army. You're using the ability, it's gone forever after you're done using it.
Yeah, it's just one of those, like, pick a friendly unit, do thing, not it does thing. So it's very strong.
It is extremely strong, especially next to the other passive that is already pretty good.
And all of the rules.
Yeah. And then we're going to keep going. But that said, the clunkiness of explaining that to you slowly is why I knock points off this, and IDK is probably my favorite for the actual army rule. But yeah, it's a solid pair of rules. Then we get to the sub-factions. You've got your battle formations, which are the Scat Coven.
That's...
They wrote it.
Yeah, all right, whatever. There's an H, but...
There's also a thing over the A, which I assume, because it's written this way, must delete the H.
Right, obviously.
That's how it works.
So this is a passive that unmodified charge rolls of a friendly Melusai or Kinnerai unit is 8+.
Snakes and bats.
Then they get strikes first for the rest of the turn.
It's to me because of a later one. But then we have the Paw Patrol.
Shadow Patrol. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Shadow Pass is your movement phase. You can pick a friendly Daughters of Khaine that is not in combat to use this ability. You roll a dice on a 3-up, remove it, and put it back 9 inches away from all enemy units.
Again, we're going to see this in a lot of factions. I think it's better here than Stormcast at my first impressions, just because they don't naturally deep strike here. However, I still don't think it's great here because Daughters of Khaine moves.
I mean, I think it's going to be quite nice in like the late turns, 4 or 5, just to actually get your victory points.
And you hope it's not your turn you get your 33% chance to fail.
That's my irritant with this one, but whatever.
My favorite of the bunch is the Laughter Troop because Harlequins are fantastic.
Slaughter Troop is once per turn army. You have a reaction. You declare a charge ability for a friendly Daughters of Khaine elf unit. The effect is change one of the dice in the charge roll to a 4.
And this is why I think Scat Coven is just not as good as it, because I'd rather not get strike first on an 8-up where the first unit you already get to activate first, right? Because you're the first person to choose on your turn. So if you got multiple of them, then the 8-up on one of them just makes it strike first, and then you get to choose the next one as your first. That's okay to get a double activation right away.
It definitely is strong, but you have to do a thing and do it really well.
Where I'd rather be shoring up the worst case scenario of missing one of those charges and suddenly not getting to do all the damage I just put into a buffed unit.
Especially because this is a battle formation, I would really rather have the I can guarantee a 5 as opposed to if I get an 8, this is going to be great. The other one, Cauldron Guard, is honestly just weird that it even exists.
The Cauldron Guard need to be kept away from the Cauldron because they're cooking up shite rolls.
Yeah, once per turn in the army, at the end of any turn, you can pick 3 friendly Daughters of Khaine infantry or war machines that are in combat to pile in and then do a shite roll against the thing it's fighting.
British cooking at its finest.
I don't know, man. I'd rather just have charges.
Kind of my thought with this whole sub-factions. Again, very strong sub-faction. Several others debatably useful. Nothing really wrong with it, but I'm slamming the Laughter Troop.
Traits. These all seem good.
Yeah, the traits are whatever to me. The artifacts, now they have some solid stuff. The traits is like, okay, heal 3 if you're in combat is pretty good. And Master of Poisons is weird because it's like, it stops them from healing, which seems great, but like, if I'm sending my murder hero after them, it would definitely matter on like, if there's a, hey, the meta is everyone is just healing 45 wounds a turn all the time, or if your buddy just will not stop playing a Healy sub-faction Healy spell.
Like Sylvaneth, there's healing all over the place, and it would just be like, I've had enough of the shit for today. That thing's not fucking healing.
Now I'm just imagining Daughters of Khaine, the hero with Master of Poisons in the Sylvaneth matchup, is just going out to the Awakened Wildwood and just pouring motor oil on the ground.
This is your future.
No more healing. I'm done with this forest.
Yay, civilization.
Artifact-wise, though, we've got some sick stuff. I really like the once per battle, just get d6 ritual points to start off, especially because then you could use a powered-up prayer or a very guaranteed prayer.
That's an interesting one. It feels like it unlocks the powered-up prayer as opposed to being just like a cute little thing. Like, this might actually let you do it. I don't know, man. Like, Crown of Woe doesn't interest me at all.
No, Crown of Woe is not the important one to me. The important one to me is, instead of burning my whole sub-faction for that extra victory point with Shadow Paths, we just take Sevenfold Shadow and have our hero teleport once per game.
And it's not a roll a die.
There's also, like, you've got your, like, Cauldron of Blood or whatever, as far as heroes go, and they don't move very fast. Like, they're the big, slow chariot thing you gotta haul around. So the teleport might be very useful to get that into position for a wombo combo.
So, spells.
I just want to start with Unlimited, Run and Charge. Infinite attempts to cast, Run and Charge on a 5-up. You will take a wizard. You might take multiple wizards.
This is insane, especially in this army. You obviously want to run and charge.
Reminder, Marathi, the advertisement to play this army is a wizard 3.
On a 5. On a 5. I cannot believe it.
She gets +1 to casting rolls.
And it's the unlimited one as well. So, like, it feels like you're cheating.
I believe you will be taking a wizard in every list. The others are cool, but unlimited, run and charge.
I feel there is usefulness from the other two. Like, Doomfire can mow down chaff pretty well. But, like, that's once you've already done Steed of Shadows and ran a charge, right? Like,
and then for priest, if you can get a priest, you have some decent prayers. And I think the 8-ups is quite doable because of the one artifact if you want to go that route.
It's not out of the realm kind of thing.
The problem is it feels like they knew that, and I don't think Martyr, Sacrifice, or Covenant are all that crazy for what you get on the 8-ups. You could do the Hail Mary 10-up on Sacrament of Blood, which is cool.
Oh yeah, treat the current round as battle round number 5.
Just have one of your units go sicko mode on turn 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 10 though.
Well, turn 1, we get a 3.5, because that's how dice work.
Yeah.
Turn 2, we crush our once per battle pendant and get d6 ritual points, so we're at 7. Now we just gotta roll, get a 3.
It's doable, and if you can do it... Wow.
There's a gambler out there who will do this every single game, and they'll have a fun time doing it. And I don't even know if it's wrong.
The fail case is still not bad to add 1 to the current battle round for it instead of just turning it into battle round 5. But you're going to be losing some, essentially, almost certainly. Not the most efficient, but it doesn't feel like it's guaranteed that you want to have priest, but
if you have one, I don't think it's bad, specifically because of the unlimited prayer.
Yeah, the other ones are going to be useful in certain cases.
Manifestations is weird because it's split for this army. It's not casting or prayers. It's a combo depending on which one. I think the prayer one, the heart, is my favorite. So the heart, this one will actually read a manifestation for once. It has no move. You just set it up as like a token that people can beat up. And its passive is Locus of the Murder God. And it just has subtract 1 from wound rolls for combat attacks that target friendly Daughters of Khaine infantry within 12 of it. So turn 2, you could pretty reliably get this into play. Slam it down near where the action's gonna be, and now your frail girls are going to be -1 to be wounded.
Yeah, I like it, but did you look at the Blade Wind?
Yes, I looked at the Blade Wind. It's cute. The snake is a cooler model.
The snake is a cooler model, but the Blade Wind attacks 9 times.
The snake is sadly not the one I think is any good, but damn is it cool. It's very cute. I think if you've got Marathi, you can play around however you want while you're casting. So once you've done your run-in charges for the turn, you could just throw this out if you want. You can throw out the Viper if you want, if you've already got the blades out, whatever. You can have a ton of fun in this army. I think every single thing to do with this army looks fantastic until you get to the actual war scrolls, but then we have to start stacking all the buffs you can put put on them, and then they look fantastic.
What you see on a bunch of the war scrolls in like the actual stat lines, not great.
Yeah, but then we look at the fact that they're all +1 to hit, +1 to wound, they can get a rend, they can run in charge, they can get a damage by doing this, they can cause mortals by doing that. Everything has little combos in it to just stack up a bunch of buffs on these girls and delete people.
So most of those buffs are very much a delete the opponent kind of thing. Very few are stay alive.
But when it comes to staying alive, Morathi kept her ability that I know used to anger people a lot, which makes me laugh. It's my favorite ability from 9th edition. It's the Katana ability to take a maximum of 3 wounds per turn.
Yeah, hate those. I mean, it wasn't that big of a problem for me when I was playing 9th, but wound caps or health caps or damage caps or whatever can always be irritating. That said, Morathi's only got 6 health.
No, we're talking about the Shadow Queen, bud.
Ah, the Shadow Queen, the actual.
The big one that runs around, not the little caster one who sits back.
Fair enough.
The caster one has the swap places with the big one and also move the damage to the big one, who will then cap the damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in general, I think Daughters of Khaine, top tier fun through and through. This is not my jam aesthetically, but it's my jam.
You don't have that many war scrolls, but the ones that you have all feel unique. Their abilities have interesting things, and I mean, yeah, they're all very much like kill better, kill faster. But like at the same time, there's a good mix between priests and wizards and then the actual infantry that are just running around being cool.
So what's your final score here, Eric, in the totally going to be the whole way through this scoring list?
Well, I mean, I don't think we actually scored Stormcast Eternal because...
Nope, we're doing it this time, though. This time we have a score. What's the score?
I feel like it's probably like a B. It's not exactly my jam, but I really do enjoy how everything comes together.
All right, I'll give him a 9.
Perfect.
All right, we did naked women, let's do naked men.
Clearly superior Fyreslayers.
I love everything that I read in this army, except for every single time I had to look at one of them.
Yeah.
We'll get into it. Let's start.
Battle traits.
All right, so these are 5 runes that you have to choose between. Each of the runes buffs something different. During each battle round, you can activate one of these runes. They last for the entire battle round for each. And then you burn that rune for the game, and you can choose the other 4 next turn, the other 3 after that, so on and so forth. So you get every battle round a different one of these 5 buffs. These 5 runes are: get first strike army wide,
Strike first.
Shite roll every enemy within 10 of your units army wide. Get a 5-up ward army wide, which is just insane.
I mean, these are all insane.
Run in charge army wide, and melee weapons get crit mortal army wide.
This is absolutely wild that it exists. Not a one of these is bad. They have like some weird cases of, oh, I don't want to use this now because it might be better if I wait to use it later. And then like maybe it doesn't work out. So like, you could play yourself, but I think it's pretty obvious when you want to run in charge.
Or when you look at the board and go, you know what? I'll just take the 5 of ward this entire battle round.
Yeah. And like, hey, once you've already done the run in charge, now you're in all combat. Wouldn't it be great if you crit mortals?
And it's crazy because like I didn't even have to race check each of my different units to make sure they get that one ability.
No, Fyreslayers.
Crazy.
And honestly, the shite one,
it's honestly a pretty good variant. As much as we're making fun of the roll, it's good when you can do it on literally your opponent's entire army.
Yeah, they could be hidden behind something, but like then they're hidden behind something and they aren't a problem at the moment.
Or just don't blow it on turn 1.
Yeah.
And this is a faction that doesn't really have shooting either, so this is your way of getting ranged damage out.
All of these are insane. After reading these, I was so worried about how terrible everything else was going to be as the balance. So I guess let's move on to battle formations and see.
Well, the first one is just add 1 to wound rolls in combat for infantry that charge this turn. So that's fine.
That's a solid solid base to start with.
Then we've got the really bland one, which as a Seraphon player, I understand it's just add 2 to the health of Magmadroths. The generic safest idea ever to technically give a buff to your monsters. Then we've got the generic defensive one of add 1 to save rolls for infantry while they're wholly within your territory. And then the final one is just add 3 to the control scores of all your heroes. In addition, those control scores can't be modified by your enemy, which really does matter.
So they're all actually pretty good.
And you might be worried and say, oh no, but 2 of them are locked to only your infantry. That's your whole army other than people on Magmadroths. So yeah, they're all totally fine. I'm not really worried about these sub-factions not being A+ when we had the craziest battle traits of all time. And then we move on to our heroic traits. All of these seem good. I'm gonna take the priest one, but like, you can either turn someone into a priest, add 1 to charge rolls for everyone within 12, which is just for the whole game, it's just a passive. And the mirror strike first and all out attack is cute, but it honestly probably one of the better picks in other armies.
Yeah, it's fine to have as an option.
Then artifact wise, this is where I get kind of upset as a Seraphon player knowing what's coming. You get to modify your companions' hit rolls, you lucky bastards, for all the companions within 12 of you.
Yeah, add 1 to hit rolls for companion weapons. That's wild.
You can also, once per battle, keep your guys from getting shot, which seems fine in a faction that doesn't have shooting.
But you forgot about Draft of the Finest. Once per battle, any combat phase, add 3 to the attack characteristics of this unit's melee weapons for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, it's pretty sick to once per battle, just go sicko mode.
Yeah, the 3 attacks is actually a pretty good amount if it's on the right hero.
I mean, most of them only have like 4 to begin with, and they're just with giant axes, so yeah, it basically is near double.
Yeah, they all are solid.
I'm really salty about the companion artifact being in this army. I'm just saying it.
It's funny.
But then we can move into their prayers.
Because they got no spells.
This is a priest army, so prayer-wise, we've got defensive prayer, pretty good, especially if you're just going to use the priest one to make your dude a priest and then use the -1 to wound rolls prayer.
Yeah, the subtract 1 from wound rolls targeting your friendly stuff is pretty good just because like this is the unlimited one and your army can be slow. So like you could just be getting targeted down.
And then you've got Grimnir's Fury for getting double fights, which is also extremely strong. And your final one is a cute Magmadroth one that it's adorable, but I don't know how good it is.
It's probably not. I mean, you ignore battle damage and you still get +1 to attack characteristics, so it's a pretty easy, they're all actually pretty easy casts of 4.
And then we've got our manifestations, totally fine as well, nothing really to write home about. You'll probably use them on and off.
Yeah.
Then we get to the units and we're like, okay, everything else so far has been good to busted. Obviously, these units will be terrible.
They're not.
They're not. The monsters are as good as Seraphon monsters, but they're allowed to get buffs. There's multiple ways to buff your companions. I'm mad about this. The dudes on foot actually seem to be pretty good.
Yeah. There's like actual abilities as well that each of your heroes have that like also still do stuff.
The Rune Master on foot, reading the like rune power up thing that he's got with the like power tokens that then superify a rune, that's sick.
It is.
Just on generic guy, the units overall make me mad at how much I like them, because then you get to the bottom of their page and have to look at them.
I don't think they're that bad. They're just definitely an aesthetic that you don't like at all.
I don't know many people other than my wife who like fat naked guy aesthetic.
Yeah, it's not the most flattering.
I've been called worse.
They do have such cool stuff. And like they've even got like random tunneling mechanic of underground through the other runesmith, I guess. So like there's some unique things going on as well. It's not just, oh, you had a super powerful battle trait, now what kind of thing. Like there's some good stuff. There's some really unique things. I don't know, man. It's super cool.
It's just very aggravating when we get to Sylvaneth and you're going to see beautiful sculpts. Absolutely wonderful artistry at play there. And then you read the rules attached to those units and you wonder why. But don't worry, the Short Kings, they're stacked.
So, I mean, like, they're definitely not defensive.
You say that, but they get a 5-up ward on whatever turn is most important. important to them.
Yes, but like most of them are 5-up saves. There's some 6-up saves.
They all have their 6-up wards in addition to begin with. It's not that awful. Like, no, they are not the most defensive. I do agree. But
I mean, they're not paper, but you're not expecting to have long combats kind of thing. You're expecting get into combat, do the damage, might live on the crackback to do more damage. But like, this is probably not a long-term game. I feel like there's going to be some concerns about just how slow they generally move.
That's the one that I would actually harp on, is their tiny little legs carrying those big beer bellies.
I mean, like, they have powerful things, like they've got the army-wide run and charge, so they can close, but they start at a movement of 4. You're probably gonna get shot a bit.
All right, final thoughts, Eric. What do you think?
I really think Magma Dross are super awesome.
I do too.
And like, they've got great rules. They pretty awesome out of Sylvaneth.
That's a high score. Yeah, I'll give them the A+. I hate it. All right, let's talk about IDK. The fact that they get Tides of Death, which is an absolutely beautifully designed ability. Tides of Death is a different effect applies to friendly IDK units each battle round, as shown below. It starts with battle round 1, low tide. For the rest of the battle round, subtract 1 from hits for shooting attacks that target this unit, and subtract 1 for hit rolls of combat attacks that target this unit if it did not charge. Battle round 2, we have for the rest of the battle round, you can run and still shoot and charge. The best battle round to be getting run and charge. Battle round 3, your entire army strikes first after you're already embroiled in battle. Battle round 4, you can now retreat and charge to cycle charge, or retreat and shoot. And also, you don't take damage for retreating like you normally would.
Yeah, this is good. It lines up exactly how you want it to play out.
You could stretch it battle round 5 back to being shooting doesn't affect you for those last moments where we're all like trying to get your one remaining guy onto a point to score some VP. It is a perfect... Like, I look at this, I'm like, this is the skill I want shown off in every faction.
I do enjoy that it has the don't take the morals on the retreat as well. Like, they very easily could have forgotten that, and it would have been really, really irritating.
Yeah, and then the other half of their battle traits is just explaining how Deep Strike works.
Yeah, they get Deep Strike, which, I mean, actually is pretty nice.
Yeah, theirs is regiment locked. It is not as freeform as with Stormcast. This is why we talk about how, like, Deep Strike is not as easy in AOS as it is in 40k. You're not guaranteed to have it in your army, and when you do, it might be weird.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad to have it regiment locked, like, especially if we're gonna have low regiments for gameplay. It's probably not a big deal at all, but even if we are able to play more, how many do you really want a Deep Strike kind of thing? It does have limitations, but I don't think they're that big. So yeah, I mean, very strong battle traits. Let's look at the battle formations.
This is where we take a slight downturn, unfortunately. So you've got reroll runs for Namarti units if they're wholly within 12 of an Achelian unit.
The fuck? What?
Yeah, we're not taking the Namarti one.
No, we're not. Especially because, like, it's not even just, hey, these suck already. You can reroll your runs now. It also still has to have some extra bonus restrictions on top for some reason. So, no.
The Isharan one is interesting because it's +1 to cast rolls, rituals, and Lure Light, which is a different ability. You get +1 to all of those as long as your Isharan are near another Isharan. So your characters cause like a ritual
link
wizard circle.
I mean, this obviously can be solid, and like adding 1 to cast rolls and stuff is good.
I like that it works on all the weird one-offs you can have. It's not just your casting rolls. That said, it depends on how many heroes we end up getting to play.
And like having restrictions on how they're moving around, especially for this army that is very mobile. We'll see.
Then we've got the one that I think is your snap pick until you decide to play something else, which is add 1 to hit rolls for the combat attacks of your companion weapons on your Achelian units, which is basically half to 2/3 of your damage on all of those.
I honestly hate this one. Like, it's probably your default, this one or maybe Soul Raid, but like looking at the stat lines, this is already like pre-baked into all the stat lines. They did a minus on all the companion weapons so that you would take this and get back to the normal values.
Yeah, it's kind of how it works when you've got an auto take like this, and it's why they're not the greatest thing to have. But again, it's still good.
Yeah. Like, it still is good and, like, undoes the nerf, essentially, that was done to you because of it. But, like, it's irritating.
Now, the secret, better version of the Namarti one that also just works in general is the Soul Raid Ambushers. Once per turn, at the end of your turn, you can pick any infantry or cavalry that are within 3 of a terrain feature. You can remove them and set them up back into Deep Strike.
Yeah, this is just good. This one seems like my default pick.
It's going to be your trixier trying to get victory points one. Whereas I think the straightforward one is a Kellyan Beastmasters. The Isharan one is cute.
Interestingly, the Soul Raid one doesn't say that they can't be in combat.
You could just rip them right away.
That is generally a thing that you can't do, of just rip somebody essentially out of combat and then be able to deploy them somewhere else.
I do think this one is basically the boat detachment if we're trying to like flavor it after something, because your boat terrain is something you already want to stick right next to if you're going to be making use of it. Since that one, it adds 1 to your saves for your infantry and cavalry, but they have to be wholly within 6 of it.
Yeah.
But it's got a big footprint, so that's not that bad. But if you're using this, then whoever's there getting screwed up can just jump back into Deep Strike.
Yeah, solid options for at least 3 of them.
Hero traits, the one that I think you probably pick if you're taking any type of like hero that's going to see combat is Ancient Pride. Unmodified hits of 1 to 3 automatically fail. I've seen this at 40k, it's very good.
To be fair, Hunter of Souls is units melee weapons have anti-hero +1 rend. That can be good.
It's true if you've got someone you're planning on hunting down heroes with, like if you did the generic version of the King, although boy is that a lot worse than just running Voltranos.
That's where it kind of fails, I guess, is like once you actually look at what you would pick as a hero sniper.
Oh, you could pick the funny man, the Isharan Soul Render. We'll get to him later because I just want to shout out his ability that makes me laugh.
All right.
But then we've got the Nightmare Legacy. Yeah, we're not going to use it.
No, it's just worsening your opponent's control score in a weird way.
Artifacts.
Hey, companion.
Oh, okay. I was confused. I'm looking for a companion buff one.
No.
Then I realized what you meant. You meant literally the word companion. Okay.
Yeah, I was like trying to hype you up about, hey, look, there's a companion thing. And then you were going to crash down of like, oh, it's not actually. It's the exact opposite of a companion buff.
Eric, why do you do this to me? That said, this is a good one. Other than companion weapon abilities have no effect on this hero. So like they don't get their exploding 6s. They don't get, +1 damage on charge, all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty sick.
There's a lot of units that it would be like, oh, this removes like half their power kind of thing. And then you've also got, this one's great. Once per turn in any movement phase, you can heal D3 each friendly Idoneth Deepkin cavalry unit within this unit's combat range.
Honestly, after playing against IDK...
This could be irritating.
Yeah, in Spearhead, this is what IDK can do is their like little cute sub-faction of heal D3 on their eels. Eels can be deceptively hard to take down.
Yeah.
And getting to heal them back up to full is pretty nice. I can't see the last one mattering. Subtract 1 to casting rolls for wizards within 18. The wizard was in 18 of you, still alive, still casting stuff.
I mean, that can happen, but like also...
I guess if the wizard is Marathi, you undo her +1.
Yeah, subtract 1 isn't that amazing.
We'll get to see proper anti-wizard stuff later. This is nothing. But overall, pretty good.
Great options. They do have spells.
They do, and this is why I don't think your sub-faction is that required, even though I still think it's good, especially compared to the other ones we've seen before. You can just teleport unlimited.
Yeah, so your unlimited is 6 to cast, and pick a friendly visible Idoneth Deepkin unit wholly within 12 of the target. Remove them and set them back up 9 away from all enemy units. Simple, clean.
It's just really strong.
Yeah.
Then you've got subtract 1 from Rens, basic Horde Breaker.
They're good.
They're totally fine.
But yeah, the unlimited feels like you're going to have a wizard.
And unfortunately, since you can't have Voltranos be the wizard, and you're going to run Voltranos because have you seen this man's war scroll? It kind of limits what you're going to pick for your second hero if we're only doing 2 here.
Yeah, again, I really hope you're wrong with this, because, like...
I hope it's all wrong.
So, I mean, yeah, that kind of runs us into how their units are overall, because, I mean, they've got a very strong battle trait and good other things as well.
Luckily, they don't have many units to care.
That's not really lucky. There is too many, but this is too few.
Oh no, lucky for us, because it's getting late at night and we have many factions left.
It's true.
So, first of all, as I already joked, Volturnos is crazy good. You will definitely play him. I like both the Soul Scryer and the Tidecaster. They're both wizards, so we're good. They both have a cool, unique ability to them. The Soul Scryer can basically let people deep strike closer than they should be able to if they do it near him. He's like a beacon.
Yeah.
And he can give +1 to wound rolls.
That's always solid. I like the Tidecaster as well, though, because it gives you options, and I love options.
So she's got the ritual that we talked about above. And it's like a weird prayer thing that's in addition to being a wizard, so she does both.
Yeah, that is a little weird, but I'm here for it, especially because when it works, man.
But ignoring the 2 good options, ignoring all that and the fact that we want a wizard, let me tell you about my friend, the Soul Render, and his Hangman's Knot.
What?
Pick a hero in combat with them. Once per battle, roll 2d6. If it exceeds the target's health, auto kill.
That actually is dumb.
If it's a generic foot hero, you only need to roll a 5 or a 6 or whatever, right?
Yeah, not too difficult to do.
And then we give him the you're probably not going to take it, but we're going to pretend you're going to take it, the Hunter of Souls anti-hero +1 Ren.
Yeah, he's just going around killing heroes, man.
And yeah, he's still not good. He's still running around on foot or having your non-existent wizard teleport him. But damn it, I want him to be sweet.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think he's that bad. His melee weapons are solid. The army's super cool. It feels like it needs more because, like, at a certain point, you then get down to the Namartis.
Well, we're not playing Namarti Thralls. You can maybe look at the bow ones, but who cares about that because you can play dudes on sharks, dudes on giant eels, or the greatest of everything here. The only war scroll that matters, throw the rest of it out. The Achelian Leviathan.
A good old flying turtle.
They named 2 different contrast paints after this man. He's so impressive. The Leviathan is the sickest thing in this army. It just gives a 5-up ward and an aura around it, in addition to having honestly decent stats for everything.
I can't believe you're ignoring the crushing charge.
Yeah, rampages are like this. We haven't really been talking about rampages at all for a reason.
It's so weird on this flying turtle.
Dude, he's gonna crush you with his giant ball.
Yeah, this army is definitely going to be cavalry focused. They've got good options and they've got several. Honestly, a really fast moving army.
Yeah, even the infantry move 6 and 7. Reavers move 7. They can shoot when they run too, so they can be really mobile.
I want more. General thoughts?
As long as you're not here for Namartis, it's gonna be fun. If you look at the people riding giant fish monsters and you're like, no, I want to play the weird soulless vampire merfolk, then I guess I'm sorry.
This is not gonna work out well for you.
But if you're here for the cool shit, you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, one of the big things that, like, because it's so cavalry focused, it feels like it's missing the classic, like, horse archer, you know, like the, hey, we're gonna run around and just shoot stuff. It doesn't have to be particularly good because it's AOS, but, like, I don't know. It feels like that's one thing that I would like to see, and honestly, we just need a few more to fill stuff out. So, let's move on.
All right, let's move from a high of some people who live very low to the low of people who live up high.
What the fuck? It kind of does work, but it's so boring. So dumb, so dumb. Kharadron Overlords. This is a weird battle trait.
The first 3 sections of it just tells you how your unit works.
So we've brought up this just does deep strike in a weird, flavorful, like, whatever. What about this one, Brad? What does this one do?
Do you know how a drop pod works in 40k?
Not quite like transports.
No, that's the unfortunate part, isn't it?
It is unfortunate.
You look at this army and you're like, oh, Drukhari boat army. I get it. You're going to be running around in your sky ships shooting guns out of them. Not really.
You're going to be running around next to your sky ships.
Yeah, you're going to be escorting your sky ship around the map, shooting from the ground underneath it. Little weird. Don't really like this at all. Like, just conceptually, it sounds awful. The fact that the dudes aren't in the sky ships, they get out like idiots. What are you doing? I get this is a bookkeeping thing. From everything I saw, people were like, oh, thank God I won't have to remember which character is in which boat. And I'm like, yeah, because that's ever been a problem in 40K. Like, just ask.
There's so many other bookkeeping things that can become problems. I mean, we'll get to that eventually in Slaves to Darkness, but...
That's not a problem. That's a solution.
So they have a bunch of battle traits that...
Do they, or do they have none?
Well, if they had actually none, transport wouldn't be a thing. It's not part of the core rules. So you would have a bunch of boats that should be flying with people in them somehow, and instead they wouldn't be.
So the long and short of it is, it teaches you how a sky vessel works. You can have your sky vessels go up into orbit. You can have them drop ship down into the battlefield, disembark all their dudes, and then play the game as normal. But then you've got you can do a move with the battleship and move all the people in it, but immediately have them disembark at the end of the move back around it on the table at the bottom.
And those cannot use a charge.
Correct. Not that you really want to charge in KO, but that's a thing. And then your dudes get -1 to hit because they're spiritually in the boat.
Right. So long as they're like the wholly within 6 inches, which I think is 6 inches is like the thing for the boats, they get -1 to hit for shooting against them.
Which, it's fine, but like, Kharadron Overlords is essentially battle traitless.
The thing is like, I see what you're saying, because like, this should just be transporting, should be kind of like a core rule, and then other factions just don't get access to transports, fine. But it's not a core rule, so like, they need it.
Every time in a different army so far that we've been like, okay, well, there's 3 of these explaining how Deep Strike works. Then we say what the actual rule is.
Yeah, and it's not just subtract 1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks against it.
Which is just a, hey, you're in the boat, idiot. I don't like anything to do with this. This is huge points off. Don't expect a high grade. Let's see if you can save it.
I am glad that it exists so that you can do the thing that is fundamental to being a sky vessel. But really disappointing, it's a battle trait. So hopefully the battle formations give a bunch more.
Well...
Well,
how do you want to move?
On everything.
2-inch move to your sky vessels.
The things that already move like 20 inches plus or more or whatever it is. Yeah, 2 sounds great.
No, they move 12.
Oh, I could have swore that they were faster than that.
So no, this just moves them up to like normal elf move speeds.
Wow, that's awful.
Okay, how about one that gives you 3 inches to the range of your ranged weapons?
Of all my ranged weapons?
No, only for 2 units in your army. Not your boats, just 2 random dudes. The Gunderstock Thunderers and Gunderstock Gun Haulers.
Yeah, I mean, taking a quick look at those, given that their range is like less than 18 inches, I guess that could be useful. What else do we have, though?
Take an extra artifact. That could be very strong.
Right.
Let's look at our artifact. Oh, never mind. Nope, it's not strong.
Spoilers.
So how about we just ignore the first damage that would be allocated to a sky vessel each phase?
It's actually pretty solid.
It's fine. It's that or +2 move to them so that they move a little better. It depends if you need the move. But yeah, it's not great, especially after we just discussed they don't have an army rule. So it's not like, your sub-factions or whatever, but it's because you have such a strong base rule. So then we've got your hero traits, add 2 to the range of friendly infantry within 12 of this person. Fantastic. A whopping 2 inches, you say? In this economy.
A bunch of ranged weapons in this army are very short range.
You can't say short. They're dwarves. You're gonna get put into the cities of Sigmar, sir.
Oh no. Good thing I'm a human.
Oh no. Realistically, I don't think that's bad. The Cunning Fleet Masters, whatever, with the pick the best out of redeploys, it's probably because this is an army that does not want to be in combat in any way. And Grudge Bearer is really strong as well, of doubling damage of your character against a unit you pick at the start of the game.
I think that's probably the one you would pick most of the time.
I think all three of these have use, and honestly, if that one subfaction was double hero trait and not double artifact, I would be slam dunking it.
Yeah.
But now, after that joy, we have to read our artifacts. One of them is unbind a spell within 30 inches once per game.
Like, could be quite good.
It can be clutch.
But
most people probably have a wizard. I'd say like 50% of armies have a wizard. Then you've got the worst thing I've ever read. Once per battle, shooting or combat, pick a monster in 12. Subtract 1 to the number of dice rolled for making charge rolls to the target to a minimum of 1. It's already within 12 of you. We're past movement.
yeah, I mean, well, like, it could matter.
You couldn't make this 18?
That would make a lot more sense since it's also a monster. Like, there's additional hoops that are being jumped.
Like, I guess if it's specifically going to charge you this turn, you find a monster trying to charge your hero, you could use this to cripple it.
It's like there are potential uses for it.
But it's narrow.
Again, like, it has to be a monster. If it was anything, then it'd be like, oh, yeah, okay. Sure.
And this is where we get into, like, the sub-faction that let you have the extra relic. It does tell you get to pick it at the beginning of the game, which would be cool if we had, like, 10 of these to pick from, and you could pick your perfect silver bullet for the matchup.
That would be neat.
It'd basically be sideboarding, in which case you gain a lot of ground as a sub-faction. But we've got, okay, the wizard one, not the worst. Half of matchups, it's useful. All right, we get a base one, which, spoilers, is the third one we haven't talked about. We already picked that. So we have to choose between the wizard one and the monster one. If they don't have a monster or a wizard, you have zero choice. If they've got one monster in their list, chances are the monster one will never come into play.
And I think that's really, like, both of these have matchups that they're going to be that silver bullet, and it's going to be great. But, like, it's not a default by any stretch of the imagination.
You don't have spells. You don't have prayers. You could get more than 3 artifacts.
Yeah. So the last artifact.
All right, this one is honestly good. So pick an enemy unit within 12, no ward rolls once per game.
That can do, again, it's another, like, silver bullet, but it has...
It works on most of the game. If there is an important character, you use this on them.
Yeah.
Or a unit who gets a ton of defense out of their ward rolls, kiss it goodbye. You'll be using this one most games for sure. It will always be fine. That one is totally okay. So we have one good artifact, and we've got several good hero traits. I just really wish that one sub-faction was backwards.
It would be neat. Or, like, honestly, that you bring up the fact of, like, having a bunch more artifacts to choose from that are, again, like, very specific, you know, like these spells unbound, monster, something that's, again, a silver bullet that you get to choose from that you're not going to want generically. And yeah, like you said, wow, there's no spells, no prayers.
We don't believe in ghosts or gods around here, only money.
Only money. And DACA. Don't forget about that.
They believe in DACA.
They believe in DACA.
So for Kharadron Overlord units, there's honestly a lot of good to say here. They have tons of characters who give cool, unique buffs, who do cool, unique stuff. Lots of fun to be had. They have very few non-characters in general, literally 4, if we're not counting the boats.
But, like, even the few non-character units that we have access to here are interesting enough. Honestly, a bunch of them have, like, weapon options that they choose out from, and, like, a bunch of the weapons do things, right? Like, you get anti-monster, or you get crits, or, you know, shoots in combat, and like there's just a bunch of stuff happening in most of these war scrolls, and they're neat.
Love it all, but it's all hero based, and if we go to the points, you can tell that in testing they realized that KO was not made for 4th edition, and they hand wrote in a solution to their problem. Basically, every one of their heroes has this can join a regiment with another hero, because they realize that this is a super hero heavy support required type army with very little going on outside of hero heroes.
I don't think it's so much very little going on outside of heroes as it is very little going on outside of skyships, and the heroes are all doing things to the skyships to make them useful.
Fair enough. Yes, good way to look at it. It's a layered fortress.
We're definitely here for the skyships, which is good. That's like
why you would do this. Yeah.
So, they found that key, and like the skyships are cool. There's some really cool shit with them.
I love the idea of the Ironclad, where at the beginning of the game you choose like an upgrade to throw on it. That type of stuff is cool to me. These things are like mobile fortresses that they're like heading into battle, and as they see the enemy on the horizon, they're like, get out the anti-magic garbage. That's cool.
I also think that the frigate's cool. Like, it has the assault boat, so you charge the boat in and then everything hops out and is in combat. Like, neat stuff. But a lot of it is tied up in those skyships, and they need the support of these characters.
I wish that outside of the data sheets I had more love for this faction and that they were given more love by GW, but I do not see it.
It does kind of all fall apart around the battle traits being necessary to still do the army thing while not actually helping the army in any way other than being the bare minimum.
Yes. This index feels like KO did not match what they wanted 4th edition to be, and instead of writing put these on the shelf, see you in 3 years, they wrote this.
Which, as someone who looks at it all and sees all these cool models, I prefer this option over the put them on the shelves and go away, because these models are so cool, man. And like, I'll never not love the mustache guns after you showed it to me that one time. That's so
it's one
perfect.
of his abilities. It gives mortal wounds for being in combat with him because he's just constantly shooting you with his face holes.
Everything about this faction is so cool. I give the faction a rating of I love it. I don't want to actually play it in 4th though.
Maybe it plays better than it reads. We haven't played it yet. Maybe it's oppressive. Who knows? But boy, does it not look fun.
Seeing the range on all these weapons, I don't think so.
Speaking about people who are never fun, let's talk about people who play Lumineth Realm-Lords.
Yeah, it's that time, huh?
Everyone's favorite, High Elves. I'm known for my love of High Elves.
Don't worry, I'll be the mind of reason here for High Elves.
For the record, I will make a lot of jokes against them. This looks totally fine. But I'm going to continue joking against them. But it looks like a fine index.
All right, the battle traits then. Let's start there.
So, these are confusing, and I'm sick of reading all of them. Eric, read the elves.
All right, so we get one passive, which is lightning reactions, and it basically lets you pick 2 units to fight instead of 1. So you still do the back and forth, but on your choice, you get to choose 2, and then they pick 1, and then you choose 2, and then they pick 1. Awesome, good fun. Then you get all of the Facet of Wars. So these are things that you can use this ability if you have not used any Facet of War abilities this battle round. So starting, we have Shining Company. Use it if you haven't used Facet of War in this battle round. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target friendly Venari units for the rest of the battle round. Then you have Move Like the Wind. In your shooting phase, you can choose it if you haven't used Facet of War this battle round, and you pick up to 3 friendly Hurricane units that are not in combat to be the targets. So the effect is each target can move a distance up to its move characteristic. It cannot move into combat during any part of that move, and it cannot use its shoot abilities for the rest of the turn. Then we have Power of Hish, which is usable in the start of the battle round, and if you haven't used any Facet of War yet, pick a friendly Venari unit to be the target, and that target has attack score critical hits on unmodified hit rolls of 5 up for the rest of the battle round. Then we've got Deep Thinkers at the start of the battle round. We can use it to add 1 to casting rolls for friendly Skinari units for the rest of the battle round, and our last option being Enduring as Rock. It's be done at start of battle round if you haven't used any Facet of Wars yet.
Are you still talking?
Subtract 1 from the rend characteristics of weapons used for attacks that target friendly Alarith units for the rest of the battle round.
That took you that long? Okay, so the battle traits are very long-winded, but basically, choose your favorite of the 3 sub-factions. That one gets a benefit.
Essentially. And then you also have the fight 2, then 1 thing.
Yes, which lightning reactions is actually pretty sweet. I really like double activations in an alternating activation game. Very cool way to show speed.
And, I mean, none of the Facet of War are like bad.
Yes, at the same time, they're not really cool like a lot of the other best ones we've seen, but there's a reason, because the sub-factions
are awesome. So the sub-factions basically let you cheat. Venari Brilliance, you can use the Power of Hysh ability in addition to the other Facet of War abilities used during the battle round.
And then each of the other ones is a different. There are 4 total. Spoilers, the default is to just pick Power of Hysh. Power of Hysh is the other Venari one, so you can double up and choose both Venari ones.
Yeah, this honestly is quite nice to have. It fixes a bunch of the limitations that the battle trait had, essentially, of how you were kind of locked in.
Yeah, to like put you in your army with your sub-faction, we're assuming basic Venari setup. Your entire army is -1 to hit, and a unit of your choice every turn gets unmodified hits of 5, cause criticals. Basically, the entire army has criticals, so you can do a bunch of mortals and stuff like that.
I mean, just giving 5-up criticals, like, oh, hey, that's actually a pretty big thing, but you're taking advantage of it in most of the army that's going to be doing this.
So that's why that one's the default. However, if you like the other parts of the army, you can pick one of those. It's just, it has the problem to me of it's not Venari you like, and you don't have that much Venari in your list. It's hard to have like a heavy slant into like Hurricane and want to play the other, like you get very little out of your sub-faction because the second thing you pick doesn't matter nearly as much to you.
I mean, I guess like if you're even split, then sure.
If you're using like a Larith Hurricane list that's half and half, either sub-faction works fine. And also, a lot of your characters are Scanari wizards, so it could be that you just take Deep Thinkers as your second one in each round. It's okay. Chances are, because like 75% of this army is Venari, you're just doing the Venari, unless you're based in like the giant bull guys.
So one of the things is like all of these battle traits or battle formations that are keyword of section in army. Look at your list. Do you have all of those keywords on your units? It's probably the pick. And like it goes for that with this. It's just the battle formation actually helps a decent amount for the battle traits, especially Venari. With that said, though, I think we can move on to the heroic traits.
Yeah, the traits are nothing to write home about for me. Perfect Strike is just instantly deal damage instead of attacking. Paragon of Hysh is undo a screw up of a charge or a cast for your hero. Masterful Tactician is probably the one you're going to pick. None of them are really crazy to me. I don't really care which one I'm picking.
I feel like they're all pretty good. Paragon of Hysh, I mean, being able to reroll charge rolls is going to always be nice. And I feel like there's a lot of play for Masterful Tactician so that you can remove a lot of the randomness and you can actually plan on certain things happening. But I'm not sure that they actually like change enough to make it like, oh, this opens up a new avenue.
Yeah, whereas the artifacts,
there's some interesting stuff here.
We've got a teleport once per game artifact, turn yourself into a wizard or get an extra cast if you are a wizard, which I'm picking every time.
Well, I don't know, dude. Phoenix Stone is cool.
It's neat. I do love a Necron stand back up, but like,
it's on a 3-up.
I ain't picking it over either of these.
So yeah, Phoenix Stone is if the unit was going to be destroyed, roll a dice, and 3-up, it's not destroyed, healed 1. It's just fun to think about, but then it's like, oh, it's a 3-up, so when it fails, you're going to feel miserable. The wizard is good.
Trust me, the wizard is good. We haven't gotten to the spells, but the wizard is good.
Yeah, they're all good, but you're probably picking the wizard, and honestly, you're adding 1 to the unit's power.
All right, spell time. You have an unlimited cast fake run and charge.
Fake run and charge. It is kind of.
It's fake run and charge.
I hadn't thought about that because, so the effect is add 4 to the target's move characteristics until the start of your next turn.
Which is an average run roll, but it's actually rounded up.
Yeah, which is a run added to your move without saying it's a run. So
now I'm imagining that these are a bunch of nerds and they're like speed walking through the halls in high school.
Wow.
And they're like, I'm not running, it doesn't count. It's just walking really fast.
That's so stupid, but it fits Lumineth Realm-Lords so perfectly.
It's exactly an LRL thing, isn't it?
Yeah. It is really nice that it's only a 5 cast, though.
Yeah, it's just like the Daughters of Khaine one. It is exactly it. So yeah, it's real good. And then we've got 2 more, which sound crazy high at 7 and 8, but we'll get to that that. So for 7, we can have a target's move characteristic, which by the way is very good every time I've done that in 40k. And you then roll a die if it equals or exceeds their save, D3 mortal them, because why not?
Because why not?
It's supposed to be their armor gets so hot because it's supposed to be if you roll higher than their save. So if they have a low save because they have a better save, then more chance of you inflicting mortal. So you're like lighting a poor Stormcast on fire with his armor.
But like at the same time, if they don't have armor, you're fine.
It's fine. It's a cute bonus. Having the move characteristic is the real reason we're there.
That's why we're there. And like that can be devastating in certain board positions.
And then tiny little last one. On an 8, just 12-inch aura of 5-up ward. Why not?
It's not just like pick a unit, it gets ward. It's just, no, 12-inch aura around the caster. You're good.
Reminder, your whole army is -1 to hit if you're a Venari army. -1 to hit, 5-inch ward.
Absolutely wild on that one.
Welcome to Elves, where you are buff city.
But it still is an 8. Like, we're not in easy mode.
The manifestations are not that bad either. The Sanctum is weird. I'm not getting into it because we'll be here for 10 minutes. But basically, you turn into a gigantic aura machine.
It's neat, but
I don't know how useful or easy to set up it will be in practice, but it's pretty cute.
it feels like it's going to be kind of a pain, but
The real reason that 8 is not that bad, I don't know if you know this, Eric. This is Teclis, the god of magic's place.
yeah.
Yeah, he hangs out here with his brother.
Yeah.
I forgot his brother's name, but he's that main character guy. Tyrion, that was his name. He hangs out with him and be super elite and cool and awesome and a fucking nerd.
Okay. Where are you going with that on the manifestation then?
Oh, no, we're out of manifestation. We're into units. Teclis, passively, adds 1 to casting rolls for everybody else. But he doesn't do it to him.
No. If only he wasn't an archmage.
Teclis' Archmage ability just says instead of making a cast roll, you can just use a 10. And also, instead of making a banish or unbinding roll, you can just use an 8.
He also has a spell that he can cast for 10.
Which is hilarious. So this smug asshole, he's so proud of his autocast ability. The ability below it, smugly, in the middle of its description, tells you, look up, dumbass.
Yeah, it's like, hey, make a casting roll. Just look up, idiot.
Make a casting roll. See the Archmage ability. Do you get the combo? Do you figure it out?
Oh, it's amazing.
Should I just write, also you can automatically cast this, you idiot? He shites those mortal wounds.
He's a wizard 4. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's very fun, very cool. Teclis himself is a giant nerd. Do not attach him to the model. Just let Selenar be the model because Selenar is way cooler than Teclis. Say that Teclis is out, so you're getting the substitute teacher. So anyway, there's a rest of the army.
There is a rest of the army. There's a bunch of wizards, man.
Everyone's a goddamn wizard. Apparently, I learned this from reading comments from other people. It used to be the basic troops were wizards. This isn't fucking Tzeentch. Why are you guys wizards? Get out of here. But anyway, they're not wizards now.
They didn't go to school for that.
No. I will say, like, basically everything has crit mortals, stuff like that, where you, if you're Venari, you want to be doing crits on 5s, you can get a lot of damage out of combos. Lots of cool units with unique buffs they can offer, or weird niche spells they can use, stuff like that. I like everything. It's not bad. It's very vanilla. It feels like High Elves through and through.
I have no idea how you can get vanilla out of this. You're out of your goddamn fucking mind.
Everything is just the purest, lightest, bestest Legolas.
Sure, fine, whatever, except for the fact that, like, everybody's a wizard, has unique and interesting spells, has a bunch of interesting and unique abilities, and all of their weapons do stuff. Vanilla. Got it.
Yeah, vanilla.
Obviously, all of those unique and interesting things are vanilla.
The only interesting part of this army is the dudes who worship the bulls. And for some reason, they went away from that and put more Venari in here. More dudes worshiping bulls. That's cool. I like the Hurricanes okay. The weird, like, fox people. I like the kangaroo mounts. I like everything that's not the high elves on horses being snotty assholes for the last 40 years of tropes.
I feel like if all of these models were slightly different and not elves, this would be one of the coolest armies in your opinion.
A few moments later.
You're just the absolute worst.
I am. It's great because I know how many angry comments are being scattered across keyboards right now.
It's not even funny. You have no respect for the classics. All you give a fuck about is dinosaurs.
The original classics.
All right, Seraphon.
So, Seraphon, it is time. Finally an army one of us owns. Battle traits. I really like this. The Great Plan and Furthering the Great Plan is really neat. You pick an asterism at the beginning of the game. That's what's on for your army. On turn 3, if you did a certain thing depending on which one you picked, then you completed your mission and you get a second one. The 4 buffs. The first one is Itzel, which gives you companions have crits due to hits. The Quetzal one is subtract 1 for rend of melee weapons against your units if they're wholly within friendly territory. Sotek is add 2 to the moves characteristic of friendly Seraphon units. And Tepok is add 1 to the casting rolls of friendly Seraphon units, which is a great all-rounder because we have good wizards in this army.
And then the Furthering the Great Plan, like you said, lets you unlock an additional one if you complete certain conditions by the start of the 3rd battle round. So Itzel is 3 or more enemy units have been destroyed. Quetzal is there are no enemy units wholly within friendly territory. Sotek is the enemy general is in combat or has been destroyed. Tepok is there are any friendly Slaanesh units on the battlefield and no friendly Slaanesh units are in combat or have been destroyed.
So out of them, Itzel and Sotek are very easy to accomplish, and Sotek is a great generalist one.
I don't completely agree with that.
I guess it's start of the 3rd battle round, so 3 or more enemy units can be a lot. It's not end of the 3rd battle round.
Itzel's probably, it feels like the only one that you have the most agency on actually accomplishing. The other ones, your opponent can make decisions that really stop you from doing any of this.
I don't think you ever take Quetzal.
That's fair. It is a reasonably defensive buff, but like at a certain point, you have to move out of your deployment zone and win the game, right? So, okay, fair.
Tepok is a good bonus, and it's one where you have a lot of control just because if you don't put your Slann somewhere stupid and keep them in the middle of a giant fortress of scales and muscle, good luck to your opponent not suiciding 5 units trying to keep you from a minor second bonus. Sotek, I think, is the opposite thing where it's like, if you don't think your opponent can keep from getting their general in trouble, then Sotek is a pretty good slam dunk, especially because it's not a bad baseline of just +2 move for your whole army. Like, even if you never get a secondary bonus, who cares?
I feel like that's what I agree with. Like, Tepok and Sotek are good starting bases, and like the objective isn't too difficult.
Luckily, all of these logical choices don't matter because I'm going to slam Itzel every time because I'm here for dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Companions get crit hits. Do you know what the companions are? A goddamn T-Rex.
Yeah, that's fair. And Itzel, if you're playing that, right? Like, you're playing a bunch of T-Rexes, a bunch of dinosaurs, because you're trying to get crit 2 hits with your companion. I feel like if you're doing that, you could probably kill 3 units of your enemy.
It does depend. Looking at them, I still don't think my preferred way is very well supported in what I'm reading in this index. Maybe I'm being pessimistic and it's totally busted, but I'm not seeing it being the most powerful thing versus just playing very generic Slann, some other casters, and a pile of efficient dudes.
Casters are the way a lot of the power is locked up, but I think there's some really solid companions, and most of them want to get in combat and chomp somebody.
But that said, overall, very solid, and again, it's a nice little bonus. It's not a lot, and it has a whole minigame attached, which makes it much more fun.
Yeah.
So then we can move to battle formations for our sub-factions here.
Eternal is teleport, but on a 3-up.
Yeah, it's not really where I want to be, though we're not in a deep strike faction. You can be mobile should you need it, but yeah, Eternal Star Host is not really my jam.
Shadow Strike, you're gonna have to explain this one. So pick 3 friendly skink infantry or skink cavalry. Each target can move d6 and can't move into combat, and that happens once per turn in your shooting phase. Are skink any good and useful?
Historically, skink are a menace because they will win on victory victory points because you will never tie them down and they will get every single thing that they want.
It feels like that is what I've seen.
That's what this is for. If you want to be the sneaky, slimy, getting people all over doing stuff, and now that Skink Cavalry exist, they're pretty good. I'm not going to say they're great, but they're pretty good. You have some fight. It's just look, you want to play the cute little skinks. This is totally fine. You get shoot and move, which is always strong.
But like realistically, you're probably focusing on like objective control, do stuff around the map.
They're shooting 2 slingshot.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not like they're doing a ton of damage. That's not the point.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I could see this being pretty solid. And obviously, if you are playing a bunch of skinks and like that's your game plan. So yeah.
Saurus are stuck with shite rolls. It is literally the exact same as that Cauldron one.
Yeah, it's the whole make a pile and move and then do a shite on them. It also works for Kroxigors.
I guess.
It's not terrible.
Compared to like anything else you could do.
Yeah, you could get +2 health characteristics on monsters. As dumb as that is, it's solid. I get it.
Okay, so like Thunderquake is extremely boring. It's a stall tactic. It's not offensive like you want. You want your big chomps to be bigger, and there is no way to do that in this index. It's just 2 more health, and because of how AOS counts wounds, it's 2 damaged health. You count up, so those extra 2 is in your damage profile since it says, have you taken this much damage, not do you have this much life left.
Yeah, that's going to be something really difficult to actually remember that's how that works.
It's not that bad. Like, I've known this since before we were looking into 4th. It's just how the game worked, and I pay attention to Seraphon.
And like basically never does it matter except this time.
Yeah, so this has existed at least in 2nd and 3rd to my knowledge the whole time. It has basically always been the monster one, and you just take it if you're doing monsters and you just kind of are like, woo, 2 extra wounds, maybe it'll matter. Anyway, the sub-factions in my opinion are the low point of all of this. I don't think any of them are crazy. I think the skink one is quite good. I don't think I care that much personally, even though I think it's probably the best one.
Hilariously, the reason I asked what you thought about it like is because the other 3 are so blah. I was like, oh, obviously this must be worse than like what I'm actually thinking on how skink are gonna play, because why would this one be any good?
No, it's probably the best of the bunch. I'll play Thunderquake because like that's why I'm here.
All right, heroic traits. Being of the stars, ignore modifiers to save rolls for this unit, positive and negative.
It's pretty good. We've got a lot of 4-up saves that can only get worse unless you're using all out defense.
That can only get, yeah, that's about right.
So Being of the Stars is quite decent. Reptilian Cunning, it's probably 1 to 2 CP a game. It's not the worst heroic trait. Beastmaster is the one that I'll be picking every time because I'm an idiot.
Shock.
Add 2 to the move characteristic of friendly Seraphon cavalry and Seraphon monster units for the rest of the phase if they're wholly within 12 at the start of the move. This is kind of sick because you could also stack it up with Sotek's passive because they're 2 unique passives. So each of those gives you 2 moves. So you could haul ass. I'm still picking my exploding 6s because it's like the only way in the entire index to increase my companion weapons.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, I will be picking Beastmaster. It's only 4 if you're doing a slant list with a bunch of cavalry or monsters, but it's pretty good to get an extra 2 move. And again, if you're stacking this with Sotek, 4 move on most of your cav or monsters in this army, we're looking at 14 move. You are very fast for something that is extremely killy on the charge.
Right. That is a massive threat range. Seems good, honestly.
So then we can get to artifacts. You've got your once per battle, add d6 to a cast. It's fine. I don't know if you really need it because you can get a lot of pluses in this army if you're going spell heavy. We have fucking Croak. I really actually like the incandescent retrices. Heal d3 every hero phase on a guy on a giant Carnosaur that is a lot of extra wounds because I'm in Thunderquake. Like, this could be good.
Given it's any hero phase, that's a lot of healing potential.
Yep. And you can spend a CP on Rally, which works on heroes this edition. So you could end up basically topping off constantly and staying alive the whole game on a Carnosaur. But the fun one, though, is your Blood Rage Pendant.
Woo!
Add 1 to your attack characteristic of your melee weapons. Add 2 instead if the number of damage point allocated to this unit is equal to or greater than half of its health. It's neat. Unfortunately, that does not affect your companion weapons, so I don't care.
Yeah, you're right. It's still going to be good for a bunch of things, but
I'm not here for one extra spear hit. I want to eat things.
honestly, all of these artifacts have great uses.
Artifacts are great. Heroic traits are all useful, varying degrees of excitement, but I understand why all of them exist.
One of the most interesting things is the fact that you get choices of spell.
Yes, we have 2 spell lores. You only get to pick one of them, but you get to pick which one you want to take.
And these are good.
Both of them are good enough to argue for. I know why you would pick either. So the first one has an unlimited +1 to rend spell, and then you've got the all-important 6-up, not unlimited in this army, but you get run and shoot and charge. Very important if you're paying a ton of points for models that need to get into combat to do any amount of damage.
Yeah.
So first spell lore, Celestial Manipulation is basically run and charge and unlimited, get an extra rend. The second one, your unlimited is heal half the damage that the thing currently has in a weird way. Roll a die for every damage point allocated to the target. On a 4-up, heal 1.
Which, given that this is the unlimited and it's a 6 to cast, not bad.
It's fine. The problem with the first unlimited is it's a 12-inch range to subtract the 1, so your wizard is in danger. Or you're doing one of your tricks. We've got some ways to extend casting.
Both of these spell lores have good things about them. It's just one of them has run, shoot, and charge.
Yeah, which is why I think you're almost always going to go Celestial instead of Jungle.
It's likely, but I feel there's going to be a decent number of people that are going to enjoy the other one just of like I'm just going to keep healing my stuff. Haha. And the adding a rend to certain things can be quite good.
Importantly, you do not have manifestations, so you take generic ones.
Weird.
It is kind of weird. The Seraphon is like one of the magic heavy factions and never got manifestations.
Very weird.
I assume they will make some to sell later, especially now that manifestations are free and are going to be in high demand.
They could have some really cool stuff. They're a very wizardy army, so come on.
That being said, the generic manifestations are often arguable over the specifics for each of these factions. There's a lot of things you can do, just generalist damage ones, healing ones, all that. The point is, Seraphon doesn't have to care about if they're being gamey or not, because we don't have options internally, so we can just pick whatever we want out of the generics. But anyway, great spells, no prayers, no manifestations. On to the units. They are completely fine. It feels like when we were going through Lumineth and when we were going through those, like my jokes aside against Lumineth because it's funny, we both know that I think the Lumineth units are actually quite good. The same is true for Seraphon here. Kroak has still one of my favorite abilities they've ever added to this game with Dead for Innumerable Ages. It is the definition of fun.
I don't know about that when you're up against it, but
even when you're up against it, when you understand the odds of it, it's just let's gamble.
Yeah, but like
okay, so here's how Kroak works. Ready? He's got a 4-up save and a 4-up ward, so you got to do a lot of damage to him to get wounds on him. He's got 18 health.
Pretty good.
So he's going to stay alive for a while at this point. Here's how Dead for Innumerable Ages works on top of that. This unit must use this ability each turn while it's damaged. Roll 3d3. Add the number of damage points this unit has to the roll. On a 20 plus, this unit is destroyed. Otherwise, heal 18. So every turn, at the end of the turn, if Kroak is damaged, he must roll 3d6. Then you add all the damage he's taken. On a 20 up, he's dead.
But if he's not dead, he's fine.
He full heals if he ain't dead.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Kroak can die to 2 points of damage.
Technically.
Kroak can also live 5 turns of getting walloped.
Yeah.
Like, you could do 10 to him, he rolls low and laughs and full heals.
It is fun.
It's gambling, and gambling is fun. Let's go play Honkai Star Rail. Wait.
It's also pretty well balanced of like, by the odds, it's not dumb.
No, odds-wise, it actually works out to be he's less than it looks. He has a lot of health in the pool for the gamble mechanic, but he realistically has, like, I believe it's 10 health. But that means with a ward 4 up, you have to get 20 past his save.
A lot of it ends up just being, just ignore him.
The real problem for Kroak, though, as fun as he is the Slann Starmaster is also really good, and it's half his points.
Yeah.
It is worth noting, like, Kroak gets +2 to casting rolls on his own. Topek gives him another +1 on top of that. It's real hard to screw up casts with Kroak.
Right. There's some pretty good wizard options.
Yeah, so Oracle on Trog is a wizard one. It's got no personal spells, so it's probably going to be the one using your generics. It's on a big, ugly monster. Well, he's adorable, but he's cute ugly. But, because of that, he's okay with getting up close and doing stuff. You've got several other skink wizards. Oh my god, we have 2 other ones in addition. I forgot because of the Starseer. Starseer didn't exist in my head for a long time because it was only the old Finecast one. Now that it's got the plastic one, I'm like, oh right, the Starseer is real.
And like, honestly, Celestial Doom's going to be annoying. It's only 7 to cast, and word rolls cannot be made for the target for the rest of the turn. Yeah, I mean, a lot of similarities to the High Elves.
Yes, unironically, all the Magic factions have a lot of the same things going on. They're all quite enjoyable looking.
Yeah, I guess general thoughts on this one. Yeah, obviously it's Seraphon. If you like it, this will be fun.
It's lizards riding dinosaurs. If you don't like this, please don't talk to me, but still leave a comment.
I mean, like, even past that, though, there's a lot of good fun for like the whole being a wizard and casting spells that feel like they're like unique and interesting and different.
If you have a large Seraphon collection, there is at least like 3 different ways to play and feel rewarded in this index. I'm not going to say they're all equally good, but there are at least 3 ways to casually play and enjoy the hell out of yourself.
Very cool. What's your score?
I'm very biased for it, but I'm going to give it an A or a 9 out of 10, or just give me some ways to buff my dinosaurs more and I will shut up. You know what? I'm going to take off 0.01 because Engine of the Gods, I don't like it.
What?
The Gamble House is bad this edition. They could have just made it have normal priest rules, and for some reason they were like, no, it needs to be worse than a normal priest rule.
Well, I'll give it an Engine of the Gods is great out of Lord Croak.
There we go. All right, we're on the Final Order faction.
Sylvaneth.
All right, we can move on to Chaos.
Fuck off, man. I don't even. I've put up enough with your shit, the High Elves, okay?
These aren't High Elves. These are sweet forest dudes. I love this army. It looks beautiful. These rules bore me to tears. I really wish they had just swapped the rules between this and the dwarves who are naked.
All right, so Sylvaneth battle traits.
So to talk about this, I was angry when you picked Awaken Wildwoods as the Sylvaneth mascot.
I know you were.
Not because it was inaccurate. I was painfully aware of how one note and boring this army's rules are because they refuse to give up on this meme. This is the most Flanderized to death army in existence. We get it. They're hippies who want to guard the woods. You do not have to make them based around your old tree kit that you renamed Awaken Wildwood, even though it doesn't have any stylization to look like Sylvaneth. It's just a fucking tree.
It's great terrain.
It's great terrain, but it's terrain. And they were like, you know what would be better than writing rules? Writing 10 pages on information about this terrain and how you can buy more of it.
It's a weird thing, given it has health and is actually terrain, but...
There are 25 instances of Awakened Wildwood in this index.
I mean, there's like 18 in the battle traits, so not shocking at all.
Only 5 of them are there, so there are 21 after that.
So the battle trait is once per turn at the end of any turn, you can pick any number of friendly Sylvaneths wholly within 6 inches of a friendly Awakened Wildwood to heal D3. Once per turn for the army, at the end of any turn, you can strike and fade. Pick a friendly Sylvaneth unit that is in combat and wholly within 6 inches of a friendly Awakened Wildwood. Remove that unit and set it up more than 9 inches away from enemies and wholly within 6 inches of a different Awakened Wildwood. And then we get, once per turn in the army, your movement phase, walk the hidden paths. Pick a friendly Sylvaneth unit that is not in combat and is wholly within 6 inches of a friendly Awakened Wildwood. Remove it and put it back on the battlefield 9 away from all enemy units and wholly within 6 of a different friendly Awakened Wildwood.
I just want to point out that your entire army rule is heal near a Wildwood, be near a Wildwood, teleport between Wildwood.
Yeah.
Also, while you were talking, 25 instances of Awakened Wildwood in this index. There are only 20 War Scrolls in this army.
It's not entirely shocking and is rather disappointing.
This is my problem with this faction. God damn, why did you do this to the beautiful models? Alright, let's talk about our sub-factions. These are all very strong and interesting. The first one is, instead of healing D3 near the Wildwood, your monsters can heal 3. That's an average of 1 better.
Not particularly amazing, but I mean, it is kind of nice to have consistency.
Unironically, the other ones are all okay. But that one is just what?
Not worth a battle formation. Like, it's fine. It's just not worth a battle formation on its own.
That could probably have just been stuck on the once per turn army thing.
Yes, it should have been. You could also choose Outcasts instead, and this one subtract 3 from the control scores of enemy units while they are in combat with friendly Sylvaneth units.
That's not bad.
Given it's just be in combat, yeah.
Forest Folk seems to be my, I wish this worked on the one unit where I want this.
Holy shit, is it so fucking close. Forest Folk, lacerating strike, add 1 to the rend characteristics of melee weapons used by friendly Sylvaneth non-Khorne infantry that charge the same turn. Guess who's actually good at melee and would ruin people?
It's not the Spite Revenants.
No. If that didn't say you can't have the Khorne infantry, this would be amazing.
It would be the pick, and it would help make up for how bad your army rule is.
The last option is Free Spirits. So this is once per turn as your army. Your charge phase, pick a friendly Sylvaneth cavalry unit to use this ability. This unit can use charge abilities even if it used run abilities this turn. All right. It's always nice.
Yeah, so moving into hero traits, the one that you're going to pick, which is become a wizard or get +1 wizard spell while you're near a wildwood. We'll get back to that one for the stupidity in a moment. And the reaction to spells 3-up to ignore the spell.
That one's kind of neat.
It's fine.
Because it's ignore. It doesn't like have to worry about stopping the spell. It just says, nah, it doesn't do anything to me.
It only works on debuff spells, but it is not once per game like you would think it would be. So the fact that it's inconsistent isn't that bad.
Given how much we've complained about other things that are similar, like the 3-up was like, oh, it's garbage kind of thing. This one's actually not terrible, but you're going to choose a wizard. It's all but certain.
So artifacts of power, we get to heal even more.
It's a thing, man. It's a thing.
So we get the exact same as the Phoenix Charm or whatever it was. Seed of Rebirth on a 3-up, heal yourself 1, stay alive.
We also have Greenwood Gladius, which is any combat phase. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this to be the target, and then shite them.
The shitting sword. And the final one is just you pick an enemy that's in combat with you on a 3-up. You get +1 to wound for anyone attacking them. It's probably the one I pick if I've got it on a big tree man.
It's also any combat phase, so like...
Yeah, so like as long as you're in combat, you get to try this 3-up over and over whenever for extra damage.
Yeah.
It's just inconsistent buffing over the course of a game if you've got a big, constantly getting healed tree man, which guess what? You're getting constantly healed because you're not doing anything else in this faction.
It's actually amazing how much healing this thing...
It's the only interesting thing I can see in Sylvaneth is I want to see how much I can heal over the course of a game.
Which is kind of why I feel like I'm going to be picking Seed of Rebirth, just because like if they finally killed me after I was healing, guess what? I'm back.
Back to 1, and now I'm back to full 2 seconds later.
Exactly. Gosh, that would be just the most annoying, wouldn't it? All right.
Just chugging cheese wheels in pause mode like Skyrim. I'm back to full.
Perfectly balanced. All right, there's spells.
Well, the first one's a heal, and it's unlimited healing.
It is.
It's not really a heal. On a technical level, it is, but it's not really. It's I cast tree.
It's cast tree, and if you didn't make a new tree, heal them all. So it is technically healing.
Here's the funny part. You'll be like, oh, everything relies on me having trees. I can use this to reset up trees that they burn down. So that way I can have a nearby tree. Except if you made your guy a wizard, it only works if you're standing next to a tree. Where do I not need a tree? Next to a tree.
I mean, this can be set up 18 away.
18 away, yeah. It's still stupid. I'm probably casting tree because they took away my tree.
True, especially because this doesn't let you choose to take away a tree and set up a new tree at a better spot. Boy, do I hate that part. That one I like actually legitimately hate, because in Battle Round 2, where I want trees, is a lot different than in Battle Round 4. There's more spells, though.
The second spell is a 6-up to get +1 rend, and the final spell is your basic horde breaker on a 7, like all of them.
Solid options, honestly.
The +1 rend is honestly pretty good, and you basically want to cast it any turn you don't have to cast tree. Manifestations?
Yeah.
Exist.
They exist.
Here's the deal. Don't take yours. Take the primal generics, because one of them is the life something or other, and it's a heal that walks around. In addition, Alariel, we can do more heals.
Yeah, we can. Alariel has Life Bloom, so any hero phase, pick one of the following effects. Add 1 to the casting rolls for this unit, or heal 2d3. Honestly, Alariel just is solid.
Yeah, she looks really good. She is, unfortunately, cannot shut up about trees and still has Awaken Wildwood written on her sheet, but we're going to ignore that minor nitpick. She looks great. I do hate that I love so many of the characters in, like,
they're so cool.
Alariel, Lady of the Vines, Drycha. So many of them are cool, and then I'm like, I don't want to play the Woods game.
Well, and like Lady of the Vines is solid because it counts as an Awakened Wildwood, and it can still move 8, and like it does other stuff as well. It can give ward 5-ups and it smacks around in combat reasonably well. But
she only works as Awakened Wildwood for the base abilities, the army abilities.
Yep.
So she won't work for any other reason.
But the teleport works around her. It feels like that would help quite a bit on a bunch of the limitations that your battle traits have forced upon you. Dude, like all the characters are so cool.
I love so many of these sculpts. Like basically all of the new ones, not dryads. You turn away. But I can't bring myself to enjoy what's going on in this army. It's not even like the data sheets feel like, oh, all the cool stuff is here. Like the characters have a bunch, but the rest of it feels pretty much like what I expect out of any army to have on a war scroll.
It's so close. At least for me, because like I don't hate having the like Wildwood be a thing that we want to focus on.
Skaven is going to do this exact thing much better.
Yes.
We're getting to Skaven momentarily after a quick pit stop at Slaves to Darkness.
And sleep.
Day 2.
All right, and we're back with chaos. It's time for the fun. Shall we just start off with Slaves to Darkness?
Fresh from a new day of recording, so yeah, let's do...
We're suddenly high energy again. It's so weird. It's not 2 a.m. on a Thursday.
Yeah, we'll get there.
The sun's still out. You can tell because my neighbor is currently mowing while I'm trying to record.
Oh, okay, so Slaves to the Darkness, huh? This is similar to Stormcast, but it's, chaos tinted.
Only in like a stat line way. It is very different in all the flavorings, but you're elite armored dudes.
All right, so their battle trait, I kind of love it, and like there's certain things that I super hate about it, but once per turn, at the end of any turn, each friendly unit that destroyed a unit, so long as it's not a friendly beast or non-hero monster, they don't get cool stuff. They roll a die, d6, and get a thing from a table. If you roll the 1, actually you can re-roll anything, can't you?
Yeah, you can only reroll once, but you can reroll.
Okay, so yeah, you can reroll once any of the reward that you get there, but on the 1, you take D3 mortals. Okay, that's where it was coming from. So yeah, 1 gives you nothing. 2, you heal 3. 3, you get +1 to hit in melee. 4, you get ward 6 up, or if you already had it, you get 5 up. 5 gives you melee +1 rend.
And very importantly...
And 6, you get to choose. You can stack multiple of the same and have different ones all affecting the same unit, and all of these effects are until end of battle.
You can do the funnest shit.
Yes.
Let's finish Mark of the God.
Yeah, okay, let's finish. There is actually something else. You get a passive depending on what your keyword is. So Undivided gives you melee +1 wound when you're targeting a hero or monster. Khorne gives you melee +1 attack when you charge. Tzeentch gives you a ward 4-up versus mortals from only spells and manifests. Nurgle gives you melee -1 to wound for your opponents targeting yours. And Slaanesh gets +1 to their charge rolls. And those are just like, you get it so long as it's a stat line thing in your keywords.
And everyone either gets to choose one to have or has one by default.
So those are all actually pretty nice. They're doing the thing that you would expect out of the units that are doing those individual god things. Except for Tzeentch. Tzeentch is just shit.
Yeah, the Tzeentch one is... I get that manifestations are going to be a thing this edition, but I cannot believe you would ever pick Tzeentch on purpose.
I don't see it.
Overall, though, your marks, fantastic, mostly great, just passive buffs to all the war scrolls. Now, the Eye of the Gods is where there will be some bookkeeping problems.
So it's super cool, the fact that you can stack things and the fact that it happens, for the rest of the battle.
And it's very random, so you never know what you're getting as your reward.
And, it's one of those like snowball kind of things of, okay, you did good, you killed the thing, get reward, get better, kill more things, get better, get better. But playing against that is going to be so annoying of like, okay, what does it actually have? What does that one have? What does this other one have?
In normal play, in a vacuum, before we read the rest of this, Eye of the Gods is probably going to trigger once per unit max before it gets killed, right? Or it has one guy left and you no longer care what it has anyway.
That's the likely case. I could see two without that much trouble, but it's not very likely, and it's probably well under its full strength. So, okay.
But not in a vacuum. I'm going to show you the funnest way to play this army, and you're going to be able to stack a lot of Eye of the Gods rolls.
Yeah, it's not super easy, but like it's not actually that difficult to do it. And at the same time, like you can alter your play so that like certain things are getting kills and like not taking as much crackback damage. So very cool ability and like strong. Absolutely. It's random, but like all the things are good except for nothing. But I have some annoyances from a logistic bookkeeping kind of thing. That said, want to move on to battle formations?
All right, so this is the weak point of the index. I'm not going to pretend these are amazing. You've got +2 control offensively, so like only in your opponent's side of the field. As long as you've got a warrior character and either a demon or dark oath. So like if you've got at least 2 characters of 2 different varieties, offensive control score up. It's totally fine. Then we've got Despoilers, which is the Demon Prince one, where if your Demon Prince fights, it can basically have something else get the double activation.
It can have something fight immediately after, essentially, without the back and forth, I go, you go.
It's cute. It's once per turn army. It's small.
Yeah, it's once per turn army, and it's non-beast within 12.
We've got the required Dark Oath tax one that buffs Dark Oath. If you want to play the brand new cultist equivalents who are naked barbarians instead of the Giga Chads in super cool armor.
Yeah. I mean, this one's not terrible, but it's still like a random kind of thing. It's a 3-up, so it's like, you should make it, but if you don't.
Inconsistently having some Dark Oath arrive at the edge of a battlefield.
And I mean, it can arrive basically anywhere. It's 6 inches from battlefield edge and 3 from units. So like, it actually can go in spots that most other teleport deep strike shenanigans won't.
And then we've got the one that I think is the coolest, even though we've been making fun of shite rolls. Once per turn, at the end of your turn, so once each battle round, you pick an objective as long as it's contested by any friendly units. You put a defiled token on it. You don't have to own the objective, it just has to be contested by you. So like one guy charging a point that he has no chance of owning. You put a defile token next to it, and then you roll a d3 for every enemy unit contesting an objective that is defiled. So this will build up over the game on like all the objectives, and then it's a shite roll.
Realistically, you're going to build up to like 3, and those are going to be the ones that actually matter.
Yeah, so it's not a ton. Like each one of these is averaging like 1 point something mortal wounds per unit contesting a defiled objective. It's like meh, but it's a consistent way to do chip damage on locations that matter.
And that's the key thing. If it was just chip damage randomly like spread throughout the army, whatever, you could take it or leave it or whatever. I just wouldn't care. It'd be fine. But the fact that it's happening on objectives means that like if your opponent on battle round 4 is trying to just have one of their like basically dead units go do an objective, it could just die. And you don't even have to be around to do it. It's just like, nah, GG.
Now, an important thing we haven't brought up for AOS for 40k players, everything in this game has sticky objectives.
Right. You own it until they take it.
I still think out of the 4, I'm picking Legion of Chaos. It's very dull, but I think it just does the most.
Probably. I mean, I guess it's the generic one of like, you're not really worried about stuff, and most likely you're going to be building with split of heroes.
Look, you're always taking a demon hero because you're always taking a demon prince, because if you're not, I don't want to speak to you.
We'll get into like the units, but like, yeah, demon prince is the first one that we start with in basically every list.
And Warrior of Chaos hero is like all your generic heroes you're going to want to take anyway. So I think it's fine. Again, the demon one, maybe. God's Wrath, maybe. Dark Oath, no.
I think that's a maybe.
Dark Oath would be good if you're playing a pure Dark Oath army and you want to play that, but I assume 90% of people did not run out to buy 3,000 points of barbarians.
Right. But like if you have a bunch of them, or like, you know, the majority of your army is, then it has a powerful effect. I could see it.
All right, let's hit heroic traits and artifacts real quick.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty important one for the heroic traits. We've got a deployment phase. This unit can use the Eye of the Gods ability as if it were the end of the turn and had destroyed an enemy unit this turn. We've also got once per battle, you can have the unit basically fight twice. So you get normal fight and then strike last fight. And the last one is in any hero phase, you can pick each damage friendly unit within 12 inches, roll a die for each. On a 3-up, you heal 1 or heal 3 if it's monster.
I think all of these have use.
Yeah, but like one of them lets you cheat.
But I'm picking Favor to the Pantheon.
Yeah, the fact that you just get to start with this cool shenanigans going on with this table. Yeah, dude.
Importantly, I'm putting this on a Demon Prince, and we'll get to the Demon Prince.
And that makes sense. I don't think it matters. So long as your hero is in any way ready to fight, it's a good heroic trait to take. But I mean, at the same time, fight twice is pretty nice. So, and I mean, like the heal 1 could be awesome. They're all actually good. It's just one is taking full advantage of your battle trait. So
artifacts of power. The first one is a once per battle, you choose a wizard, and then every time it casts a spell this turn, it eats D3 mortals. And if it dies for any reason, that spell doesn't go off. It's cute against something like Nagash, but like realistically, this is a situational deal D3 mortals. You're not taking this.
If you're bored, sure.
Then we've got once per battle, hero phase, a terrain within 12 of you. You light it on fire. It causes obscuring and deals damage to everything within 1 inch of it, including your stuff. But being able to make a terrain obscuring could be good.
Yeah.
It depends on what boards end up looking like.
And it's not just flat damage. It's roll a 5-up for each of them, and then it takes a mortal.
Yeah, it's a cute little add-on. It's more you're making something obscuring.
Yes. I mean, it's going to do some damage because you roll a die for each model, but like the obscuring is why you would take this and what you're going to try and really take advantage of.
The one that I'm going to take, though, is Conqueror's Crown, which is just subtract 5 from control scores of infantry while they're in combat with you. We're taking this so that we just own the points that we're standing on.
It's just solidly efficient kind of thing.
Moving into the actual spells that we've got access to and our manifestations, we have the coolest unlimited spell we've seen yet. Eric, just read the effect before we get to declare. What's the effect of this spell that is unlimited and only 5 to cast?
Inflict 3 mortal damage to the target.
All right, so the catch here is you have to be within 12 inches of them, and if you fail to cast this or it gets unbound, you're eating D3 mortals yourself instead. But like, who cares? This is cool as hell.
Yeah, and like, so long as you're not dead, it doesn't matter.
The only real problem with this is the name and the flavor. It's Spite Tongue Curse. It's not like chuck a giant fireball at them.
All right.
It's you said bad words until your mouth bleeds. That's literally what it says you do.
I mean, words have power.
But yeah, it's a fantastic spell for an unlimited spell.
And it is cast 5.
Yeah, it's smite reliable.
I guess the downside is you could take your own mortals if you fail, but like...
That's just fun.
Yeah. The other spells are actually pretty solid too. So one of them is you can pick an enemy unit within 12 and they strike last. And then...
The important one
of get an extra die when you're rolling your charge rolls. So you'll do 3d6 for charge rolls, and it's only 7 to cast.
It's not reliable at 7. It is still coin flip territory, but like it's an extremely strong effect to just randomly cast on anything.
Yeah, and it's not like 8 or 9 where it's like, oh, this is like you have to actually get lucky to do it. It's not just a coin flip. So it's very powerful though.
And I'm going to be honest, I don't really care about the manifestations in this army after reading through them. They're fine. I think you would probably just take generic manifestations.
I mean, I thought the Realm Scourge Rupture was kind of neat, but...
Oh, the like spikes coming out of the ground one?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like amazing, but it's got some decent chaff removal going on there. It's just so boring to take generic ones when you have access to special ones.
But two of these are like damage ones that are just like alternatives to generics. And the Eightfold Doom Sigil is the one that's like actually interesting, but I feel like it's weird because it's if 2 or more units were destroyed this turn, then for the rest of the turn, add 1 to attack characteristics of melee weapons within 12.
Yeah, it's just, okay, you already killed 2 things, and then you're still getting combat.
In combat, within 12 of this thing, wholly within 12 of this thing, by the way, and had 2 different units die this turn before you got to this combat. This is a lot of work to get +1 attack. Again, not really what we're here for. And the final thing is our War Scrolls. Let's just start off with the Demon Prince, because it's the final piece of our puzzle.
And, I mean, I think it's just the obvious first start.
Yes, there's a lot of sweet named characters in this army, but like, if you want a generic, a Demon Prince you are not going wrong with. Any Mark of Chaos, you can pick Wings or Incorrectly. And it has Ruinous Favor. Your hero phase, pick a friendly, non-unique unit wholly within 12 that shares a Mark of Chaos keyword with you.
And you get to choose your Mark of Chaos for the Demon Prince when you make the list. So choose the one that the rest of your units that you're going to want to use this on. Easy.
Then you roll a die. On a 3-up, that target immediately gets Eye of the Gods.
Yeah.
So here's the trick.
You
share a keyword with yourself, and you are friendly to yourself. So the Demon Prince just gets to try to buff himself every single turn of the game. Well, every one of your turns of the game. Is this the best way to play this army? I don't know. Is it the correct way to play this army? Yes, objectively.
Objectively. I feel like even if you don't want to just buff the Demon Prince like himself like crazy, having access to use it on other units as you need to kind of thing instead of needing to start the engine is very strong. And like the Demon Prince itself is a solid start point for a hero.
Yeah. And I mean, there's other sweet things in these units as well, like spoilers. Baron Guard, when you mark them as Khorne, are going to charge in an average like 15 to 30 mortal wounds depending on if you reinforce them.
That seems pretty good. And we had brought up that like they're similar to Stormcast, and at the War Scroll stat level, they are elite for a lot of their units. I mean, they also still have some weird things.
Yeah, but most units are several attacks, 3 to hit, 3 to wound, some amount of rend, some amount of damage.
And then you get the weird things like Chaos Spawn, but
lots of crit mortals in this army too.
Yes. There's a decent amount of like weapon has an ability of some type, whether it's, you know, crit mortals or crit auto wound, or I think there's some decent exploding, so crit 2 hits. There's stuff. It's doing stuff, which is fun.
And like, you can be very tanky if you go the Nurgle route, like Khorne offense, Nurgle defense, Slaanesh for reliability getting into combat,
Tzeentch exists.
Undivided is not 0 either. It is +1 to wounds against heroes and monsters. So like, if we get to a point where everyone is just playing heroes and monsters, then it's pretty easy to just slap +1 to wound army wide on it.
It is a nice fallback kind of thing. But I don't know, man. I feel like most people are going to look at it and be like, I want to play this version kind of thing.
The nice thing is you get to mix and match too. So you get Nurgle on things you want to be defensive, Khorne on things you want to be offensive, Slaanesh on your mobile stuff if you want it. Like, it's not an all or nothing, but there's also just a ton of cool characters. Like, Be'lakor is sick. Archaon does everything.
Yeah.
Eternus is eternal. His ability is hilarious. Just if Be'lakor is in play, he just doesn't die. He just keeps coming back. It's not reliable, but it can happen.
I had to re-look at that because I was like, that's not how that works at all. But it can happen.
No, it's unreliable, but it can happen.
I mean, they've also got some cool monsters. So, like, I think that's neat. Especially because, like, not all of them are just, like, random character monsters. You actually get, like, here's a random thing that is kind of messed up.
I will say I'm not usually a fan of, like, the Dark Knight aesthetic. But, man, something about the Chaos Warriors and Chaos Knights and Chaos Chosen, like all of those, I just really like the aesthetic with the big fur coats and the full plate armor.
I'm digging the Chaos Warrior look as well. It's a bit weird for the Chaos Knights in my opinion, but maybe that's just because the models that I have in mind are old. I don't know.
But yeah, you have several ways you can play this army too. Like if you want to try to play the monster menagerie thing, they do have a bunch of weird one-off monsters you could play. Tons of weird beasts. You've got Dark Oath if you want to take one of the coolest armies and instead just replace them with starving barbarians.
Yeah, they do exist.
I feel like a hypocrite because I love cultists. So like from a 40k perspective, they're the equivalent of Dark Oath here. But the difference is cultists have that post-apocalypse drip.
Wow.
Whereas the Naked Bandit look, it's like, this is so not what I like.
Yeah, there's more like kind of armor going on, but not actually useful.
The cultists have like a spooky, evil sorcery type vibe to them. These guys have, give me the gold in your pocket and I'll let you go down the road further.
I think that's giving them too much at a certain point. It's more like a depressed, give me your gold kind of thing.
It's really this one model they put at the bottom of the basic sheet that we both keep looking at, and he's the dumbest looking model I've ever seen.
He's just like front and center, and like he's not the only one. There's a couple other that are like on their own it would be fine, but put them together with him and it's like, oh yeah, you're going through that phase of your life, huh?
Who let these high schoolers cosplay?
Either way, the Dark Oath have decent support, so if you're interested in it, you can play it.
Yeah, having a bonus way to play the army is not bad.
Yeah.
But overall, Slaves to Darkness, what are we thinking?
Stormcast, but actually cool.
A perfect grade. I fully agree. We're done. All right, let's do Skaven.
Sure.
I'm upsetting Eric by going out of order constantly.
It's awful.
It's great.
I hate it. It's just the...
It's so good.
Irritating.
All right, I'll run us through Skaven's battle traits real quick. You have Gnawhole Deep Strike.
Yeah.
Also, you've got two actual ones, which is Too Quick to Hit, because we have to talk like Skaven, which is you do not take mortal damage when you use Retreat for infantry and cavalry, which is extremely good because Skaven like retreating. You also have Always 3 Claw Steps Ahead, which is once per turn for your army, so only one unit gets to do this. On your enemy's hero phase, you can make a normal move as if it were your movement phase.
And it's non-monsters, so you can't use some of the weird ones, but fine.
But this is like a really good way to be hyper mobile, always being in the right position to pull off your tricks. Everything about this feels very Skaven, very cute. It also stacks up really well with the rest of what we're going to read because there's a bunch of secondary things that feel on theme.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnawhole Deep Strike is really good for Skaven, just because they really do want to be moving around the battlefield in like kind of erratic ways and like messing with your opponent's line of battle and stuff like that. So that is great, and not having to take mortals when you retreat is actually pretty big. It sounds so dumb to me, but looking at the army, it matters.
Especially after we started having to use retreat.
Yeah.
Like when we were playing in Spearhead and you're like, ooh, D3 mortals is not free when I'm already losing a fight.
Yeah, and like you get to the real end and you're like, I need this to run away so that I can get that objective, but it could die.
So it's real nice that Skaven don't have to worry about that. Into sub-factions. Skaven are probably the top tier sub-faction army.
They're fun. They're absolutely fun.
All of these are dripping with flavor. They are high effort. They're at least fun when they're not high impact, but some of them feel high impact. You're just going to be happy. No matter which one you ended up picking for your army, you did it with a smile.
So we've got once per turn in your shooting phase, you can pick 3 Scryer units to roll a die for each. On a 1, it takes D3 mortals.
No, on a 1, kaboom.
Kaboom. On a 2 through 5, more power. So shooting gets +1 wound. And on a 6, you get more power, which is more power, but also add a rend characteristic onto your ranged weapons.
Yeah, so Scryer is already fantastic for general wanting to be... all your shooting units are Scryer anyway.
I would hope so, given just generally how sub-faction kind of things work, but...
For people who don't know Total War or AOS lore or anything, Skaven have all of their different clans that all like vie for power with each other. Scryer, Molder, Pestilence, and Verminous is just generic for this. Eshin, who doesn't have one because they don't have enough units right now because they need to get updated. Those are all different clans. They all have different aesthetics. Scryer is the tech guys. They got your guns. They got your crazy stuff that's going to blow up when you use it. They like pushing things well past their limits.
Very, wow, that thing's going to blow up, but maybe it'll blow up after you shoot it. Very cool aesthetic.
And then second is Molder, which is the guys who do genetic stuff and make giant hulking rats, who will have a very short lifespan, but they're going to get the job done before they go. So for them, we've got the Fleshmeld Menagerie, which gives us pick up to 3 non-hero Molder units. You can roll a dice for each one. On a 1 to 2, they inflict D3 mortals on themselves with self-destructive fury. 3 to 4, they get a rabid infusion and get to add 1 to their attacks for their melee weapons. And then on a 5 to 6, they get blinded by frenzy, which in addition to rapid infusion also gives them a 5-up ward.
Yeah. So these, the third tier on these are actually really strong.
Yes. And the like hurt yourself part would be bad if it wasn't for like, this is so Skaven that it's like everything is built in knowing this is a thing. Like you're okay. It's supposed to blow up sometimes. That's how Skaven works.
Obviously, you would rather that didn't happen when you're playing, but like, that's okay. It sucks, but you'll work past it kind of thing.
It's more funny than it is that it sucks. You'll get over it quick.
And then we've got the Pestilens, which they're the like religious ones essentially, aren't they?
So they cross paths with Nurgle a lot on the thematic front, which is why people kind of get annoyed with them, but like they're the stinky rats.
Which kind of makes sense.
But they do our favorite thing. Once per turn, end of the turn, pick up to 3 Pestilence units. Each of them make a pile and move, and then shite roll whatever they're in melee with. It's been in like 4 factions now.
I hate the fact that like the shite part has worked more often than it hasn't in flavor ways for how like it's actually being used.
Isn't it fantastic? We're defiling stuff.
Yeah.
We're corrupting stuff. We're making bad cooking.
So the last one, the Verminous, is once per turn for your army in your combat phase, you can pick 3 Verminous that charged, and they get +1 rend in the melee. These are all good.
Yeah, so like Verminous is your generic rats. If they're not Molder or Scryer or Pestilence for like 2 data sheets, or War Scrolls rather, then it's Verminous. So all of these are fine options. All of them feel impactful, and 2 of them are downright crazy and you just want to play them. This is your ideal way sub-factions should look. Like, you want your battle formations to look like this when you open your book.
Right, and they all like have the obvious choice of, I want to make my army do shooting. All right, I know what to do. We can choose the Scryer one. Or like, oh, I don't really have that many Scryers or Molders. Probably take the Verminous one, and we're gonna be having better weapons. So like, it works out pretty well, and the Pestilence one is on theme and fine, but a bit disappointing compared to the other ones, just on how cool they are.
We should be more disappointed, but I don't think either of us are fans of Skrulk or his kin.
It's just, there's cooler other stuff.
They've ruined many Lizardman starts in my Total War days.
Oh yeah. All right, let's move on to heroic traits though. So we've got in the combat phase, if this hero's in combat, you can roll a die, and on a 3-up, it can immediately retreat as if it was your movement phase. That was scurry away.
The flavor is great in these.
It actually is pretty awesome.
So Short-Tempered is just a 13-inch aura because 13 is the rat number. Very funny. You'll notice that a lot of things that would have been 12 inches are instead 13 in this army, but when they need something to matter, they're like, look, it's still 18. We're not just going to be funny and nerf this.
That is actually very important.
Correctly done jokes. It's okay when it's a harmless, give you an extra one because it's the funny number. It's annoying when it nerfs your stuff for the funny number. Anyway, Short-Tempered is a 13-inch aura of +1 to run and charge rolls. It's good. And Skilled Manipulator is hilarious because it's Human Shield or Skaven Shield in this case.
So while the hero's in combat range of a friendly non-hero Skaven infantry unit, it gets ward 4 up.
However,
each time you make a successful ward, allocate 1 damage to that infantry.
So you're not really having a ward. It's that you're using them as shields.
It's so perfect. It's so absolutely perfect for Skaven. I love it. And it's pretty strong, honestly. You just have like an extra health pool, essentially.
I still think like if you're going melee, like if you want to play Molder or whatever, go Short-Tempered. If you want to play basically anything else, Scurry Away, Skilled Manipulator, totally fine picks.
Artifacts. We've got an end of turn, heal D3 for this unit.
Every single turn, both players' turns.
It's short, simple, and honestly pretty solid. We've also got once per battle, any combat phase, pick a friendly non-hero Skaven infantry and inflict D3 mortals so that you can get +1 attacks in melee.
Yes, which is Skaven brew, so you're giving them poison that makes them stronger.
Which adding attack characteristics is always good.
Yeah, and to be honest, you're probably going to be picking your rat ogres or your storm vermin or something big, right? Like that's what we're probably putting this on. Giving them +1 attack for just a little bit of damage on one of the models before sending them into combat. Like this is absolutely perfect. But if you don't want those, you can go Warpstone Charm, which is roll a 3 up, subtract 1 for saves versus an enemy that you're in combat with. And this is not a once per game.
No, any combat phase.
Yeah. So if you have the type of hero who wants to be in combat, Warpstone Charm is a really good default. Foul Hide's the same way, to be honest.
It depends on how much health the character has, right? Like if you're expecting to live through it and then just heal back continuously, all right. But if each health or each damage actually matters that much, maybe you try and save before you actually take it.
Yeah, and the Warpstone Charm, because it's subtract 1 for save rolls for the rest of the turn, you can have it be you charge your not so good hero with your actual beat stick and then have the beat stick kill them. But let's do spell lores.
All right, starting off with the Unlimited. It's a cast 6 and you pick an enemy within 13. Hey, there it is. Inflict D3 mortal damage to the target.
So they have this in Spearhead. And for anyone who doesn't follow me on Twitter, I got to make a funny tweet. To represent my Grey Seer, I used Eric's Grey Knight model.
Thanks.
So Eric's Grey Knight got to cast Smite again, just like the good old days.
Just like the good old days. I mean, you do see that like this is 6 as opposed to 5 before, and that was like it had the downside of taking damage. This has got the upside of being 13 instead. But we've also got the other 2 spells, and one of them is the classic teleport. So choose a friendly hero, remove it, and put it back 9 away from enemy units.
You are your own friend. It's really good because this is probably just how you're going to get some extra victory points. And again, just like the retreat out of combat and the don't take mortals on retreating and the moving on your opponent's turn, Skaven are just, everything has that like constant, they're being shifty and sneaking around all over the battlefield.
Very, very difficult to properly tie them down. And their last spell is
on a 7-strike last. It's generically good.
This is an enemy unit within 18, which actually is nice. Like, oh, we're staying way far away. We don't have this funny 13 number coming up.
For prayers, the unlimited one is add 1 to wound rolls, and as long as you super prayer at an 8, their melee weapons also get crit mortal. You've got Bile Torrent, which is a basic horde breaker, and then you've got Rabid Tough, which is subtract 1 to wound rolls for attacks made against them, and on a super, you get to add 1 to save rolls as well. All of these are pretty good.
Yeah.
Like the horde breakers, whatever.
I mean, it's useful when it comes up, right? Like,
yeah. They're situational.
Yeah, it's nice to have access to it, but you need more than that to actually get value out of your priest.
So I don't think there's anything bad with the spell lore, the prayer lore. Like both are good.
I honestly think that the spells are like very good.
Any spell lore that includes a teleport is like alarm bells. This is probably good enough to want at least one wizard in every list.
And then when it just has smite on your unlimited, just have access to it. It's like, yeah, all right, you have good options.
But we also have manifestations for the wizards. You can summon the Warp Lightning Vortex, which is a gigantic area, really weird to set up, but basically it is a huge zone that will just randomly cause mortals. Summon Vermintide just summons a rat swarm that runs around and does some damage.
That one is... I think it's neat just because like it has 13 attacks and 13 health and but let's not say it's amazing. It does have more rats. Lots of flavor.
The Bell of Doom is honestly pretty good though, because Skaven aren't very tanky.
No, I mean that's why they have so much run around, retreat stuff.
So you can have the Bell of Doom basically wander around and keep them safer because it does subtract 1 to wound rolls for Skaven infantry who are wholly within 13 of it, and its move while stupid because it's random, is 3d6, which is still like a 9-inch move on average easily. It's just sometimes it's a 3-inch move.
Sometimes it's a 3-inch move and you're like, this is useless. But these are good enough that like I feel it would be wrong to not take these and take some generic thing, right? Like they're at least thematic and good enough. So,
and while it's not really part of this, the Gnaw Hole, because it's something that you just will have if you're Skaven, is where you can pay a CP for activating its ability to once per turn, end of your turn, set up a infantry next to the Gnaw Hole to replace dead infantry, and it lets you do your deep strike shenanigans and jumping around and all that. It's basically like if Sylvaneth didn't Flanderize itself into caring only about its terrain piece and just had a cool terrain piece that they abuse, but they're like, that's just a part of our identity. We're also cool spirit creatures.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's move into our units.
Well, this is difficult.
Is it now?
Things are not as they appear. When are the new ranges expected to come out?
Yeah, so we gotta wait for the codex. So there is stuff in this index that is known to be going away and is an old sculpt, and thus has rules that aren't going to matter in 3 months. So yes, a lot of these are very short-lived. That being said, for the time being, it's really cool that like Storm Fiends are both Scryer and Molder, and I want at least 6 in every list because they're sick.
That's fair. They do have some really cool I'm like very partial to like the war machines going on there.
Oh, lightning cannons?
Yeah, that's because of Total War, right?
It is.
I understand that that's why I like it, but I still like it. So it's interesting that the range focus doesn't feel quite as bad because there's so much repositioning.
It's more skirmishing ranged as opposed to gunline ranged, which is very awkward feeling.
Yeah, so it seems like it'll work better in how AOS is trying to push things currently, or just how the trend seems to be for AOS. And, you know, that's a big bonus for Skaven.
Or hear me out. When you get bored of that, we just jam a list full of Rat Ogres and Hell Pit Abominations and Storm Fiends.
I'm not sure I'm going to be getting too bored of Rattling Guns and stuff, but...
Well, the Rattling Gun is one of the ones going away, which is why this is awkward.
I refuse to believe that it's not coming with a new replacement of some type.
It's the new guy who's on the mobile Rattling Gun.
Right. Like, there's no way. There's like, nope, Rattling Guns themselves, you don't get it at all, ever.
We've got the new one. He's the Rattling Warp Blaster. He's got 3d6 plus 3 attacks, and he can go up to 66 plus 3.
Yeah, okay. Good stuff.
Yeah. So it still exists. It's just getting the new model. But yeah, the Skaven, final thoughts. Like, we didn't even talk about Thanquol. Normally, we've been focusing on, like, sweet Giga characters like the Vermin Lords or Thanquol, but, like, you don't have to with Skaven because their other shit is cool.
It was funny because, like, as you were like, oh, final thoughts, and I was like, yeah, but we didn't bring up any of the Eshin infiltrators. Come on, man.
No, we don't have to bring up Eshin. Just wait till they get some updates. It's sad. We don't need the little monkey rats.
I think they're neat, but they absolutely need a refresh to their look. But yeah, it is interesting that like so many of the factions that we've brought up are like, oh, and this unique hero and that unique hero, and like for Skaven, it's just like they got cool shit, man.
Yeah, so I think Skaven makes out like bandits here because you get multiple good-looking sub-factions, and you're one of the first battle tomes, so you're going to get more toys soon.
I mean, it's a good thing, but it's this like hovering sort of Damocles of like, don't get attached to what you see right now because very shortly you're getting like the full actual thing.
Yeah, your spell lore may look totally different in 3 months.
Yeah.
These data sheets may have different stat lines. They might have different abilities. So that is a thing against, but it's nice to know that you're getting a bunch of new toys shortly.
So I guess, general thoughts, grade, what do you got?
I'm 13 out of 10.
Nice. I'm thinking probably a yes out of stonks.
Okay.
Where do you want to go next? Because order of how we have notes and all that stuff means nothing to you.
No, we should clearly go in order, so let's just do Blades of Khorne.
Brilliant.
You knew I was going to do it. I'm predictable, but it's still funny.
It did get set up a little bit, and it is still annoying. All right, then. Blades of Khorne.
All right, blood tithes. They're sick.
Yeah. So you get a blood tithe point each time a unit is destroyed. Doesn't matter, friendly, enemy. If a unit's destroyed, get one. And each turn, you can choose to do one thing with your blood tithes, or you can just hold on to them, I guess. But I guess let's go in like the order of how much it costs. So you've got your one blood ability, which is any movement phase. You can use it and spend one blood tithe to pick a friendly unit that's not in combat. They can move 3 inches and it can move into combat. We've got the 2 blood, which is a reaction to an opponent casting a spell, and you can spend 2 blood to give that spell unbound. Then we go up to 4 blood. In any hero phase, you can spend 4 blood points to pick an enemy unit, roll 8 dice, and for each 3 up, inflict a mortal damage to that target.
Which averages over 3 damage, which is not bad to be able to do.
Let's see. We've still got a couple more that we're ramping up to, okay? Let's see if we want to hold on to those blood.
All right, 6.
6. We've got any combat phase. You can spend 6 blood tithe points so that for the rest of the turn, you add 1 to rend characteristics of melee weapons used by friendly Blades of Khorne units.
This is the one that you want, I think. This is where you're trying to get to 6 so you can use it, and then hoping to get to 6 again so you can use it. Or you're just spamming out 1 to get 3-inch moves every turn, which also could be very good.
Especially because like you can also still just move into combat with that, which is weird.
You can just slide into combat with it, which is strong.
Very rare for that kind of thing to happen. But we do have 8 blood. In any movement phase, you can spend 8 blood points to get one of the following effects. Add 1 to the attack characteristics of melee units, or pick a friendly non-unique bloodthirster and revive it 9 away from enemy units.
This one is cute. I don't think you actually do it, but like it's funny as hell, especially because bloodthirsters are like 500 point models.
I feel like if you're at like 4 or 5 and then you just catapult through next turn and you're sitting high, it's like, okay, let's just like overcharge and give everything attack, or let's bring back a quarter of my army.
Yeah, but like at the same time, are you going to get that much out of it at that point?
Probably not, especially because like realistically you should be doing the movement for 1 blood because that's pretty strong in a lot of cases, or saving up for 6 blood, give rend to everything.
And it's kind of cool that your like sideboard option in air quotes here is just also in your army roll of like, I'm against Tzeentch or Seraphon. Get fucked, idiots. 2 blood, unbind whatever was important this turn.
That's true. Most things that they're actually going to be casting, you probably can spend 2 blood on and ruin their day.
I do think blood tithe points are going to be more rare than you want them to be. You only get them for destroying units. There is like not ways to cheat blood. Like we're going to talk about like a single one later, and then there's the one priest who can do it.
There are, I think, 3 ways to do it, but 2 of them are like not good or super niche, and like you're going very far out of your way to get it.
Yeah, it's basically the slaughter priest, to my knowledge. Is the only way to get blood tithe without a unit dying. It is going to be very fairly acquired. And you have to think about game state of like, at the point where 6 things have died, a lot of things that are alive are probably not at what you saw on their war scroll and started doing math on. They're probably half dead as well.
True. At the same time, the army doesn't have like actual, I'm just going to send these into the meat grinder to get blood, and they're just going to die. That's their whole point.
Yeah, so like the cheapest thing you're going to do is grab 5 flesh hounds for like 110 points and jam them places to get kill count up.
Sure.
And they're like a near nothing model.
Yeah.
They ain't getting kills. You're doing that to put them in the blender.
Right.
We're making corn dog soup.
So yeah, these blood points don't want to be just like spent for the hell of it kind of thing. But because you get to choose how you spend them, they can be extremely strong and just like the perfect thing depending on what the board state and your opponent are doing.
Or because you play Khorne, you just pick the biggest, timmiest thing.
That's also fair.
Brain off, slam, full throttle, funniest thing.
Move forward, then charge.
Reanimate Bloodthirster after throwing it into suicidal combat.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to probably get you 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, the Bloodthirsters are good when we get down there.
I mean, it's going to give it itself, and it's almost certainly going to get at least 1 from whatever it charged into and killed. And, like, it's probably getting a second one. So, yeah, you know, that's a good down payment to paying that 8. Do you want to move on to battle formations, though?
Yeah, so sub-factions, simple set here. We've got a once per turn, army-wide. When a demon fights, you can have a mortal fight for a double activation. So this is your, like, mixed units type detachment. Oops, I said detachment. Sub-faction / battle formation. It's hard, everyone. You think it's going to be easy? It's real hard to change vocab constantly. Next up, we've got our Khorne demons. When they fight, they have a ward 5 up for the rest of the turn. So as long as they fight before the opponent fights, you're defensively on a 5 up board. Importantly to know, that's not as crazy as it sounds because all demons come with a 6 up ward by default. So it is +1 to their wards after they have fought.
It doesn't help against shooting, so, like, it's still good, but...
Brass Stampede, I'm not a huge fan of. Your cavalry units, as long as you rolled an 8 up to charge, get strike first.
We've seen similar, and it's been...
elite cavalry. How many units are charging on the same turn to make strike first really worth it? And it's on 8 ups only, which is real damn inconsistent.
Yeah, like, you'll try those 8 ups and hopefully it'll happen kind of thing, but, like, you know, hopefully your cavalry is close enough because it has a big move that you only need a 5 or a 6.
Okay, let me put it another way for you. What if we put those cavalry that are half demons and half mortal cav in the detachment where they both get to fight right after each other anyway, so the first one you pick to fight gets the second one to do it just like they both rolled 8s no matter what? I don't think Brass Stampede is good.
Nope.
And then the final one, Bloodbound War Horde, say that 5 times fast, is your mortal detachment. Your mortals get +1 to hit in combat as long as they are fighting a unit contesting an objective you don't control. Sounds weird. It basically just means you charged onto your opponent's objective.
Most likely, there are going to be cases of you charged onto it, but, like, you already had it.
Sure, you're doing the weird scenario, but, like, just for everyone at home, objectives only update control at end of turn. So you charging more models than they had on it, still fine. They still own it till the turn ends.
Honestly, if it wasn't that way, this would be terrible.
This would be real bad, but this is okay. Like, if you want to play mortals, the mortal detachment is great. Murder Host is fine. It's your default demon one, and the mixed one's pretty cool.
I think the mixed one is likely where most lists are going to be just because, like, that's just going to happen, and 12 inches is a pretty decent distance, especially once you've closed ranks and have started fighting the opponent.
Ironically, if you're doing the Timmy thing and spamming Bloodthirsters, you're probably in the mixed one because they're excluded from the demon one.
Which is weird.
It's not weird because...
No, it's weird.
No, the Bloodthirsters already have 5 ups.
And it could have done the same thing that so many others do and give another...
Oh, and give them the 4 up. You give a Bloodthirster a 4 up. I don't know.
Whatever, man. The Bloodthirster's going to be killing whatever it gets into a fight with anyways.
It's true.
Like, it doesn't need the defense. The defense is, it's dead.
Anyway, let's move on. Battle traits, artifacts. Well, first of all, we have a trait that turns something into a priest.
Yep, that's a great start.
I would normally say this is the auto pick and stop reading. However, we also have Relentless Hunter, which is when you use your 3 and just walk into combat ability. This one moves 6 instead.
Yeah, I hear running in charge is good.
So you can toss this on a Bloodthirster and casually just waltz 6 inches into combat on your opponent's turn.
That's crazy, dude. Absolutely wild. But you also have the ability to just start with a Blood Tithe.
And this is what I would talk about where, like, you are not cheating on Blood Tithe. This is how bad it is. You get 1 Blood Tithe point and you lost turning something into a priest, or the Murder Lust one.
But it's still reasonably solid, honestly. It helps set it up.
I'll put it this way. If getting 1 Blood Tithe point is correct over someone becomes a priest, or you double the move of Murder Lust, I don't think things are going good for Khorne.
Fair.
Given what a Blood Tithe is worth.
Yeah.
Artifacts are nuts. Argath, King of Blades, which also exists in the 40k one, so I like that it has both. But it's just heroes in combat with this cannot use ward rolls. Like, that's nuts.
It's solid no matter what, but there's definitely certain heroes that it's like, oh, this is really bad. You turned off the entire defensive profile.
Especially since, like, most of our characters here in Khorne absolutely slap. And that's without the Bloodthirster jokes. Like, just the mortal ones are totally fine in combat.
Yes. There's a decent amount of rend going around.
Then we have the Collar of Contempt, which is just you unbind like a wizard 1 and you do an extra D3 mortals when you unbind stuff.
Solid option to have, but given the fact that your blood type has something already, is like, do you really need it as well?
And our final one is the one I actually think will probably weave in and out of being the most correct choice depending on like how other armies play. Whoever you give this to gets to ignore negative modifiers to their control score, hit rolls, and wound rolls, which if a lot of enfeeblement is going on and a lot of people are debuffing you, then this is going to be important. But basically my go-to is going to be heroes can't ward roll against you, and then should it be more important to be getting Halo of Blood, we go that route for the ignoring all the negatives.
Yeah, that one is very much a what are you expecting to run up against more often.
There's a lot of people who can debuff. A lot of spells and prayers just have one of the three as a debuff a unit, and you're targeting their best stuff anyway usually. So this means they can't do that to you. Well, at least to this guy.
I mean, it is nice that it's just the negative as well. It's not one of those like...
Yeah, you don't give up all out attack or anything.
That is honestly pretty big, that you can still get better. You just can't get worse.
So Khorne gets prayers and it gets manifestations. They're out of order in the index, but that's okay. They're allowed to make little mistakes like this. These are fine mistakes.
Fine, yes. I hate it.
Speaking of rend in this army, you can just pray on a 5, unlimited prayer, add 1 to the rend characteristics of a friendly within 12. It can be any Blades of Khorne. It could be the Bloodthirster.
That was shocking that there was no modifier on that.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, your trash units can get better rend. It's no. Anyone you want, go for it.
And 5 is not that difficult. Like, it's 4 versus 5 is going to matter, but it's not that crazy.
And then we finish this off with just the most predictable stuff. We already had our buff our killing abilities. So what's up next? Khorne hates Psykers. Okay, so you can screw with wizards. That's our second one.
It's in a weird way, but yes, it is just...
Subtract 1 from their power levels so they can cast less. And then your final one is just a Horde Breaker. It's the most predictable prayer list for Khorne. Khorne did not think hard on this homework. Khorne wrote down exactly what Khorne wants. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, but I don't think those are going to get used very often at all.
The wizard one will be entirely matchup dependent, but it will get spammed when it's important, right? The main one is just rend. That's our default state, is you have a priest so that you can get rend.
Yeah, that extra rend is so big that I feel there's a decent amount of matchups that even if you're up against spells, you would rather just close ranks and kill them than turn off their spells, right? Like, it's just hit harder, then you don't have to deal with it.
And it is worth noting, like, if you do the 6 blood tithe points to get rend army wide, rend can stack infinitely in this game. A lot of things cap at +1. Rend does not. You can go rend until everyone has to save on 12s.
Yeah, all good stuff, man.
I will say Khorne's manifestations are whatever to me. Guess what? Can you predict what they do? One of them hates witches, so it's an anti-wizard one. One of them deals damage. The third one is actually kind of interesting, the bleeding icon.
It doesn't seem anywhere near good enough to actually be useful.
No, it's fine because you can summon it right next to people.
It's kind of interesting, but like
2d6 8 up is what, 40ish%, something in there. So you've got like a 40 something percent chance that they can't use commands on whatever's within range of it.
It's only 8, so like it happens at one time and it's still 40.
Yeah, it does not move either. So like once you plant it somewhere in play, it's there.
I guess you could use it as like a aura of don't come here kind of thing. It's interesting.
And the point is, the options available, you're probably just going to pick generics. The primal ones let you summon the flaming head and stuff for funny times. Like that's what Khorne's really going to be doing.
So the actual units now.
Scarbrand has the most important trait. This is required. If your game has Scarbrand and he does not get better as he gets hurt, I don't want to play your game. We're good. They did it. And he even gets other bonuses like, hey, if it's too early for him to be hurt, he's still mad because he hasn't gotten to kill anyone yet.
Do you see the actual damage numbers? On like, ignore any modifier to anything and just look at the number. There's a fucking 8 on it.
When Carnage rolls a 6 to hit, instant 8 mortal wounds.
An 8.
Slaughter's whipping around 4s, and Slaughter gets quite a few attacks.
I get like Bloodthirsters are scary and like this is Scarbrand, yes. But like 4 and 8 damage on these things. Those numbers are big.
It is nice. Inescapable Wrath, his passive, is he gets to roll 3d6.
For charges.
Yeah. He charges 3d6 instead of 2d6. This helps because Scarbrand is notoriously slow because he has to walk because his wings are broke because lore.
Like he's still 8, but he's not, the 12 that you would expect.
Yeah, he's not hustling around with a 12-inch fly. So the 3d6 charge helps him out there. He's probably going to be stuck turn 1 just running somewhere so that then next turn he can set up charges. But that's life with Scarbrand. But yeah, very happy that he looks extremely fun. And look, we're not going for complex data sheets in this army. Everything does lots of damage.
I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of abilities that go on, but like
they all do the same thing.
They all do there's a focus, and it is laser focus to hit them.
It's real easy for us to just focus on Bloodthirsters, right? Banning myself from talking about Bloodthirsters for a second. If we just go down to Mortals, for who I don't own yet, they're basically Stormcast minus. Like, all of them look like a Stormcast stat-wise, but either have a bad save versus 1 or is slightly more inaccurate because they're just seeing red. So they've got a decent starting stat line in most cases.
Yeah, most cases. There's a few that are like, what happened here?
But for most of them, they're already like close to elite status, and then we're pumping them full of extra attacks, extra rend, extra hit, all this stuff going on with them to make them just super killy boys. Probably going to die, but Khorne cares not, and thus blood tithe points.
Yeah, I mean, probably gonna die, but honestly, it's not like they're that frail. They've got 4-up save and a 6-up ward, and like a bunch of things are, 2 health. So like, it's not super defensive, but it's not paper either. I absolutely love the Skull Cannon.
The Skull Cannon's adorable. It doesn't have very good shooting, but the fact that killing stuff in melee supplies you with ammo.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, you killed something in melee. Let's celebrate by shooting again.
Jam their skulls in the Skull Cannon, load it up.
It is not an amazing ranged weapon, but it is a ranged weapon that can fight in combat.
It's not many armies who are smart enough to charge their cannons to the front lines. Khorne's got the wrinkliest brain. All right. I want to talk about one Bloodthirster before we move on.
Sure, fine.
So all of them are cool. I would like to take a moment to point out Bloodthirster of Insensate Rage has his Great Axe of Khorne. It's 5 attacks, 3s to hit, 2s to wound, 2 rend, 5 flat damage, anti-infantry plus 1 rend, plus all the other things that you can throw on him, right? So rend infinity. And then he's got his, each time an attack made by him scores a crit. Not only does he do D3 mortal damage to the enemy that he just rolled a crit hit against, he does it to everyone within 8. And this is each time.
I guess I didn't really pay attention to that one. Yeah.
He crits people so hard, their gore goes flying and hits everybody else.
That is pretty metal.
That's just, I was reading through like what makes all the Bloodthirsters different ability-wise, and I read him third, and I was just laughing at the visual image of him just cleaving people with the Great Axe, but because it's so big, it's just splattering them and turning them into projectiles.
Yeah.
But yeah, all the Bloodthirsters are very fun. All of them absolutely wreck in combat.
I assume they cost just like 1 billion points.
The cheapest one is like 420 points. They are a lot of points in this game, but that's because they do a lot more than they do in 40k.
Yeah.
Reminder, 5 damage against 1 wound rats kills 5 rats.
Yeah.
Everything does the equivalent of mortal wounds in AOS. It's very cool coming from 40k where it's like, well, I guess I have to use my shitty sweep profile because it's against trash mobs. Like, no, smash them.
Or it's like, I've got this giant cannon. I killed 1 dude. Got him though.
Yeah, I love the spillover damage in AOS. It is extremely fun coming from 40k.
And it honestly, it does work well for how AOS AOS is set up.
Yeah, so there's tons of ways to play this army, as simple as it sounds, and all of them are going to make your average Khorne player happy.
The thing is like there are tons of ways to play it. At the end of the day, though, like every way is still get into combat and hit them.
Yeah.
It's just different ways on how you accomplish that end result. And that's great.
That gets into something we haven't really brought up, luckily, because basically all of these do it right, is one of the worst things you can do when you're designing an index or a codex or a battle tome or whatever in one of these games is to have a mismatch between what is designed and what the players of that faction want designed for them. This Khorne codex vibes perfectly with Khorne players. The thing that they want to do is the thing this rewards them for doing.
Basically, yeah, which is great. And they've done a pretty good job of that throughout.
Yeah, but what's our final score for Khorne?
Gonna go with a outrageous carnage out of the blood must flow.
You just looked for words. I'm giving him an 8 out of 5.
8 out of 5. I like that. That's strong.
Unfortunately, I've blown 2 funny numbers in a row, so when I do it on Tzeentch, it won't be funny anymore. But then when I do it on Slaanesh, it will be funny again, so we're all good.
Yeah, you just gotta keep going.
All right, speaking of Tzeentch, Destiny dice. My 40k Tzeentch is jealous at you guys.
Yeah, so Tzeentch's battle trait is in your deployment, you roll 9 dice that are Destiny dice, and they're set aside and you can use them. Just remember that, like, if you're gonna use 2, you have to actually use both of them, kind of thing. Not quite as many dice as you would expect. I feel like they're gonna run out pretty quickly.
So they are definitely a limited resource. There's no way to just get more Destiny dice. These 9 are your 9 for the game. The only way you are getting more than these 9 is when you fully empty the tank. There is a spell that can give you 1 per turn.
I mean, they're very strong. Like, you can use these on casting, unbinding, banishment, run, charge, hit, wound, saves. Basically everything.
Importantly, not your ward. And when you do cast, you must replace both dice. You have to burn 2 Destiny dice to do it.
There are downsides, but still very powerful. But it's not the only thing that is Tzeentch's battle trait.
It's the more important one, though. So the other one is 3 bullet points to explain burning. A bunch of stuff in here is Weird Flame. It'll have the Weird Flame keyword. At the end of every shooting phase, you can use this ability to make something that was hit with Weird Flame this turn that took damage have the burning keyword. The burning keyword, it's a shite roll, as you guys know. But on a 1, they extinguish their burning. But it also has the extra benefit of if they try healing in any way, instead it just turns the burning off and they don't get the heal.
And the shite roll is for everything that is burning. If you were able to stack them up, they all take it at the end of any turn.
Yeah, but the ones mean they'll extinguish at a decent rate as well.
Yeah.
Basically, from this point on, you realize that you're only getting 1 burning thing per turn max. And this is if you're doing stuff to shoot or cast on your opponent's turn, like min-maxing. You're losing 1/3 of the things that are burning every turn, plus whatever they heal. So we need to find ways to cheat burning to make it of any use, and get more benefit out of our burning.
Or just accept it as a thematic little bonus on top of having Destiny dice.
Yeah, this is me explaining like the here's what you want to see to make this be a real rule. So let's immediately go down and find a use for it in our battle formations.
Yeah, there is one actually. We've got the Weird Flame Host. Subtract 1 from wound rolls for attacks made by burning enemy units.
And before we get into the other 3, this is your default subfaction. The other ones are not that strong. They're pretty cute, but they're not that strong. This one is just what they expect you to be playing.
Yeah, it's not like amazing because burning is not just like, oh, we're going to be spreading the fires throughout the entire enemy, but it should be more focused on like where you're actually going to have it and where you want it kind of thing. But the other one's not great.
So the other 3, real quick, you've got Zangor Coven, which is for Warflock unit, which is what Zangor's keyword is. When they use a rally, you can add 3 more dice to the rallies. It's okay if you want to just play Zangor spam and just be content trying to rally every turn.
It's interesting because like I actually feel like Zangor are good in AOS. It's just I'm not sure I care about rally even then.
Yeah, rally is good. Rally's not sexy.
No. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
That's my thing. Is like, I'm not saying Rally's bad. I'm saying that's not what I want to be excited about when I pick my sub-faction. Change Host is almost good until you read the first words once per battle army. Otherwise, the effect would be cute if you could do it more than once in a whole game. You can take a Tzeentch demon that is in combat at the end of your turn, remove it from play, and put it back into play, but it has to stay in combat with whoever it was in combat with. So you can do tricksy stuff like surround them or jump onto a point that they were guarding that was still within combat range of them, stuff like that.
And it is a chance to do it. You roll a die and 3 up, you do a thing.
If it was once per turn army, then I'd be like, all right, it's very fun. We can play it.
It would make a lot more sense on being a chance to do the thing, but maybe it's one of those, like, if you're just like super amazing at this game, you're able to like fully take advantage of it in the perfect cases.
Even then, in 33% of games, it doesn't do anything.
Exactly. So I don't know, man. But we've got one more.
The last one is for your Arcanite, which is your mortals. They get +1 to their unbinding rolls, and if they unbind a spell, then no command points are spent for that unit to use magical intervention, which is casting your opponent's turn at -1 in the same phase. So when your opponent's casting, you can unbind, and if you successfully unbind, then you can for free cast a spell at -1.
It feels super strong.
It's very thematic for if you're playing against your friend in a narrative game and you're both playing spell slinging armies and you're having a blast. Absolutely a fun pick. I don't think even in a mortal heavy army I'm picking this. I'm just picking the burning one.
Yeah, that is absolutely the default.
So hero traits and artifacts of power. Illusionist is just -1 to hit rolls for friendlies that are in this unit's combat range, which obviously the first thing you think of is Big Chicken. Big Chicken already does this in a bigger range, so...
But, I mean, it's for the other things. If you're not going to just take Big Chicken, you can give them a smaller version.
The problem is you have to stay wholly within the combat range, so wholly within 3 inches. So if it's on a foot hero or something, it's very difficult to get a unit in this range.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of all of these wholly within combat range.
That said, it still works on the hero itself. So it's still just at worst -1 to hit for the hero. It's a good one. It's just you have to be aware, like, it sounds super cool until you start looking at the board and go, okay, it's -1 to hit for this hero and occasionally something else. Then you've got Cult Demagogue. Oh, I love this one. If each die in a casting roll is the same value and it's not Snake Eyes, then you add 3 to your casting roll.
This one took a moment to figure out, especially because not miscast, and I was like, what the fuck are you... Oh, right. So just don't roll Snake Eyes and you get +3 on doubles.
Okay, so it's not that strong. It's a 5 in 36 chance, and several of those chances would have already cast every spell. So it's more like a 2 in 36 chance to actually do something, but it does mean that you'll successfully cast the spell if that 2 in 36 happens.
Very strong.
I ain't picking it over Nexus of Fate.
Yeah, or we could roll a die in your hero phase and replace a destiny dice with this new roll.
Yeah, so I'm going to do that every turn instead.
I think that's probably the choice.
But Illusionist is very solid. If you've got characters that aren't the Big Chicken, Illusionist is probably worth taking as well. But yeah, Nexus of Fate is my go-to. Artifacts of power, we've got the Nine-Eyed Tome. You're not going to take anything else because this is +1 to casting rolls and banishing rolls in an army that just casts spells a lot.
So Weird Flame Blade basically gives you burning keyword.
Which is nice. Unfortunately, it's on combat attacks in an army where if you look at all the heroes, I don't want them in combat.
True. It does make it a little awkward.
I don't think a Changecaster is surviving against a Stiff Breeze.
No.
I don't think a Fate Skimmer is. So, yeah, Weird Flame Blade, if you put it on like a Lord of Change and go blade mode on it, it could actually be pretty good, especially if you're in the burning detachment anyway.
Pretty narrow, though. It sounds awesome, and then you actually start looking at it, it's like, oh yeah, this is pretty narrow.
I'm probably just picking +1 to my casts. You've got your final one once per battle. You can pick an enemy wizard that you're in combat with, deal some mortals to them, and subtract 1 of their casting rolls for the rest of the game, which would be redundant because you're going to kill them immediately until you remember that you're not going to kill them immediately. You're probably dying.
Probably. But, like, it could be, depending on, you know, what you go after, it could be a suicidal of like, hey, stop casting stuff, but
But it's just -1. It's not -1 to their power level. It's just -1 to their casts. And it's like, nah.
It's probably not enough. It's once per battle. But all that said, adding 1 to your cast and banish rolls is really good. So there is a great default.
Yes. So again, artifacts and hero traits here are pretty narrow in which ones I'm going to pick, but the ones I'm going to pick are strong. Spell lores, we get 2 of them because it's Tzeentch, God of Magic, blah, blah, blah. I really like how different they feel. So Lore of Fate has like this game of don't use destiny dice unless it's a 6, and you get a lot of benefits for being cagey and not using them often. So the way it works, you have your infinite cast. Again, everything in this army is a higher casting value than it would be in any other army because they know you're getting a bunch of plus to cast.
That's how it goes.
7 to cast, it's unlimited cast. Set aside all of your 6s from your destiny dice pool, roll the rest. If you have no destiny dice, roll 1 and add it to the pool.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's good to be able to roll those 1s that are going to be useless.
I think it's fine to just value roll. Like, put your 6s aside, fish for 6s. Buy our mug.
Yes, actually.
Got him.
But, like, it's really one of those, like, boy, do I wish I could do anything with these 1s and 2s, because I don't want to use them. And it's interesting that if you're out, it can add 1. So it does add this tension of, I've got 2 left, and I'm, like, rolling, you know, they're bad. So do I want to, like, roll them again and try and get something? Or I guess it would just be if I have 1 left, it would be like, do I use it now or do I try and roll it again? I feel like there's could be more to that. But
anyway, then we have our 2 non-unlimited spells. The first one is Infernal Gateway. 6 to cast. Roll either 4 dice or the number of destiny dice you have left. For each 4 up, inflict a mortal. So it's 2 mortals on average if you're, like, this is just a smite on average if you're low on destiny dice. But if you've got 9 destiny dice left, this is a full-on Kamehameha.
yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be better earlier in the game.
And then Shield of Fate, in the same vein, 7 to cast, give a target within 18 a ward of 5 up. If you have 4 or more destiny dice left, it also subtracts 1 to hit for them.
That's pretty good.
That's why this is like, it's neat that this one is the, when you look at them all together, it's the play cagey with your destiny dice. Don't just spam them out on turns 1, 2, and 3. Tactically use your 6s and try to keep as many other ones in the pool as you can to get buffs.
It's interesting.
I think it's a very cool one. If you don't want to go that Gigabrain, we've got Lore of Change.
It's got a great start. Unlimited spell is 6 and inflict D3 mortals to the target, and it's Weird Flame.
Which means it's not just a harder to cast smite, we actually got something for it. And then we've got Fold Reality for 7. It's Teleport. Teleports are very strong. And then we've got the meme one. You can, for 7, try to turn somebody into a chaos spawn, but you would have to put the chaos spawn into your list and then at the beginning of the game say, I will not play this chaos spawn.
I'm not Gigabrain enough to figure out what's actually happening with this to be useful, but
a chaos spawn is 60 points. That's the cheapest thing by a mile. And a lot of the lists I make end up at like 19 point blank. It is possible that instead of like reconfiguring your list, you just make the last thing a chaos spawn and you just go, good enough, now I unlock this spell.
sure. I'm not certain I'm gonna cast that like ever.
It'll be funny to cast it in one game.
Sure.
It's definitely got the funny moment going with it. Yeah, I don't think it's important compared to unlimited smites and a teleport, which are also sitting next to it.
And that teleport is like really good because it's not any of those like, oh, if it's not in combat or it's whatever, it's like, no, just be close to this caster within 12, go away to wherever you want. These are both great options, and I feel like it is just whatever you're interested in playing for that day kind of thing.
The Tzeentch manifestations don't matter too much, to be honest. Tome of Eyes is exactly what you think. It is, you summon the evil book. It makes you better at casting, but for a price. Just randomly might deal damage to you as well, but you get up to +2 to cast. Then you've got the funny gamble house that is just bad and you do not use it, but it's a funny gamble house if you want to just play a gacha game.
I'm partial to that one, but I understand it's not good.
It's real bad. You have like no sway over it, and it is completely symmetrical. And then your last one is just the chicken head that goes and hunts stuff like every other endless spell that does damage. Yeah, you're probably going to pick one of the basic ones when you play Tzeentch, much like with Seraphon, where it's like there are good basic ones for casting armies, like the mirror for long range casting, or the teleporty bridge, or just playing Purple Sun.
So the damage one is anti-wizard pretty hard. It could be a wizard killer, but...
You know what else is a wizard killer? Anything that can do like 6 damage.
That's generally true. I mean, there's some big wizards out there.
Sure, we're in the army with them.
Yeah, I was like, this general. Wait, hold on a fucking second. Just goddamn minute. Let me scroll up to these war scrolls and, no, you're lying to me.
We do have the funny one while we're in War Scrolls. Eric, read us about Kairos while I go find the other thing I'm looking for.
Sure, Kairos. I'm not sure what you want me to read about him. He casts a bunch of spells.
How about Lord of Change, which I think is going to be a staple to every list?
So, I mean, Lord of Change has the Locus of Change passive, which is that subtract 1 from hit rolls for combat attacks that are targeting your friendly 12-inch aura thing. And yeah, that is on its own like pretty solid to have access to on your pretty frail wizards. Lord of Change also has the all-important manipulation of destiny dice. So once per turn for your army in your movement phase, you can discard a destiny dice and then pick a friendly non-hero, non-unique demon unit that has been destroyed by the target. And this lets you reinforce with it, the half of the models 9 inches away from enemy units.
Importantly, this does not have the thing that most others do of like it has to be a multi-model unit. And this rounds up, so if it's one model, you get one model back. It can't be a hero, so you can't get chickens back. But it does mean you can get back chariots and stuff, which is important to me because the chariots have a mediocre ability that's dangerous to use, but I think you're going to want to spam it if you're in the burning detachment. They all have the, during your movement phase, pick an enemy unit that it passed over, roll a die, on a 3-up, it's instantly burning. It's risky, but not when you know you're going to be using your destiny dice to just bring them back whenever they kill them. Like, yeah, they're frail, but they're fast, they can get what you need done, and then you just burn a destiny die to get it back. It is important to remember you can only reinforce a unit once. So once you burn it on your burning chariot or whatever, you cannot get the burning chariot back a second time.
Right.
But then you just switch over to your pink horrors and all that stuff.
There's only so many battle rounds. I guess you would probably run into that on battle round 4 and it'd be disappointing. But there's something else that you can use it on.
Other than that, I think the demon part of this army looks a lot like its 40k equivalents, but the addition changes. It's all pretty believable.
The way flamers work.
It's very unnatural coming from 40k, and it's kind of sad, isn't it? Especially after the terror they were at the end of 9th.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad, but it just feels so alien from my expectations that I'm looking at it going, nah, that ain't a flamer.
Yeah, it's true. I do think 6 flamers next to an exalted flamer is still pretty good in this game, just like it tends to be in 40k. On the mortal end of things, before we get to mortals, Gaunt Summoner has some sick abilities. So it's got the ability to set someone up in the Silver Tower and then teleport them into play, right? Classic Deep Strike. But it's also got the reverse with Arcane Imprisonment. It's a 7 to cast, so you probably gave this guy your +1 to cast, right? Then you get to target a hero that you're in combat with. So unfortunately you have to be alive, so this is risky. Destiny dice is probably burned in the process here. And then when you cast the spell, if its casting roll exceeds the health of that hero, they are automatically destroyed, can never come back because they're put in the Arcane Imprisonment. Straight to baby jail. It's cute, extremely fun. He's a double wizard, fly, great move, deep strike someone, really good dude. Arcane Imprisonment will probably never work, but I will attempt to make it work and be very mad at all the times I get my dude killed.
Honestly, I feel like when he's on his disc, he's super cool, but when he's not, he's just better. Because when he's not, he gets the ability to make the deep strike within 7 of an enemy.
Yes, it depends on what you're deep striking, but yes.
Obviously, the on disc Arcane Imprisonment is an achievement that is going to be fun to hunt, but
But we can get into the non-demons, and Zangor are good in this game. It's shocking to come to this conclusion after the memes of 40k Zangor. Zongor have more than one wound in this game.
That is a big part. That is a massive part on why they're like actually good.
They wound stuff on 3s. They have rend by default. This is crazy, guys. You have no idea how bad they are in the other game.
I mean, they have crit 2 hits when they're off charging into enemy stuff. Solid.
Zongor Shaman is good. I don't think Skyfires are all that great, but one unit of them for the Tracer rounds is good. The Enlightened on Disc are fantastic. Enlightened on Foot is Cursed Knowledge I did not need in my life. All of mine are on disc because the Foot ones do not exist in 40k, but I could definitely see myself trying to play Zongor heavy lists. It's very cool.
It is very cool.
I don't think I would go pure Zongor, but Zongor heavy could be fun.
If you were going pure Zongor, I think you would kind of get bored of it after a few plays. But if you're going like Zongor heavy with some busted casters, then yeah, okay.
Yeah. Overall, what are your thoughts on Tzeentch before we get the Tzeentch players' thoughts?
I mean, it seems like you're doing exactly what you want. Like, there's a lot of neat spells. They're going to be used. You're going to cast them and they're going to do stuff. So, seems exactly what you want.
I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of burning. I'm not the biggest fan of the battle formations being you will play the burning one. Everything else, though, I'm quite happy with. And the first thing I want to do is try to make a list where burning works. Like, where I feel like it's actively good.
I don't think it's that difficult so long as you're using, your actual flamers.
Yeah, ironically, the flamers want to shoot stuff that's already burning, though. That's the stupid thing. That's where the fault lies. They have a stat line that is clearly written knowing that you will be firing this at burning units or you will not be happy. So I think you have to play around the rest of your army to get it where you can then get more out of your flamers and get more out of things. Still, the fact that it makes me want to try that first, it's good enough.
I think that's why I actually like burning, just because like it makes you think a little bit. It's going to be fine just through general gameplay, and it's just like this extra little something when you have an actual core thing in the Destiny dice.
Yeah, clearly Destiny dice are going to be completely fine. Just run a Destiny dice heavy list. I really think trying to play tactical missile Destiny dice with the Lore of Fate and like being really cagey, only using my 6s, using the fact that I haven't used my Destiny dice to pump out huge amounts of damage. Maybe I even play it with Zongor as my bubble wrap.
Could work.
You've got them out front so that they're holding the line, rallying back a bunch of dudes.
That could work.
But yeah, multiple ways to play the faction. I'm pretty happy overall. So I'll give it a 9 out of 10.
I'll give it a 10 out of 10. Where are we on to next?
Let's talk about disappointment for a minute before we move on to death.
There's a Texas faction.
Yeah, this is the faction that no one seems to be happy with right now, and I understand.
All right, Slaanesh.
All right, Slaanesh. First off, your problem, your battle trait. You give your opponent a battle trait.
Essentially. So, start of the battle round, you pick 3 friendly units to get euphoric, and you give an opponent 1 temptation dice for each time you do that. Temptation dice are 6s. You just use them for wound, save, ward, or run.
There's one more.
Yes, that's true. You can use 2 for a charge.
Which is stupid.
It's basically you give your opponent Destiny dice.
That are always 6s.
Yeah, you remember when we were so happy about the strength of Destiny's Dice for Tzeentch? Well, Slaanesh just gives that to your opponent. But you do get something from Euphoric.
Also, the Destiny Dice, when they use them, they roll them and have a 33% chance to deal D3 damage to themselves for each one.
Yes.
It's not totally free. That said, it feels god-awful.
Right, because like you get to choose when that happens as well.
It's a Punisher mechanic. Anyone who has played Magic for literally months will understand the truism of Punisher mechanics are always bad.
Unless they're pushed so far that it breaks core fundamental rules of how the game is designed.
Which I don't even think this was pushed. So what does Euphoric do for all of this?
So Euphoric gives crit 2 hits, and you can run and still shoot and charge.
Okay, so let's pause for a moment. Back in the elves.
Which elves?
Either. We got unlimited spells to get run and charge without giving our opponents 6s, and all of our units just had crits on them. That's why people are a little salty that your army rule is how you're getting your basic things your fast melee faction wants at the cost of making your opponent cracked.
The thing that really gets me on this, pick 3.
Yeah.
It's not like your army becomes euphoric. You only get 3.
Importantly, you can pick just one and they can't use the charge roll, but they will instantly save a 6 your first important hit. So
at which point you also only chose one to get a buff that, like,
yep, for your whole army.
I see what they were trying to do, but punishment mechanics suck. That's basically it.
So moving past the problem, which is a huge problem, like we're moving past it to get forward with this, but like I understand this is a major issue. You don't have any other way to get run and charge. This is your way to get into combat easily in the faction famous for being fast and getting into combat. And your data sheets are all missing their crits for the most part. So you want that from this ability too. Moving on though to our battle formations. Eric, why don't you read the first one again?
Add 1 to hit rolls for friendly Cyberite infantry units while they are damaged, or if they had any models slain in the same turn.
So yeah, the first one, your mortal half of your army, +1 to hit as long as they have taken damage or they have models that were slain in that turn. Importantly, Sigvald is a Cyberite.
I like the Cyberite. We're into cyberpunk now.
I think it sounds cool, but I bet it's Sybarite because we can't have fun.
Almost certainly, yeah. Like, as I said it, I was like, this wasn't right, but you were happy with it. I'm happy with
sure.
it. Now
Good
that's
enough.
what it is.
So the second one, Epicurean Revelers, I give up. The effect anyway is friendly non-hero Hedonite demons have +3 rally, just like with Zongor and Tzeentch.
It's very boring.
It's boring. It's fine. My problem with this one is like,
I don't think it makes any sense for Slaanesh.
it doesn't work on your heroes, and your non-heroes die when they get touched. So who's using rally?
Exactly.
I would love to rally the heroes so I can use it on my big demons, but this says that it doesn't get a buff. So then we've got Seeker Cavalcade, which I actually think is pretty good. Friendly Hedonite of Slaanesh cavalry units can use a retreat and still charge in the same turn. In addition, they don't take the mortal damage from doing so. That one's just solid if you're going to play a cav heavy list, and that also gets around the need to do your run and charge, so you can rely less on your terrible army rule.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to get there first, but like, it helps. And even if you just have a couple units of cavalry, this is going to be pretty useful.
Army-wide cycle charge, pretty good if you're playing cav heavy. Come on. And then the final one is add 3 to the control scores of non-hero Hedonites if they are in combat range of a hero. This is probably your default. It's not super sexy, but it's fine.
Yeah, I still think that the +1 to hit rolls for Cyberite infantry is pretty good because it has the if a model was slain as well. So, you know, when you lose a model or two, you get this. And obviously there's the downside of, oh, you just lost the whole unit and now you've got one thing left and nobody gives a shit. But
the model one is only upsetting because you'd be like, I dream of a different version of this where it's like you've got an army rule where as long as you're missing a model or you're damaged, you have a buff. And then your army does a bunch of self-hurting things, like getting pleasure from pain, all of that. Like you start getting power-ups because you're hurting yourself for power-ups, because that's how Slaanesh works.
yeah, it's one of those excess emotion kind of things. But no,
This one just has the issue of like, it only works for the model slain that turn. So it's like, I guess if you're striking after your opponent in a famously fast faction.
but I mean, your stuff doesn't all have strike first.
I know it doesn't. This is part of the whole problem is like, there's so many layers to...
Yeah, no, it's just one of those where you're like, in a famously fast faction, I'm like, nah, yes, but no. You're gonna get hit before in a decent amount of engagement.
Anyway, move on. Heroic traits, artifacts. Heroic traits, you get, if you kill a hero, you gain permanent euphoric.
Good.
If you make a charge on an 8-up, you get strike first. Not great.
Irritating that we see this yet again for all the same reasons.
And this one is eating up your heroic trait. And your last one is +1 to hit and wound rolls if you are more than 6 inches from all other friendly units. So if you're a soloist.
Honestly, this could be pretty solid depending on how you're trying to build a hero. So it's like, go off and assassinate somebody. All right, sure. But
Just put it on a Keeper of Secrets.
yeah, I mean, like the default of just get euphoric, pretty solid.
Yeah, you do have to kill a hero first, but to be honest, you could also just put it on a Keeper of Secrets.
Because again, like even the Keeper of Secrets doesn't have like crit to anything.
Yeah, trust me, I checked.
Yeah, no, I had to check a bunch of each time I had to keep checking of like, does this not? So like it is still useful on something like a Keeper of Secrets to get euphoric. But yeah.
Anyway, artifacts. Once per battle, any combat phase, you pick a non-hero within 12 of this hero. They get +1 attacks to their melee weapons. Solid.
You've
got a once per battle for the rest of the turn, subtract 1 from the attacks of melee used against you.
Reasonable.
Yeah, it's a decent defensive layer. You can stack a couple defensive layers in this army, so that could be pretty good.
And like subtracting from attack characteristic helps a decent amount kind of thing.
The one I'm picking if I'm playing a keeper is Pendant of Slaanesh. If any damage was dealt to you this turn, heal 3 at end of turn. Just flat 3 every single turn of the game. It can never get you back to full if you take more than 3 damage, but like undoing 3 damage of every turn is great. You will not get chipped down and be worried on turn 4 when you're on your last legs.
Yeah, and like it also does kind of stop them from just like, oh, I've got a random ranged weapon. Let's plink it over there and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's dumb. Don't do that.
Then we can move on to our spell lore. Our unlimited spell is sad.
So it's pick a euphoric unit.
So you have to use one of your buffed units. You cannot use this unlimited spell on your whole army or anything like that.
And that euphoric unit's melee weapons have crit mortal instead of crit 2 hits for the rest of the battle round.
Woo!
Woo.
It's a 6 to cast, so it's not even that guaranteed to begin with. Anyway, the other 2 are more impressive. So you've got on a 7, it's not very reliable, but it's very strong of add 1 to wound rolls for attacks that target your enemy within 18 that you targeted.
Solid.
And then the one I think is really good, if I'm not misreading this, Phantasmagoria. So the limit here is the 12-inch range.
I was going to say, if you're thinking it's that good, did you read the range requirement?
No.
It's still good.
The limit is the 12-inch range, but keepers are wizards. So pick an enemy within 12 inches until the start of your next turn. So this even works through the double turn. Each time that target is picked to use a fight, before any reactions get used, you can pick a friendly unit in combat with it, roll 2d3, and that unit can leave.
Can pass through combat and move around.
And it can move into combat, like it can jump combats, it can do whatever. It does not say it has to end the move in range of the combat it started in.
It just says you can end.
If this works the way I think it does, then this just means you can leave. That's really strong. Go into combat, choose you first, fight them, they choose to fight back, you leave. You have to pass a 2d3. You have to roll at least a 4 on 2d3.
Exactly, which is failable, but very strong when it happens. And like, it's a 5 to cast. I like this quite a bit. This honestly opens up the spells a decent amount.
It's the redeeming feature of the spells to me.
Yeah. Manifestations. I didn't see anything that was like, oh my gosh, this is cool.
I like the, the thing I like is it's terrain. It's not the... Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Nope, never mind. That's the terrain piece. Moving into the units, we do have some sweet units. I do think there is stuff in this army that is interesting. I don't think it's all negative. There are design problems all over the place in this army. However, the units have a lot of cool stuff. I think you were smitten by Shalaxi here.
I mean, Shalaxi's just like...
really out for characters.
Yeah. Oh my god. Like, the amount of things on the War Scroll that are like, go kill an enemy hero. No, really. Find an enemy hero, kill them dead, find another hero, kill them as well. I think I understand what you want to do, Shalaxi. We can make it happen.
We can make it happen. I do think the generic keeper, because of all the stuff you can put on it, is a very good default pick. Shalaxi is definitely the funnier hero hunter.
I would agree, yes. I'm also super impressed by Gluttus or Scoldian. He's got a passive that is like mini Daughters of Khaine.
Yeah, it's like a cross between Daughters of Khaine and Tides of Death.
Kind of a cross in a weird way. It's just on his passive, so like he gets a Venturella that's another army's battle trait essentially.
And I actually think the mortals are pretty good in this army. I like them better than the demons for the most part.
So there's some like very splashy demons, and then there's a bunch of like whatever, sure.
Fiends coming from 40k. Woof, how bad.
So the mortals are not what I was expecting to care about at all, but there's something there.
It's neat that you've got your offensive ones, though they look defensive, and your defensive ones, though they look offensive. I'm not going to question that. You've got your ranged ones who don't look terrible. I actually like going full cav. You run your seekers from the demon half, and then you run the seekers from the mortal half, and you just go cav heavy.
Oh yeah, the slick blades. They get to just reroll charges.
Yeah, I think there's a decent list there. to just play really mobile cav of different types, because they all do feel quite unique on what they want to do. So
it does seem like there are enough cavalry options that like you can have a decent spread, but even then a bunch of the war scrolls are just like, you should have more of an ability on your weapon. Like the weapon should be better.
I get what you're saying. It feels like what Daughters of Khaine and the other, elf armies feel like, but I don't see where I get all my buffs.
Yeah, it's disappointing because like a lot of it feels close and interesting and like there's some cool lists.
But you just see problems all over the place.
This battle trade is just letting us down, man.
It's not just it. There are other problems. So I don't know. What's your final verdict?
What is it? You need a Snickers or something like that? That's the commercial. You're angry. Go get a Snickers.
Sure. That's your verdict? All right. I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. Get it? I brought it all together because 6 is both Slaanesh's number and really disappointing out of 10. All right, we have finished Chaos in record time compared to Order. Dear God. So let's move on to Grand Alliance Death. Oh wait, we forgot Nurgle.
Good job, us. I'm fine with skipping Nurgle. I think it's the boringest fucking thing ever.
Okay, we can talk. I don't think Nurgle is bad by any means. I totally get your take. I get what they want to do with Nurgle. It's Death Guard. It's mediocre, slow, hyper elite, hard to kill, and it does mediocre damage and piles mortal wounds on very slowly over time over the game. That's how Nurgle works.
It's so slow that like you're going to be in battle round 8 before it does anything.
That's one of the things I looked into when I was like, okay, how am I getting disease on turn 1? Because if you can get disease on turn 1, then turn 2, you can have a lot of things diseased, and then you have an army rule. And it looks to be you play a Great Unclean One and cast the spell. And also you use your feculent Gnarl Maw.
That is it as far as I was able to come to as well.
All right, so battle traits for Nurgle. You have Blessed by the Plague Father. Once per turn for the entire army, end of any turn, you can pick one of the following effects. Either infect. Pick an enemy unit that's in combat with a Maggotkin of Nurgle unit. The target gets diseased. You can spread, which you pick a diseased enemy unit and spreads to all of their units that are within its combat range, which is a 3-inch aura, so you'll hit some stuff. And then it's got mutate, which is the final one, which is going to be very rare, but if all enemy units on the battlefield are diseased, then they each take 1 mortal. There is the passive of disease stuff. If it would heal, instead it doesn't and it loses diseased.
Similar to burning,
yeah, all that,
which is nice. It's just that extra little flavor that actually can sort of matter,
especially because I have a feeling you're going to spend a lot of time in the spread phase where you're trying to sprinkle disease on a couple more things, and when they're curing disease on one thing but it's still next to their buff guy, then they're going to just re-disease it, and then they don't get to heal again. There'll be a decent loop there, I think.
Yeah, and at the same time, like, there is like counterplay for your opponent of like, oh, if I just healed this one right now, I've successfully done it.
And then for our final ability, we have the once per turn army, end of any turn, exact same as the first one. So right after you do the diseased part, roll a d3 for every diseased. It's a shite roll. We all know it is. Once again, we keep getting thematic shite rolls.
It fits in most cases pretty well. And I am not particularly happy about that, but
neither is the AOS dev team, I bet.
I can't imagine that they are.
But anyway,
I mean, I hate this garbage. So let's hope that there's more to it.
Eric hates it. I think it's honestly not the worst army rule we've seen. It feels very bad in a worst case scenario. If you get out of the worst case scenario, it stacks up pretty well.
No, it doesn't. It exists in the best case scenario. In everywhere else, it doesn't.
I get what you're saying. You're imagining that like only 2 things are diseased and they just get undiseased and it's over. I think this ability is fine for how Nurgle works. I don't think it's very cool. It's definitely real boring. So anyway, battle formations are sub-factions here. One of them is just, you can use 2 feculent Gnarl Maws instead of 1. It's not that bad because, again, each one is a 50-50 shot at diseasing something. The one that I think you're going to use most of the time is Taliban of Nurgle, which is from the second battle round onward, add 1 to the amount of mortal damage inflicted by your shite rolls. This makes them actually mathematically start punching. Then we've got Affliction Cyst, which is pick 2 friendly Maggotkin of Nurgle units that have fly. Once per battle at deployment, you can advance deploy them, putting them anywhere in play. Then we've got Plague Assist, which is the Rotbringers one. Each time a friendly Rotbringers unit is slain by a combat attack, and that model was in combat with the attacking unit, roll a number of dice equal to its health characteristic to a max of 4, you cowards. For each 5-up, inflict 1 mortal damage on the attacking unit after the fight ability has been resolved.
Just terrible.
This, to me, should have been a second army rule and would have made Eric a lot happier.
It absolutely would have.
If you're playing the mortal part of this army, you just slam pick this, and you really don't care about disease that much.
But at the same time, like, at the moment, you have to use a battle formation choice to do this. And they made it as safe as possible so you couldn't really go into it.
Yeah, it's still good. It's just you can't do the funny roll 8 dice because you killed one of the guys on the flies. Let this happen. It'll be hilarious. But anyway, we can move on to hero traits and artifacts of power. Hero traits, slam dunk, add 1 to the move characteristic of friendly Nurgle units that don't have fly that are wholly within 12 of this model at the start of movement. You pick this every time. You move fucking 4 in this army. You pick an extra move.
Yeah. I do like that it's a 12-inch aura, so like you can move like a whole section of the army together, and it's not one of those like these 2 units get to move a little bit better, and on like the second turn they're away from the rest of the army. It sounds terrible. It's actually pretty good.
Grandfather's Blessing is also pretty decent because it's an end of turn ability and it's every turn. Then we've got a inconsistent but strong one with the reaction to an opponent declaring a command on a unit in combat with this. 5-up, the command fails. Still counts as being used. Command points were still spent, blah, blah, blah. It's okay. You pick +1 to move.
Yeah. The reaction one could be backbreaking, but it's a chance. And given you have the +1 move, I think we figured out what needs to be done there.
The artifacts are actually very good though. So you've got Witherstaff, which is pick an enemy unit that charged this turn that's in combat with this. They get strike class on a 4-up. It's every time. So as long as you're something tanky, then you can just do this anytime you get charged if you're, again, like sitting on midboard.
Yeah, half the time they strike last. Cool.
And again, it's because it's this army that this is good, because it is a army that is famous for not being dead.
Yeah, honestly, it's not that big of a deal when you fail it, but when you pass it, it's like, oh, haha, I did the thing. And now you're striking last.
Then we've got a once per battle, any hero phase, pick up to 3 enemy units within 12, subtract 3 from their control scores. It's okay. I don't think it's that strong compared to the others.
It seems weaker than other factions have access to for similar things.
Then the final one is a once per battle, any combat phase, pick an enemy hero that's in combat with this unit to be the target, subtract 1 from save rolls for the target for the rest of the battle. You pick this one.
This is good. This is very good.
The first hero you're in combat with, you go, I'm going to use this. This hero is -1 to save until they're dead, which will hopefully be shortly.
Should help a decent amount to make that shortly, yes.
I honestly think the artifacts are good. The hero traits help make up for the one weakness of the army, which again, very good when you have a clear weakness and you have a way to get rid of it.
It lessens the blow. You're still moving 5 and it's only 12 inches around this, so.
You turn into Terminators. You're going to be running everywhere you have to go. You're never charging, but that's okay because you're living through what punches you.
I'm not going to say it's needed, but if you don't take it one game and then you take it another game, there will be a stark difference.
Spell lores, we get Fleshy Abundance for our unlimited. It's a heal D3. If it's not damaged, then you get subtract 1 from wounds. Pretty damn strong.
I like this quite a bit.
And then we've got our 2 single cast spells. The first one is having the move characteristic of a unit, and if they have a save of 3-up or better, then you subtract 1 from their run and charge as well. So people in heavy armor get even worse.
It's hilarious how it's just like, how do you like being like Nurgle?
Yeah, very cute. And then our final one is just enemy hero within 18, subtract 1 from their hits, subtract 1 from their casting, chanting, banishing, unbinding, just screw that one dude in particular. I don't really have any problem with the spell lores in this army. Pretty cool. My one thing is your unlimited spell being 7 is awkward. I get it. Nurgle number funny, and it's pretty strong.
It's strong enough to actually defend being at 7, but you would rather have your unlimited be more successful to cast.
And then getting into the actual War Scrolls here, I don't have too much problem with them.
No prayer.
No prayer. You tend to be a more warp-oriented thing when you're Chaos. You do have a priest.
What?
Yes. Harbinger of Decay is a priest 1. He has his own singular thing. So you have one priest in this army that doesn't have a prayer lore.
I'm sure that'll be picked very often.
I actually think he's okay. His abilities are good. It's just they flavored it as a prayer thing.
It's an absolutely disgusting model.
I love this mod. He is so gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's not.
Hideous, but he is gorgeously hideous. Wonderfully sculpted. In general, I really like the Blight Kings. They are just very melee Death Guardy. They hit a niche. It's not yours or mine. Neither of us play Death Guard. But Blight Kings definitely feel like I am going to put unkillable blobs onto points and then make you suffer for trying to kill them. And also they hit like trucks. So I like them. Demon-wise, not really.
Not really.
Sloppity Bilepiper is hilarious.
Yeah.
Eric, read me some song names. Serenade me, Eric.
No, I don't think that's the best thing.
Eric, my love is like a ripe, ripe fart.
What the fuck, dude?
Early one evening, my pustule was a-seeping.
A stabbing we will go.
Yeah, there's fun to be had. Great Unclean Ones look good. Honestly, from the mortal half of things with Glotkin, pretty sick too. Death Guard is a fun army to play against, and I understand people who want to play Blight Kings. I don't.
Looking at this, I can understand personally not wanting to play certain factions because it's just not like what I would enjoy. I don't understand how anyone would enjoy playing this if they aren't already in sunk cost of I have the army and I've played it for the last 18 years.
I don't think it's that bad. I think it's just you don't like the slow, dirtily turtle army.
I don't know, dude. Apparently this is just not for me at all.
So are you rating it a ripe, ripe fart then?
I feel like it's more of a stale fart.
It's not even ripe.
Nope.
It's kind of sad. You go to sniff and there's nothing.
No enjoyment.
There we go. All right, now we have finished Chaos. It is time to move into Grand Alliance Death. Let's start off with Flesh Eater Courts, Eric. We need to be ghoulish. And by ghoulish, I mean noble.
Yeah, I was like, let's get into the noble ghoulish action.
I love them from a lore angle. Like, there's something great about starting with the index picture of, like, ravenous ghouls, cracking it open. First thing you see, battle traits. Noble deeds.
Yeah.
Your hero gets noble deed points.
It's a bit stark of a difference from expectation, but I mean, it is called Flesh Eater Courts.
All right, give us the rundown. Give us the skinny on noble deeds.
Yeah, it's like the blood points kind of thing, except noble.
They're a lot easier than Blood Tithe.
So all of your stuff basically revolves around these noble deed points, and you got a passive for gaining them. You start with 0 and you can have a maximum of 6 at any time. So each time a Flesh Eater Courts hero uses a fight ability, after it was resolved, that hero gets a number of noble deed points equal to the damage inflicted, and it doesn't count companion weapons.
So no cheating with a dragon.
Yeah. You also get 1 noble deed point for each successful prayer and spellcast.
Which is good because obviously your priests and spellcasters don't want to be in combat.
Yeah. This is kind of like the, hey, you're not fighting stuff and doing damage, but like you're still being helpful, so you can have 1.
I think the passive is most important because it's the one I kept looking for how you ruin it. And I just didn't find any way to screw it up. And I was like, cool. And as for how we make use of our noble deeds, if we stock up to the full 6 and we don't burn any of them, the heroes that have 6 noble deeds give off a 12-inch aura of +1 attacks for all melee weapons, including companion weapons, within that 12 inches. This is really strong, and I kept looking for ways where it was like, and then it drains, or and then you lose them all after 1 turn, and it's just no, that is power-up mode. Once you reach it, your heroes are giving off this buff.
Right, and that's the maximum that you can have. You reach the the maximum, you get something great. But like there are ways to spend it so that you would go down from maximum.
And they are very long. Jesus. First up, you can muster guard in your movement phase. You pick a hero that has at least one noble deed point, and you can spend their noble deed points to target serfs or knights within 12 of them, wholly within 12 inches of them. If you target serfs, every one that you burn brings back one slain model. If you target knights, every 2 that you burn brings back one slain model.
You can burn through your noble deed points pretty quickly.
And I actually think the way that you'll end up doing it in this army, having not played with it, is you'll have melee ones who stick at 6, and then you'll have your casters and priests who are just getting a couple and then burning them for these muster guard or the summon loyal subjects one.
Yeah, and the summon loyal subjects one is in your movement. If you have 6, you can spend all 6 of them to replace a destroyed knight or serf.
Half count.
And it's 6 inches of battlefield edge, 9 inches from enemy units. Pretty standard stuff.
So it is limited on where they come in, but it's a decent play area. And then we have one final thing. This is unrelated to your noble deeds. It is simply once per turn, army-wide, in your hero phase, pick any number of your abhorrent units. They all heal D3.
It's very different from whatever else is going on, but I get it. It's a different part of the army kind of thing, so.
Most of your heroes are abhorrent.
Nice to have the ability to heal them.
So we can move into our sub-factions with our battle formations.
Yeah, so once per turn for the army, at the end of any turn, you can give 1 noble D point to each friendly hero wholly outside of friendly territory.
Which is pretty good, honestly. I think it's a good baseline.
If you're not expecting your heroes to be like super killy and have a bunch of those, and more like cast stuff, it's a good way to rack them up, or honestly just gain a few extras so that you can use the muster guard and then still have feeding frenzy, kind of.
I have a couple questions for the second one. If so, it's my favorite if the answer is yes. So it reads, each time a friendly unit uses an ability that returns any slain models to a serf or knight unit, add 1 to the number of slain models returned to that unit. Question 1. I'm allowed to target a knight and burn 1 point, which would bring back 0. This increases it to 1? Add 1 to the count.
And you can spend any number of deed points. It's just if you spent 2 and your target was a knight, it brings something back. Super gamey. Can't imagine that that's intended.
I think this would allow you to have a single cast wizard or priest who just gets a noble deed point in your hero phase for doing that. Go to movement phase, burn said to heal 1 full knight. Pretty good.
Even if that's not the way that it actually ends up.
If that's not the way it ends up, it's still pretty good when you spend 2 and you get back 2 whole knights.
Yes.
The other question I have that I think is almost certainly yes, Rally should work with this. So if you roll enough dice on Rally to bring back a full knight, you get 2 of them. And for the record, knights is all of your models that I care about.
The serfs have their use,
but they are not something that I'm building around. They are something to fill out. They're like skinks, where they're how I'm getting victory points and protecting important things. They are not what I'm building around.
If they die, they die.
They did their job.
Yeah, right. Knights are what are gonna like do stuff for you in the battle most of the time. Yes.
So I think I really like Lords of the Manor. Like, even if it doesn't work the gamiest way that I thought up, it's still good. If it works that way, it's fucking great.
I would not play it that way because I can't imagine it's intended to be that way, but I think it's still very strong as spend 2, get 2 of them back, or the rally and all that stuff as well.
Then we've got Ghoul Patrol, which is yet another Paw Patrol reference.
You keep saying that patrol doesn't automatically mean Paw Patrol.
It could mean Combat Patrol. It could be a bad format reference.
Exactly.
But this one, I do not care, again, because it's based on a Surf unit with Crypt Ghouls, and they're the unit that I wonder why they still exist.
So, yeah, this one is when you're doing the alternating fight, you can pick 2 Crypt Ghouls to go next kind of thing, so long as they don't have Strike Last instead of the 1. But it feels pretty narrow.
It's weird because Crypt Ghouls is the exact unit where it's like they got a range refresh. They refreshed like the whole range. Crypt Ghouls were the ugliest model possible. And they made the replacement. It's called like 1 letter off. It's a Crypt Crypt Guard instead of Crypt Ghoul. And it's like, that's the same model. You updated the model and kept the old one for some reason. Why didn't you Legends Crypt Ghoul? It's in the index, called out like it's important. This thing should be hidden in the corner, and you should be ashamed that it exists. It is literally a resculpt. They are the exact same thing, but one is clearly 30 years newer. But anyway, I will not be playing this. Instead, I could be playing the Royal Menagerie, where once per turn, army-wide, you can pick a friendly Flesh Eater Quartz monster. On a 3-up, it gets strike first. It's fine. For Menagerie, targeting only one thing is a little weird. I'm just happy that the monsters get the buff from Feeding Frenzy.
Yeah.
Anyway, you've got at least 2, possibly 3 pretty good sub-factions here. I'm pretty happy with the battle formations you've got access to in Flesh Eaters.
Yeah, Ghoul Patrol it feels like it should just be like pick 2 serfs or something like that, and then it's like, we got stew cooking here, man. But sure, Crypt Ghouls are your jam. Go for it.
All right, hero traits, artifacts, etc. I'm slam picking the priest in artifacts, and then hero traits, they're all good.
Oh, you remember the rally? You can make 3 additional rally rolls that we've seen all over the place?
Yeah.
It's back.
It's actually okay here because of the sub-faction.
It does actually have some interesting additional interactions other than just like, oh, make the rally better. Yeah, raise the banners, make it better, and then, oh yeah, make it better.
Yeah, I think you take Cruel Taskmaster at times. It wasn't great with the demons that we've had previously. It's pretty good here because of the sub-faction.
Yes.
That said, if you want to just go sicko mode, you grab Savage Beyond Reason. You get crit hits explode, followed by, if you've got 6 Noble Deed points instead, it's crit mortal.
So yeah, that hero can become kind of killy.
And then you've got your other one, which is just your hero gets 2 health, and when it hits 6 Noble Deed points, it gets a ward 5-up. Again, not that impressive here because all of them start with a ward 6-up that I've seen.
I actually like this one a decent amount. An extra 2 health is going to be nice, and like increasing your ward to a 5-up on top of having your health increased, you're actually getting quite a bit of defensive staying power from this one trait. So like I could see that being fine option, but Savage Beyond Reason is pretty solid. The artifacts, like you said, there's one that is Turn Priest. That's a pretty good default to pick.
Yeah, if you're not going to pick that, it's because you're taking like a Lord on Terrorgeist and you're picking the +1 attacks once per game because you're trying to wombo combo something.
Yeah, so the once per battle, any combat phase, if this unit is in combat, add 1 to attack characteristics for melee. It also affects companion weapons.
Single tear rolls down my face in Seraphon.
The last option being -2 from control scores for enemy units within 12 inches of this unit.
It's not terrible. It's not turn something into a priest.
Honestly, it's a solid default if you're just being lazy.
Sure. Okay, yeah. I won't fault you.
Spells. So their unlimited is you pick an infantry or a cavalry within 12 of your caster, and until the start of your next turn, you can add 2 to the move characteristic and add 1 to wound rolls for its combat attacks.
This is not bad because I don't know where Run and Charge is in this army. I think it's on one of the leaders. The point is, it's hard to get. Oh, I remember. It's you have to take Grand Justice Gormain, and then he can let you run and charge against a unit he sees. So run and charge is rare, so +2 move is helpful because, again, if you can't run, you need as much move as you can get.
Yeah, seems good, man. We've also got the other 2 spells.
Yeah, so you can do D3 Mortals to something and bring back an infantry model that's close by, and it's like, okay, sure.
And then there's this just wild miasma of madness. Roll 7 dice and apply the corresponding effect. And if 2 or more dice have the same value, inflict 1 mortal on the target. If 3 or more dice have the same value, in addition to the effect of that 1 mortal, subtract 1 from hit rolls. If 4 or more, you get both of those and wound.
Here's what you do. Whenever you cast the spell, you pick up your 7 dice and you go 7 saves, saving on 2s. Then you roll the 7 dice, and they will all come up as 1s, and you always get Drooling Stupor.
Given that this is a 5,
it's pretty reliable to cast.
I like it.
It's a stupid fun spell. I'm not saying it's good, but you're going to have fun when you cast it.
Absolutely.
Anyway, prayers. Your infinite prayer is just pick an enemy. When a model is slain in that unit, you heal 1 for friendlies that are in combat with it. It's got an 18-inch range, so it's not that dangerous to do, but it's kind of weird for an unlimited one.
It is kind of weird for an unlimited one.
Then you got
an ability to give a unit ward 5 up.
You son of a bitch, you took the easy one I was reading.
And there is the last ability, which is kind of convoluted, but it basically says get an extra noble deed point after fighting for a hero.
Yeah, they're all meh, in my opinion. I really don't like the prayers that much, other than like ward 5 is good, but it's a ward 6 army, so it's basically +1 to ward rolls. It's the one you're probably going to attempt every turn, but it's also a 5.
An extra deed point could be quite clutch when it is needed, kind of thing.
Yeah, you still have to get the fight and...
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of expecting like that's happening kind of thing. It's just like...
Yeah, your target's an 18 of this priest. I don't know.
None of them are bad. I just don't really see how it's properly working in gameplay.
The manifestations are nothing to write home about. The chalice is kind of cute, but that's about it. I would probably just take a generic death-oriented list of manifestations in this army.
So now we're on to the units.
And this is where we get a ton of cool stuff. You get to see what abhorrents are, what knights are. Knights is essentially any multi-wound model. Abhorrents are basically all of your characters. And then serfs are junk.
Serfs are junk.
I gotta say, Knight spam is clearly how I would play this, or trying for like Ghoul King on Terrorgeist. I think I want to run Usharan in every list just because he's sick.
Yeah.
When he has 6, it's a 24-inch aura on his fat base. It's the battlefield, and then everyone else in your army can just spend their noble deed points.
Usharan does feel like he unlocks a lot of like...
He's a lot of points. He's 470. He's just shy of a quarter of your list. The other one, though, that I want to point out is if you do a Ghoul King on Terrorgeist and you do a bunch of extra attacks, right?
Yeah.
It has each time an attack is made with this Terrorgeist Fang Maw and scores a critical hit. The attack inflicts 6 mortal damage.
Instead of that D6? Nah.
No. It always crits for max. It's got 3 attacks by default, so when you get it 4 and then the once per game 5, you're just fishing for that 6 on your hit roll just to inflict the instant 6 damage, instantly full noble deed points. This is how you do it for a army that doesn't want Usharan.
Yes, very cool. I'm also a big fan of... There's a couple heroes that they got options, man. Like Gormain, you got options. You pick and choose whatever you want, man. I love it. Love options.
Gormain's also cool just because he is your run and charge guy.
Yeah.
Also, he's hilarious because he's the judge who is giving people crimes.
Delusion of justice served.
His intestine hair is so awesome. I love how the new sculpts in this army look. They are so good looking.
Definitely. I mean, on a similar thing, the Morrow Scrawl Herald is another one of those, like, choose what you want kind of thing. I love it.
Yes. I will also point out that, like, the Herald and all the Courtiers and the Decapitator, all of those are sub-heroes where you can put them in a regiment.
That's nice. That's actually really nice.
So I just want to play Night Spam in this. I think that looks awesome. Flesh Eater Court's honestly pretty alluring to me. A dangerous one if I'm ever drunk on eBay.
You're going to buy all those Crypt Ghouls? I mean, Crypt Guard? I mean...
I already own like 40 Crypt Ghouls because of how I was doing some of my kit bashes.
Ah, okay. Wonderful.
I had to use parts of them when I was doing some Drukhari stuff, but I am familiar with the old junky versions of these kits. The newer ones are so gorgeous, though.
Did you enjoy the Crypt Flayers ability? They're the ones that get transport.
Oh, yeah, I like that. No, I
great.
really like that.
I just think it's absolutely hilarious that there's an entire other faction out there that needed their army rule or battle trait to do a transport.
I wanted to bring them up. Thank you for bringing them up, because I was like, oh, isn't there one more that I wanted to bring up? Yes. So they're useful because you can have Gormain get different line of sights and stuff because he's a little boy who needs to move around.
Yeah.
They're good for all that, but also extremely insulting to KO.
It is. It really is.
You could have had a real army rule, and instead they decided to write the boat's rules up there.
The Crypt Flayers are great, just like to actually use, but I read it and I was like, oh, fuck. I understand the implications of what this means for other factions.
I didn't even finish reading the Terrorgeist thing to you. So it's 6s are automatic full 6 mortal damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. If it's targeting a hero, it gets crits on 5s.
Oh, I did not pay attention to that at all. That's scary.
It's on a 3-up. Every turn you target a hero that you're in combat with, roll a die, 3-up, you get crits on 5s.
Ooh.
So, no. You can instant delete a pretty hefty hero sometimes. But yeah, so I do think Ghoul King on Terrorgeist, sick. Usharan, sick. Just play whatever looks pretty in this army.
Yeah, very interesting list options.
Don't play Crypt Ghouls. You're worth more than Crypt Ghouls. Flesh Eater Courts, what's your final thought?
I mean, I'm here for it.
Do you have a final grade for it?
6 noble deed points.
You son of a bitch, that's what I was gonna do. Yeah, 6 out of 6. Perfect nobility. All right, let's move into 9th edition Chaos Demons. Let's move into 4th edition Nighthaunt.
All right, so they're battle traits. Let's start with Ethereal.
So Ethereal, we've seen it written out a couple times for a heroic trait or something, but it's ignore all modifiers to save rolls, positive and negative for friendly Nighthaunt units, excluding Nagash.
Which one of these factions, we'll have to talk about him.
We really don't. Nagash is very cute. Nagash is half a list by himself. He is a wizard 9. It's hilarious. He's whatever. He breaks a bunch of rules. He's very fun to bring on occasion, whatever. There's your Nagash review. If you want to bring Nagash, have fun.
And you can always bring Nagash if you're playing these, because, he's part of them all.
He's the death god for all death armies. But Ethereal is the Nighthaunt ability. You can't have your save modified plus or minus. It is not a may. You must do it this way. You will not be all-out defensing. This is, for our 40k viewers, the closest you're getting to an invulnerable save in AOS. That's why everything has ward saves in AOS, because they don't have invulns. Rend will make you save poorly, and then your ward save is what's mathing you out to what an invuln would be doing for you. So that way it's very simple across the game. Here's our exception case.
And they also have a few more things in here. It's not just Ethereal. They've got a reaction opponent declared an attack ability. So you can spend 1 CP to have a friendly Nighthaunt unit targeted by an attack gain ward 5 up for the rest of the phase.
And they have ward 6 up by default, so it's +1 ward. Ward 5 up is very good in addition to not being rendable.
So that's the thing, is Ethereal is great.
Ethereal with a 5 up ward after is real great.
When you're able to really take advantage of it and have ward 5 up, or the better it is, the better. But a ward 5 up with Ethereal, very defensive. And it doesn't matter about your opponents stacking buffs to a certain point, which is real nice.
All right, so these are our two minor, in air quotes, simplistic, passive background things. The big flashy army rule, that's the army rule for the edition, is your Aura of Dread abilities.
So you get 4 options of once per turn for your army in your charge phase. Choose one of them. Pick an enemy within 1 inch of a friendly that charged and has more models. It'll get -1 to hit rolls. Pick an enemy within 1 inch of friendly war machine or cavalry that charged. -1 to save. Pick an enemy within 1 inch of friendly heroes that charged. Strike last. And then units in combat can charge, I guess is what it is. If you roll a 3 or less, it doesn't.
Yeah, so you can cycle charge without having to cycle charge. Because if you had backed up 3, you could just charge 3 again. So instead of giving you cycle charge, they're just stay still. You're a horde army.
Makes sense. It's weird because we've seen cycle charge written out.
And cycle charge exists in this army too.
Yeah, what's the reason for this specific wording? But
I honestly think it is literally just there so that you can be I've got 100 ghosts in play. I really don't want to have to shuffle them all 3 inches back and forth.
Yeah, I like it. It's a solid ability no matter what.
Especially since everything triggers on charges in this.
Yeah, well, I would hope so. There's 4 options of do thing in your charge phase. I would hope there's a good amount of charge stuff.
So yeah, it's a cute main ability. Basically, always be charging.
Always be charging.
Learned them from HeyWoah.
Battle formations.
So for our sub-factions, we get a once per turn army, your movement phase. Pick a friendly Nighthaunt unit that's not in combat. Teleport. That's really strong. There's no 3 up. There's no BS. Just teleport once per turn. Not once per game, once per turn.
The only caveat being it can't be in combat, which is, a thing, but whatever.
So that's a great default, but moving on from there.
Once per turn for your army, at the end of any turn, you can pick up to 3 enemy heroes within 12 of a different friendly Nighthaunt hero. Roll a d3 for each target and shite. We've also got a passive, which is friendly Nighthaunt units can use charge abilities even if they used run or retreat, and retreat doesn't give you mortals.
So again, this is the same as the you don't have to move one, but you do have the option to just retreat and charge somewhere else.
Yeah, it's also one of those of like, if you need to retreat for an objective or whatever, you don't have to worry about the mortals. So like, there's a little bit extra onto it.
It's not an auto take because again, the base rule exists. This is just an upgrade to it, but it's a nice upgrade because it means you get a lot of, okay, I'm done playing with you. I'm backing up and charging your buddy instead. And then the final one, Cavalcade of Death, for everyone who loves the Black Coach, an absolutely beautiful model that from every single person I've ever heard talk about it says is a nightmare because it overhangs 5 inches off the base in every direction. Friendly Nighthaunt infantry have a ward 5 up while they are wholly within 6 of a friendly Black Coach.
This is dumb.
Yeah, if you want to play like 2 Black Coaches, there you go. I don't think I would be playing more than a couple Black Coaches, but
I know it's clearly a problem because they put 6 inches and not combat, so they know that there's stuff going on there.
well, also it's a horde army, so it's like Skaven. If when you say combat, it's going to be awkward.
I mean, you say that, but like everything else like this is combat for that short of a range. But solid options, like you're going to pick different ones depending on what you're trying to get.
I don't think it's Skaven tier like the coolest thing, but we've got 4 of them, and I understand why I would take at least 3.
Yeah.
All right, let's move into hero traits and artifacts. Hero traits, once per battle, your movement phase, you may pay a CP to
Replace half of a model.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the word replace, yeah.
It feels like there should be like a
keyword to shorthand this. It's set up a replacement is the actual wording that is keywording it, but it's not just replace. It's set up a replacement. So the first hero trait is once per battle in your movement phase, you can pay a CP to replace a unit wholly within 12 outside of 9.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times.
Importantly, this one requires it to be a unit that had 3 or more base models. You cannot replace a Black Coach. This is not Tzeentch level.
Fair enough. They've got the passive Cloaked in Shadow, which is unmodified hit rolls for an attack that targets this of a 1 through 3 fail.
And this is one that one of the patrons pointed out to me is worse in AOS than I'm thinking. I'm used to 40k, and it has been pointed out that a large number of models hit on 4s in this game.
True.
So this really is just those ones can't use all out attack or get a +1 to hit through other means. So it's just coming from 40k, this is a very strong ability. In AOS, the wound one is much stronger than the hit one.
Yeah, but like there's a good amount of hit buff effect type things. So like even the fact that like, yeah, there's a lot of 4s. Well, yeah, this will still come up kind of thing.
It's not 0, but to me, this is always like,
holy shit.
Yeah, red alert. This is always busted. It's like, okay, in this game, it's less busted. Not everyone in the game hits on 3s or 2s.
Be real great when you're playing Stormcast though.
Oh yeah.
And the last one, Terrifying Entity, is you can use an Aura of Dread ability even if you already used one this turn, but it can't be used more than 2 per turn.
So this one just lets your hero that's got this double Aura of Dread. It's pretty neat. I guess it means you could do like, if you put it on like a Cav hero, you're doing the subtract 1 from save throws, and you can do strike last.
I was thinking that I was like, yeah, save and strike last.
Pretty good.
It is pretty good.
I still think I'm gonna pick the replacement one, but like I'm 50-50 on those, and even the Cloaked in Shadow's okay still. Like they're all good.
They all have solid use cases as far as I'm concerned. I like it.
Artifacts of Power, once per battle, combat. If it's in combat, you can add 1 to the attacks of melee weapons for Nighthaunt wholly within 12 of the unit for the rest of the turn. This is extremely strong.
That's a pretty good aura.
If you're in a mosh pit, this is scary.
They've also got a reaction for an opponent declaring a fight into this unit. Shite.
I was drinking, goddammit.
It is clean.
It is.
It's like, yep, I'm glad you keyworded this.
I know, I'm a genius. And then we've got end of any turn. If any enemy models were slain by this unit's combat attacks, heal D6. There are some very killy heroes in this.
D6 is a good amount.
It's very random. You have a lot of low wound count heroes who have a lot of layers of defense, as we're about to get into.
Yeah.
So you could have really swingy results with this, where like, yeah, sometimes you insta die. Sometimes your opponent has trouble taking wounds off you.
But this is just another part of that layered defenses, essentially, of they got through a bit, but they didn't fully kill you, so...
Back to full, try again. I think I'm gonna slam the +1 attacks in an aura, but like the heal one's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the shite one. The heal one I can absolutely see being like, I'm just layering defensive on top of the other defensive things. This is going to just be a roadblock for whatever it's trying to block. But man, once per battle, any combat phase, 12-inch aura, add an attack. That is one way to go alpha strike, man. I like it.
All right, Eric. Get us our spells so that we can start talking about the craziness we can do in this army.
So we've got an unlimited 6, and we can pick 3 visible friendly units within 12 of it to subtract 1 from the wound rolls that are targeting it. We've got a chaff sweeper, or what are you calling them?
Horde breakers.
So we got one of those. And then we've also got pick a friendly Nighthaunt within 12 of this, return a number of slain models to the target unit with a combined health characteristic of up to D6.
So, in addition to our layers of defense from getting an unlimited subtract 1 from wounds, we also get a heal. Well, not a heal. We get a return slain models. It's a heal because everything's got like 1 wound in this army.
Yeah, but like it's better because it can bring back slain models, but yeah.
And then, yeah, Horde breakers, whatever. Manifestations,
So the Mortalis Terminexus.
This is the only one I have any debate on, and I understand what you're going to say, yeah.
It can give you add 1 to your run and charge rolls for the rest of the turn, or heal 3 for a target. It's not guaranteed. You have to roll a die on a 2-up. You pick one of them, and it's only friendly units within 3 inches of this. So like there's some limitations to it, but +1 run and charge is good.
My big thing is it doesn't have a move combined with the 3-inch thing.
Yeah, it's probably not, but maybe.
No, I think you, again, like with most of the death ones, the generic death related ones, just thematically, are also very strong from the looks of it, so you probably just take those instead. All right, War Scroll time. Boy, oh boy, are there a lot of heroes in this army.
I mean, it's a pretty common things.
Okay, there's a lot of everything in this army, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's a decent amount of different spooky ghosts. There's not many heroes who can double up. It's Karen Wraith, Scriptor Mortis, and Lord Executioner.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
I think it's fine because, like, I think I want a Lord Executioner anyway because it slaps. So it's a good bonus one.
Yeah. Yeah, that one has some solid abilities on top of it. Crit auto wound, that's what it was. Okay.
Karen Wraith is like if you're running a bunch of Reapers, I guess.
I think that would be really, really fun list to play. I just don't know if it's any good.
To me, I want to get a couple heroes, a lot of generic units of whatever type. I'm not too picky. I'm not going to figure out which one's the most efficient points to spam. And like 2 black coaches. Not even if I'm using the black coach subfaction, just in general.
Interesting.
The black coach has an ability to bring your heroes back to life from it. So you can just bum rush your heroes, let them die and come back.
Yeah, that does seem pretty good.
It's kind of neat, the idea of like, because you're already a ghost, you just keep yeeting yourself at stuff as like a Patriot missile, and then you just explode, die, come back, do it again, load another hero up in the cannon.
Yeah, it's non-unique heroes, so I see why you're taking some of the other ones.
Yeah, it's not for like Lady Olinda or anything.
No, that's fair. I feel like I've just got like a soft spot for a bunch of the dumb little ghosts.
I love that this army just feels like what 9th edition Demons at its best was, which is 50 different layers of defense to protect a 1 wound model.
Yes.
So like when something randomly gets through, that model is gone. Absolutely. But you got to get past -1 to hit, -1 to wound, a 4-up save in most cases, then a 5-up ward.
One of the like immediate things when looking at Ethereal and some of the just generic defensive things going on was like, okay, what's their save at? Is it just like 6-ups everywhere? Most of it's 4-ups. And they've got, the flat generic ward 6-ups, and then, all of these minus hit, minus wound, all that stuff. So there's not that much bring back to life stuff. There's a few things.
I think it's more just you're a horde army and you're obnoxious to take down. Like, people are going to be mad in the same way they get mad against harlequins and demons when they've got demon saves or whatever. Like, this is what this stinks of to me in the best way. Like, it puts a smile on my face thinking about all the rules of the game you're getting to cheat. Like, your entire army has fly and decent move. You're just going to annoy everybody.
Basically, yeah.
The stat lines, like, for actual combat are mediocre, but that's okay because you're just going to throw a load of dice and take a big beating without actually having any of it go through.
That's the optimal intent, but there's a decent amount of crit auto wound.
Yeah, they wound better than they hit though, so it's like, it's still good. It's better than nothing.
So it's one of those that, like, I actually think basically everything other than like 3 ranged weapons or something like that has crit auto wound, and most of them have wound 4 up. So like,
I see a lot of wound 3 up in this army though. Reapers wound on 3s. Chain Gasps wound on 3s, and they're like tiny boys. Chain Rasps wound on 5s, but we're not talking about them.
Fair enough.
I think there's a decent amount of wounding on 3s in this army.
Yeah, it does seem like it. I guess it was just one of those, like, a bunch of the ones that I was looking at, like Harridans and stuff, were 4s.
Again, it depends on what we're playing in this list.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, even then, it's still, a third or better is just like auto wound from the crit, so you don't have to worry about it.
All right, final thoughts. I'll go first, and I'm giving this demons out of 40,000.
That's pretty good. I'm gonna give it an S.
Okay, it's our first S tier. Wow. Bring up the tier list, Borrelio.
Slot everything in the correct spot.
They're all in unique tiers.
There's not a damn
Every
single one.
And it's different for each of us.
Yeah, right.
All right, Death has 2 left to go. Let's do the Ossiarch Bonereapers, or Ossiarch, or Bone Boys, OBR. What if Cities of Sigmar was not racist and just dead?
I like the cut of your jib. Tell me more.
And slightly more elite. So are totally not Tomb Kings.
Oh, absolutely not, no.
Have their regimented army ability.
They've got relentless discipline. So you get to pick one per phase, and there's like either or kind of thing. So there's 2 options for movement, 2 options for charge, and 2 options for combat.
It's interesting because only one hero gets to do it in each phase. It's an AB, and it's a 12-inch aura around that hero. So it is localized buffs, an AB offense defense basically for all of them.
And I think that that's the key of why I like it, is it's an offense, defense, local aura, and the movement is only your movement, but the other ones are any. So let's, I guess, the options for movement is your movement, pick a friendly hero and target all friendly units within 12 inches, add 2 to the move for the rest of the turn. Or your movement, pick a friendly hero, give a 12-inch aura, giving retreat and charge.
However, it does not get rid of the retreat dealing damage.
Nah, you're taking it, but you can charge again.
Then we've got our charge phase ones. The first of them is for the rest of the turn, add 1 to charge rolls for anyone wholly within 12 of the hero. And then the other one is for the rest of the turn, friendly units melee weapons have anti-charge rend 1 while they're wholly within 12 of the hero. Again, very clearly the offensive versus the defensive.
Rounding out the combat, we've got a 12-inch aura where you get +1 to the wound rolls for combat attacks. Or we can choose to have a 12-inch aura of ward 5-up.
Which is actually a really hard choice of +1 to your wards or +1 to wound rolls. It's going to depend a lot on the exact situation. This is every single turn's combat phase. So because combat is a messy phase, you may be offensive and still go with ward, or be playing D and still go with the wounds.
A lot of it's going to depend on like who has strike first, who has, certain keywords. All of that will actually matter for which of these is better. not just, oh, this one's defensive, this one's offensive. Like, that's the clear separation between them still, but combat can get messy, so both of these are useful in either case.
And because this is only wholly within 12 of a single hero on the battlefield each time, positioning is key in this army. This is the army where you very practiced put your units where you wanted them. Like, it's a very interesting rule. I would love to see it in play.
These battle traits have all of the obvious signifiers that I would look at for a finesse kind of army of, like, you can play it, and if you're experienced, you'll do a lot better than if you're just trying to figure things out, because there's so much.
That said, I think as long as your positioning is good, it's hard to screw up. The abilities are just so strong, and it's an A-B. I trust you.
Very much the bad cases aren't terrible either.
It does just read exactly like officer orders to me, except better.
A little bit better.
This just feels like, what if Cities of Sigmar didn't feel as bad when I read it? Anyway, let's move into our sub-factions. The first one is add 1 to casting rolls for friendly OBR infantry wizards. When I look at the actual who I'm going to play, I don't think this matters that much.
None of the spells are so high that it's like, oh, I need this. Like, this was baked into everything already. It's still fine.
I do think I'm taking at least 1 wizard every game, but we'll get there. The one I really like is the shooting one, the crawling barrage. Pick up to 3 friendly Mortek crawlers, which is the trebuchets. Are they trebuchets, or are these ones actually catapults when you look at I think they're catapults in the full picture.
I thought these were just catapults, but like...
But anyway, pick up to 3 Mortek crawlers that are wholly within friendly territory, which is where you want your siege weaponry, and have not used a move ability. Add 1 to their hits.
I mean, you know if you want this or not. It's pretty obvious.
Did you put 3 Mortek crawlers in your list?
Yes or no. Decides whether you want this or not. So
I really like it. It's nice to see, like, hey, here's one for siege weapon right next to here's one for cavalry.
Yeah, so we've got once per battle for your army in the deployment phase. You can pick up to 3 friendly cavalry units. Each of them can move 6 but cannot end that move in combat. I really like moving in deployment. Like, doing nonsense like that is my jam.
Going back to Cities of Sigmar, where you could have your sub-faction be 2 inches to your move round 1 versus 6-inch move.
You know, it's like, there's some restrictions, but yeah, that's a huge threat range for a cavalry. The last option being once per turn for your army in your movement phase, you can pick a friendly Mortek guard that's been destroyed and roll a die on a 5-up. Replace it with, half the number of models, 9 inches away from enemy. The thing.
Important. It's deep strike. It's just 9 inches from enemies. Now, sadly, it's only a 33% chance every turn, and you have to already have a destroyed defensive unit. It is your unit that is your main defensive line. We'll say turns 3 through 5, this happens once. It's very strong for VP as a once per game thing. It's kind of like the once per game teleport ones. I would not be shocked if competitively this ends up as the pick. Cavalry's sweet, and the crawler one is sweet, though. If you wanted to try the wizard spam, you could try it.
It's never like a bad thing to have better casting, but this doesn't feel like the army that's really taking advantage of it. Moving on to heroic traits.
Heroic traits and artifacts. First, we've got a 12-inch aura of -2 to enemy charge rolls, which is pretty strong. We also have unmodified hits fail on a 1 through 3, just like we had in the last army.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Still good, but we have to temper our expectations from 40k.
And the last one is subtract 1 from wound rolls for shooting attacks that target a friendly that's wholly within 12 of this. With how much less shooting happens in AOS versus 40k, I assume this one's not that great. I'm taking subtract 2 from charge rolls for anyone within 12 of your hero.
I think that's probably the default.
That makes the average charge 5 inches. They gotta get real close to get a 50% chance to charge.
Yeah, it probably works for the right heroes kind of thing.
Yeah, this is for a frontline hero, obviously.
Yeah.
Not your wizard.
This is the one that's like leading the charge, so like it's probably going to be the closest.
This is the guy who is sitting in the middle of combat to do your combat phase 12-inch aura bubble.
Yeah, and because of that, it's like, okay, we're turning off you charging other things further back on the line. Yeah, so I can see that being quite strong.
All three of these are fine. This shooting one is a little situational, but all three are fine. Artifacts. Do you just want to ward 5 up, unconditional? Because we got that.
Why not? Let's just improve that ward.
I do think Helm of Tyranny, the -2 to control scores within 12, combined with the charge one, is a pretty nice combo for just a 12-inch aura of get fucked.
I mean, 12 inches for -2 the control. I think we've seen that in a few other spots, and that can lead to quite a bit of a change.
Yeah, it'll hit their hero and their unit that are both trying to contest. And
right. And like if somebody's just trying to like toe the line on the edge of something, on the edge of the objective, it's like, well, no. The other option being once per battle, any combat phase for the rest of the turn, an unmodified hit roll for the combat attack of a 1 or a 2 inflicts 1 mortal damage back on the attacker.
This one is the funniest.
You shouldn't be taking this over a ward 5 up or, control score manipulation in a zone. I could be tempted to take this one though. Right?
Yeah, I just think they've got good hero traits, good artifacts all around. Nothing really terrible. Spell time, and specifically the reason we'll be taking casters. Everything in this army, the whole thing has the critical hits explode.
If it's not literally everything, it's very, very close. There might be a couple companions or something like that, but
we have an unlimited spell with a casting cost of 5, which is just target a unit within 12. They get unmodified hits of 5 are crits.
Nice.
Very good. For a math standpoint thing, exploding 6s is the equivalent of +1 to hit. Exploding 5s is the equivalent of +2 to hit. These stack with +1 to hit.
Yeah, this is a very good reason to bring a spellcaster.
Yes, so I do think you want to be able to cast like 3 to 4 spells a turn in this army, preferably close to front lines. So we're looking for a spellcaster that we're okay with bringing up close to the front lines. We have Drain Vitality, which is a 7 to cast. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for a target within 12, and subtract 1 from their save rolls as well.
That's pretty strong, actually. Like, it makes sense to 7.
Yes, but again, 12 inches for an enemy in your hero phase. So we want a combat caster. And then we've got a 7 for Shard Storm, which is just your basic horde breaker.
Nice to have as an option, but I'm not too sure this army is going to have issues with the horde thing, but
considering that we're going to be hitting very consistently, not really. All right, manifestations. They're very cute. I like that the Nightmare Predator just comes back after it dies on a 4-up. So like you cast it once at the beginning of the game and just hope you never have to cast it again.
Yeah, on that 4-up.
It's a 50-50 after they kill it. It hits pretty well. 6 attacks, hits like an ogre. Now that we know what those hit like yet, technically.
I actually have a little bit more interest in the bird.
The burb. I knew you liked the burb. It gives the control score down, which is pretty sick.
It's 5 from infantry within 6 of it, and it can move 10 with fly. And like, it's still got 6 attacks, 4 hit, 2 wound, 1 rend, damage 3. Like, it still messes around, but 5 control score.
And speaking of the frontline caster I keep looking for, Bone Tithe Shrieker, you can set it up within 12 of the caster, more than 9 from enemies, subtract 1 from ward rolls for enemies that are within 12 of it. So if you just slap it at 9 inches against an enemy, that enemy gets -1 to their ward rolls. That just turns 6-ups off because they become 7-ups. It's not bad. All of these are actually okay.
Yeah, I like them.
It's an actual fully good manifestation. The first one we've seen in Death, where I'm not just going to take Purple Sun or something.
And they do also feel like thematic. It's not just like, oh, this is like a generic one that you just threw in here. Cool.
It's not throwing the fireball in. So, there's only one thing left, Eric.
War Scrolls.
Shall I show you someone who's pretty good in combat, isn't afraid of anything, and is a Wizard 3?
Sure.
Let's meet Starscream. I mean, Ark in the Black.
Wow.
Our old world knowledge coming into play.
It's relevant again.
As long as you're in Death where everyone stayed. Except Vlad, he was too cool for this, and Cetra, he was too cool for everything.
Yeah.
So Arc in the Black. He's a wizard 3. He's got a 3-up save, 14 health. He's got his 6-up ward because he's dead. He's got +1 to cast naturally, so you don't have to worry about taking some caster subfaction. He's very reliable. And every time he casts, he heals 1 anyway. Why not?
That's a great little bonus, honestly, for a caster.
He's got a 4-up ability to just ignore spells that opponents are trying to cast on your stuff within 18 of him.
I do enjoy the ignore. Not stop it, just ignore it.
Okay, and then he's got his spell, which is just a 6-up to cast, and is a very funny roll 10 dice and maybe more, but it's about 3 mortals.
Yes, in a reductive sense, it's about 3 mortals, but like...
It's a lot of words to say that.
It is a lot of words to say. You roll 10 dice, and for each 6, it does a mortal, and then you get to roll an extra dice, and then on 5s for that, you do the same thing again. It cascades to 4, 3, and 2, and like, there is a story there of like, you rolled real hot because you had cheaty dice, and that was hilarious. The 3 mortals is still perfectly reasonable for a 6 cast.
It's a great extra spell to have, huh? Just flat 3 mortals.
But like, there is story to it as well, and I enjoy that.
So yeah, Arc in the Black is 410 points, and I think I like always want to be playing him. He's so cool. Like, he does everything I want in this army. He's technically an Ossiarch Bonereapers hero, so you can use him to be the one to issue the commands. He's good. Katakros is great too, but he's not a caster, and I wanted the combat caster.
That makes sense. Katakros, even if it was just your range for the Relentless Discipline is now 18 instead of 12, that's huge. Like, that alone is like, I want to play Katakros. But like, solid stats, some decent other options.
I love that he has all of his abilities, and each of them is like the different people on his giant base. It's very Silent King to me. It just makes me smile.
I did not catch that, but that's smart.
It's very cute that it's each of his specialist advisor dudes giving their part of the role.
And like, he's also got a pretty defensive bonus, so for 1 CP you can pick 3 friendly units within 18 of it, and they get +1 to save.
Also, he's hung like a horse.
Yes, obviously, that's the most important thing.
I was wondering how long I could get you to go back and forth before I could drop that, like, dead last.
Yeah, just like, let me toss that grenade out there. Jesus Christ, man. So do you want to talk about the Mortek crawlers and how you want to take advantage of it kind of thing?
There's so many cool things in this army I want to take a moment to look at. Like, even the Tatarkic cohort or whatever, the little bony friend, like, they're not beasts. They are infantry, even though they would clearly be beasts in any other army. Because it's Ossiarch Bonereapers, they're the same as everybody else. They just have the beast bodies. Like, you're just cobbled together bones.
Yeah, like, there's no real difference between you and somebody that's humanoid. It's just...
But, like, there's so much cool stuff in this army. I love it. But yeah, so going to our Mortek crawlers, they hit on 4s. They wound on 2s. So in that subfaction, they hit on 3s and wound on 2s.
Actually pretty good for AOS.
Yeah, considering it's a 24-inch range, which sounds short, but is very long in AOS. 4 attacks each, 4s and 2s or 3s and 2s in the subfaction. Rend 1, but anti-infantry Rend 1, so Rend 2 if you're targeting infantry. D3 +2 damage.
Nice.
And they have the crit exploding hits like everything else in the army.
That's some solid ranged damage to be swinging around.
Importantly, they also have the anything that they shoot at, they roll a die, and on a 4-up, it gets strike last. And if you've got a Mortician, Ossifector, or another Mortek crawler that already did this to that unit, you get plus to the roll each time. So they can be in the backline firing over your stuff, dealing some damage, and giving strike last before you charge your stuff in and just wallop them.
So some of those types of abilities require you to do damage. Does that one have to have damage, or is it just everything was sent at it?
Targeted.
Nice.
It had to be targeted by the shooting attacks.
All right. I mean, like, you're really hoping to do damage with it, obviously.
I would really hope. It's not free.
Boy, sometimes it doesn't work out. It's nice to have that consolation prize.
Yeah, 3 of these is close to half of your list. So you are hoping to deal some damage with them, but your cavalry in this army is also pretty good.
True, there's some decent options.
Also, I just love the idea of all your skeleton horses and everything. It's very cool.
One of the things that was surprising to me is like the Mortek Guard has this shield wall passive. So like if it didn't move, it gets ethereal. This is your like general thing essentially. And it's pretty solid, honestly. 4 up save, 3 hit, 4 wound. There's no rend, but it's get anti-charge rend and 1 damage crit explode. There's some shockingly cool stuff going on with the Mortek Guard.
Yeah, I think this whole army's great. Final thoughts from you?
It seems really fun. Not just like, yeah, there's some great heroes. I'm kind of simple for a lot of things here. I see crit 2 hits on everything and I'm happy.
Very fun ability, isn't it?
Right? Like I'm happy with that. And then they take advantage of it and they do additional things, and like a bunch of the basic units, or what you would call basic units, still do interesting things. We're not just one note, even though we're all just bones.
Final score?
Let's bring it into 40k.
All right, I'm going to give it 2 bulging cod pieces out of Dick Guy.
I like it. It's a good one. Very strong.
All right, we have one last death faction, the largest.
Soulblight Gravelords.
So, Soulblight Gravelords, they've got too many damn army rules, and they're just so scatterbrained.
I mean, there's an easy one. They've got Deep Strike for Death Rattle and Deadwalkers.
Woo! They've also got the Hunger, which is once per turn, army-wide. Every friendly vampire that used a fight ability this turn heals D3. It's 2D3 if they destroyed an enemy unit.
And that's the end of any turn.
Yes, so your turn plus your opponent's turn.
They've got a once per turn army, any hero phase. You pick the hero and then 12 inches, pick 3 Death Rattle or Dead Walker. And for each of them, if the target's damaged, you can heal 3. If it's not, you return a number of slain models equal to the health characteristic of 3.
And then they've got the thing that we've seen all over the place. You can pay a CP once per turn, army-wide, in any movement phase. Non-unique Death Rattle or Death Walker that had multiple models. You can set up a replacement unit with half rounded up, wholly within 6 of a terrain, and more than 9 from all enemies. This is your graveyard.
There's a neat little addition, though.
Yeah, so if it's your movement phase, then you can set it up 3 from all enemies instead, so you can just surprise them.
But they can't charge.
But they can't charge in that case.
I like it.
It's nice because terrain is on the maps in this.
Yeah.
And it's not terrain near you, it's just terrain feature in general. So this could also be good victory point fodder late game.
I expect this to be good victory point fodder. It seems good for 1 CP. But like all of this put together
is a mess.
There's some healing going on.
All right, let's do battle formations and we'll start to form how things are supposed to work.
All right, so first up we've got the passive Horror Unending. Pick an additional target when using the Deathly Invocation ability.
Pass. Let me pick a 4th. I'm good. 3 was probably enough.
Yes.
Then we've got the vampire focus one of add 1 to casting rolls for vampires that are not in combat. Add 1 to wound rolls for vampire combat attacks the turn they charge. If you're playing a vampire heavy list, this is the pick. It's brain dead easy to pick this one.
Then we've got once per turn for the army. End of any turn, pick up to 3 friendly Deadwalkers in combat. And for each of them, they can make a pile and move and then shite.
It just keeps working. It's also like the literal 5th time we've seen this. And the one that is actually most interesting to me is pretty simple. Add 1 to the rend characteristics for Death Rattle units the turn they charge if they're attacking a unit with fewer models than themselves. This is great for like the Black Knights, who when you charging get +1 damage to begin with. Very strong with them. It's great with just giant units of skeletons too.
You have to be a bit careful on what you're charging on this to properly do it, but I don't think it's going to be that difficult. I still feel like the vampire one's the right choice.
So in your average list, if you're not playing a specific style, you're only going to have 2 or 3 vampires. The thing to remember is only your characters are really vampires unless you really slant towards vampires. It's going to depend on how you want to build your list. I think there is a very good skeleton list. There's a very good vampire list. And then there's technically a zombie list, but I don't even want to try figuring out if it's good.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, let's move into our hero traits and artifacts.
All right, so once per turn in your hero phase, you can pick another friendly unit within this unit's combat range and roll a dice. On a 2-up, if the target is not in combat, it can move d6. If it's in combat, it can pile in.
This is pretty decent. The d6 movement bonus is pretty nice when you've got a bunch of foot sloggers.
I'm just not a huge fan of being able to fail this one.
Yeah, but it's every one of your turns, so it happens all but one turn of the game.
It is good, but I just like on this specific one, because I'm going to be like, I want the extra run essentially. It's going to happen on turn 2 when I need it. Right.
It's a fair thing to slight it for. There is the chance you screw it up. You could go with the very easy, you can just re-roll charge rolls for this unit.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty good with a bunch of combat heroes in this army.
Very strong, but nice and simple. The last option being once per turn in your hero phase, you can pick a friendly Death Rattle or Dead Walker unit that has 2 or more models and is within 12 inches of this, and add d6 to the target's control score.
The thing that annoys me is I would say this is good on like the White King or something, but it checks and says like it has to have 2 or more models, so you can't use it on yourself.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even think of that at a certain point. I was like, okay, we're going to be using it on, the chaff to make them a little bit fancier for objective stuff. And I was like, well, you only get one of them and it's a d6. So like, If it was like 2, then it'd be like, oh, that could just like ruin somebody else's, that could ruin the opponent's plan for just control scoring, but it's fine, I'm sure.
I think you're probably better off with either the Kinky Name or Unhinged Rampager.
It's real hard to pass a reroll charge roll.
It's also real hard to pass the Lash of Your Sire.
You're not wrong. Very domineering. So the artifacts. Once per battle, any combat phase, pick an enemy hero in combat to be the target. It gets strike last.
And then we've got a reaction for if your opponent's wizard casts within 18, you shite roll them. And if they die, the spell doesn't work.
That's a weird one because I had assumed that it was like do something to the spell and then... No, it's like, no, just shite roll them, and if that kills them.
It's funny, though, if they just keep doing it, you're like, just keep on mortaling you.
18 inches is pretty far, so...
It's not like the one anti-caster Tzeentch Endless spell where it does like 1 billion damage to Nagash, because it adds flat 9 to its damage profile.
That one is funny.
It's funny for a single scenario. It's not good.
No, it's not good. But the last option being just ignore modifiers to save rolls for shooting attacks, positive and negative, that are targeting this.
Yeah, Ethereal against shooting is okay. I think I'm taking the strike last once per battle one. It's probably going to decide a major fight.
Yes, that would also be the one that I'm likely to default choosing. It just seems very strong to have as an option when you need it. We have some spells to go over, though.
Yeah, so... The unlimited one I'm not a fan of. It's on a 7, roll a number of die equal to the models in the unit, but instead of being a 5-up, it only does mortals on 6s. And then if any models were slain by it, you just heal D3. But the caster of this spell is going to be a vampire who already is going to be healing through other means. So I'd rather your Horde Breaker just be better as a Horde Breaker. It's not a good unlimited spell.
It really doesn't feel like it's supposed to be a 7.
Yeah, it's weird.
But there are other options, and one of them is a visible enemy 12 inches. They get strike last.
Yeah, this one requires you to have a combat wizard to really want to pull it off.
We just had the artifact that we're going to take because strike last is good.
I do think if you've got a combat wizard, then you can take Amulet of Screams for the anti-wizard thing, jam up board, and use this for your strike last.
That makes sense, yeah.
Then Waste Away is the last one. Subtract 1 from damage for an enemy within 12. Very strong for certain matchups because it's always capped at 1.
Anytime you can manipulate damage characteristics, there's good reasons on like, let's do it to this thing because it's scary.
So what are we thinking for the battle scrolls?
When I was going through this, I saw one that I was like, I'm reading the words and there's no way this is doing what it says it's doing. thing. Neverati has a once per turn army, end of any turn. Pick an enemy hero that was allocated any damage points inflicted by this unit's Akhmet Har this turn to be the target. Roll a die. On a 5-up, the target's automatically destroyed.
Yeah.
If you did damage 1 1/3 times, it's just dead. And like, it just happens. It's wild. Absolutely wild, man. And it's not like that's a particularly like difficult weapon either. It's 5 attacks, hits on 3s, wounds on 3s, has a rend of 2, and has an anti-hero rend +1. Like, that's scary.
It is. I think like the ones that are coolest to me is the things that open up alternate ways to play. So I see a couple lists that are really fun alternative ways that are not just the generic spam a bunch of cav or anything like that.
Yeah, obviously you're talking about Radukar with his transformation.
No.
Oh.
So we've got like Luca Vi. She wants to play the Monster Mash list. She's got a spell that's her unique spell of you can pick a monster within 12 and then pick one of its melee weapons and add D3 to its attack characteristic for its companion weapons.
Yeah, I could have put good money on you being interested in that, Mr. Seraphon.
The other ones are, I know you haven't paid attention to like the construction rules for these. Basically anyone in the Vikros family that is not Belladonna, Volga, and either Radukar, all of those can be taken in Radukar or Belladonna's regiment as an extra character. So you can play a very character-heavy list as long as they're all Vikros.
All right.
So yes, Chadukar, Belladonna, 2 other of your choice from the Vikros line. I also want to play another list that's just Belladonna focused, where you just play a ton of direwolf stuff and like try to play the wolf game. Probably still run Chadukar just because werewolves.
Sure.
There is several different ways you can play this. I like the skeleton focus lists again. All the basics are fine. One of the things I really like is the Vampire Lord on foot, like just the normal one. Has the once per turn army, your movement phase on a 3-up teleport more than 9 inches from enemy non-heroes, 3 from enemy heroes. So if a hero is off on their own, she does a literal teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid.
Nice.
And then she slaps in melee. She's 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, rend 1, anti-hero rend 1, so it's rend 2 against the hero you're nothing personnel kidding. Damage 2, crit hits, explode. She's also a wizard, so she can do that shenanigans. Really like her for just being a foot hero. Yeah, I gotta say, I have a like love-hate relationship with Soulblight. My brother loves vampires and doesn't love the fact that vampires have armies of non-vampires. He thinks vampires should have armies of vampires.
Right, like it should just be like Blood Knights.
Yeah, which is fine. You could play Blood Knight spam.
I actually think that will be very fun to do.
But I do think with how AOS works for literally every other faction in the game, it's weird that every gothic horror faction is all souped up into a single faction and then everyone else is playing with the scraps. Why is werewolf stuck with vampires and with skeletons and with normal zombies? Could we not break this off a little more into more specific armies?
There definitely feels like there's enough to split them off. I'm not sure about the zombies, honestly.
Zombies is unfortunately just always going to be a part of everybody.
Yeah, which that's fine to a certain point, but like the vampires and the skeletons and like I feel like there still needs to be more werewolf stuff.
I loved the werewolf stuff they did when they launched Soulblight at the end of second there, but they're all werewolf vampires. And it's like, why not just do a werewolf army?
It needs a bit more before it could really take off, but there's enough that like it works as an option in Soulblight.
I'm also just waiting for a zombie dragon sculpt that's from this millennia.
Yeah.
It's very sad looking at that sculpt when you go, zombie dragon?
Man, that must be cool as shit.
And then you look at it and you're like, ugh.
Yeah, that is a zombie dragon, technically.
All right, I've rambled enough. Is there any last things that you want to say?
There's probably some good fun with, like, I think it was Tergilius that gave you like a second hero to use the Deathly Invocation, so like you could really go wide and just constantly reanimate your Death Rattle Deadwalker.
Yeah, just play the absolute horde.
Yeah, like I think that there is a build that exists for that.
120 zombies.
I think it is probably going to be super annoying to play against because it's going to be such a horde and they're going to like constantly be reanimating and healing, and like it would probably be fun in an annoying way.
All right, final scores. I'm going to give it 5 armies out of 1.
That's pretty high.
Which could be a good or bad thing, depending on your opinion.
I'll give it that's tough, honestly, because I wanted to give it let's get more of the Total War heroes in here. But then I thought about it and I was like, there's already a lot of heroes. We're getting into dangerous territory of Order. I'll give it a Vampires Are Cool.
Okay, the perfect score. All right, it is time for us to move into the final Grand Alliance. Only 5 more to go, Eric.
I mean, these are going to be the coolest ones. This is Destruction.
I'm actually quite excited, but we're recording this on our now day 3. I would like to remind everyone, please thank Borrelio, because
yeah,
this is going to be literally 10 hours of footage by the time I hit stop and we haven't hit Destruction. And he got it down to whatever you're looking at. We were smart enough to do this over 3 nights. Yeah, we didn't collapse on the floor at 6 a.m.
Just like fading in and out randomly throughout and be like, I'm back. I got my second energy spike. Let's go. Everybody else is asleep.
Day 3.
All right, and we're into Destruction. It's almost like it's been 2 whole days. Let's start off right with the biggest boys.
Good old Sons of Behemat. They're like knights, right?
They're like knights, but from everything I can tell, people in AOS like Sons of Behemat, and people don't get salty like they do with knight players, which is wrong to do to knight players, but it's just a cool army. Like, first off, battle traits. You can fall down when you die, which is, like, funny.
I think it's absolutely hilarious that they explode.
And then it's just a list of rampages, and they're all cool.
I'm surprised that the explode isn't, like, roll to explode. Just, like, an exact port from 40k.
Yeah, the 40k explodes now.
Just, like, deadly demise.
Guarantee falling over after winning a roll-off is cool. You're like hoping he falls your direction. But then we've got 4 different rampages you can choose between, and you, for each of your Gargants, can just pick one of them, and you get a variety of different effects going off. And you've got the default one of they can shite on the guy. I feel like we could have got a double shite. They're pretty big boys. But none of this matters, because the first one I will use every turn if I'm playing this is the Suplex. Colossal Slam. If you're against a monster or war machine, you can roll a die on a 3-up. You can remove it from the battlefield, set it up again within 1 inch of you, and inflict D3 mortal damage on it. You literally pick it up and suplex it.
Good ability.
It's nice for repositioning because you can flip something off an objective and stuff.
I absolutely love the amount of flavor going on with all of this. Like, every single thing here is so focused in being a big dude doing dumb shit.
It's the fairy tale giants, like, through and through. The dark comedy of, like, he's just jumping up and down, but he's killing dudes.
Right. Then that's the other one, is like jump up and down is a rampage thing that you can do to an enemy infantry. And it just wrecks them with mortals, essentially.
But moving on from battle traits, we've got our 4 battle formations. I'm always taking Taker Tribe. Taker Tribe is the first one. You just get to take an extra Titanic trophy, which is their artifacts. We'll get to why we're taking that in this army.
Yeah, that heavily depends on how the artifacts work, because we've had a couple factions that aren't particularly amazing.
You would have to have, of your 3 choices for an artifact, 2 of them be good. Then you've got Boss Tribe, which is for if you want to play Mega Gargants with the ugly little Gargants, so that you can give them basically double activations.
Yeah, this is that like fight immediately after kind of thing, like the double up. It's good for when you're going to do that, but given how expensive these models are and how few units you're going to have on the battlefield, I'm not so sure about the let's run in pairs when you only have 4 of them on the battlefield.
Speaking of running in pairs, Besieging Bulk joke. If you have two Mega Gargants next to each other, they can give each other a ward. This is Mega Gargants. This is the big ones who are a fourth of your army. So you're going to control 2 points all game.
It's a powerful effect.
You're going to control those 2 points.
But, like, you're gonna lose the game still. Because they're just gonna, like, not be in that area of death and ignore those 2 units and half of your army. But Revel in War is absolutely hilarious because you get to use jump up and down again.
I do think Revel in War is my backup to Taker Tribe, as like, if everyone's running a bunch of hordes and stuff, then okay, Revel in War is a very pickable subfaction.
It would be the thing that would be the default if we didn't have the artifact options that we do.
So before we get there, let's do hero traits. They're all good.
They're all solid. Like, one is just get 40 health instead of 35, which sounds absolutely hilarious when I say it like that, of like 40 health. But then, like, all right, yeah, it's a quarter of your list. Probably good.
And that's why this one's really important to me, is 5 extra health as a buffer before you lose 25% of the points in your army. That's helpful.
The one thing I don't like is battle damage is at 15.
Yeah, but you don't lose that much for being battle damage other than your control score, which is more there so that you don't break the game.
Then that's fair, but it's still just one of those, like, really? 15? When we can have a heroic trait that makes it so you have 40 and it's not just your special ones that have 40. It feels petty.
It's mostly there for the control game, from what I can tell.
But they also have the option to, once per battle, get +2 attacks to your melee weapons. I mean, yeah, there's a downside of -1 save rolls, but, like, just kill them dead.
And then the final one is just +1 to charge rolls. Very simple, always good.
Yeah, it's only affecting you is why you're taking it, but it has the same, like, pitfalls of the other 2 battle formations of, like, oh, you want to double up together. It's going to be brilliant, right? And it's like, that's a trap. Don't do it.
All right, now let's show why we're taking Taker Tribe. Let's look at our 3 artifacts.
Nope, there are 6. I love that there are 6, especially when you have one of your battle formations being able to double up. This is how it's supposed to work.
Kharadron Overlords also doesn't have prayers or spells. Also knows that fact and gives itself the double artifact subfaction and help make up for it. But they forgot to bring half their artifacts. And one of these artifacts does the exact thing that I complained about with KO. This is an edition where endless spells are free and everyone's going to want to play with them. So one of these gives you the ability to act like a wizard 1 in an attempt to summon a manifestation lore. So you can get to play with this edition's fun thing. Why does KO not have this relic?
And, like, I could see this relic on its own if you only had 3 being like, that kind of sucks. It's annoying that I have to take this. It's like a tax, but, like, you have 6 options now. Or even if it was just KO has 4 because they added this one. That's good. Having the ability to play this current version of AOS essentially is good.
The second one you can take at game start, right? So if you choose something safe like the run and charge relic as your default, then the one you pick at game start, you can check, is my opponent going to dominate casting stuff and I shouldn't even bother bringing the wizard one? Like, if that's the case, then that's what you do. Or if you're like, okay, I can just get manifestations for free to help me out here with what I'm trying to do with very few bodies. And, like, the rest of these are totally fine. I get a reason for every one of these. 6's Reflect is hilarious.
Yeah, not all of them are like silver bullets, but that's okay. You know, like, they're generally solid options and you'll be able to choose which one makes more sense based on your opponent. I mean, I'm looking at, like, King Slaughter Cowl, and anytime I see add an attack characteristic, I'm like, ooh, let's go. Let's do that. Like, Extra Calloused Feet also does the same for Stomp.
I love Extra Calloused Feet is how you get better stomps. That's the stupidest thing.
It's so perfect, though. It's so absolutely perfect, given that extra attack and rend and damage. Those calluses are putting in work, man.
Alright, since we've got so few War Scrolls to go through for this army, we might as well mention Kragnos now.
Sure.
We've mentioned Kragnos. He's a fighty boy.
We've mentioned Kragnos. Let's move on.
It's kind of nice that he does the aura of 3d6 charges. That's probably his main reason you took him in a destruction army, is to make sure that all of your big destruction boys got into combat. It's really cool that all of them feel very unique on how they work, with only a couple abilities different, just by changing how their weapons work, what they want to target and all that. And you can go, okay, I get it. These two pretty similar looking giants, one of them clearly wants to be fighting a bunch of infantry, one of them wants to be fighting monsters. We can get some variety in how they play.
There's some very unique abilities that I would not expect to be real in like the actual game, kind of things that like feel like a narrative, but I think is fine because they are what they are.
The fact that the Kraken Eater can kick an objective marker.
That was the obvious, like, oh, that's not something that should happen.
All of them have cool abilities. None of them are kick an objective marker cool.
That's not how the game's supposed to be played, and I love it. Because, like, look at what model you have on the board. We're not playing the same game, okay? I get it. It's perfect.
All right, to wrap up Sons of Behemat, what's our final thoughts here?
Stuff them in me bag.
I'll give them giant feet picks.
Nice.
It's a pretty high score with how degenerate the internet is. Let's go from the largest destruction to the smallest.
All right, moving on to the Gitz, huh?
Yes, moving on to lol, I'm so random. We're going to have very different takes on this army.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit before, like, actually recording, because I'm excited and I love this.
I do not like this army's mechanic. So we have, for a battle trait, Under the Light of the Bad Moon. Everything's about the bad moon. It starts off in a quarter of the table, and then you have a 50-50 shot of it moving to center. When it moves to center, it affects the whole board. Then you have a 50-50 shot of it moving to the opposite corner,
And it only affects that.
and then you have a 50-50 shot of it just going away for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the fact the moon can run away is annoying.
If it just bounced around the map and you just wanted to try to keep it in center, I would have a lot less problem with it. But like looking at the worst case of like your moon just leaves, that sounds awful when it's pretty clear that you're paying for these bonuses that you may not get. Because while you're in the quarter that the moon is affecting, or the whole board if it's in center, you get pretty good buffs. All your goblins get 3 control, your squigs can reroll their random moves, yes, that's a thing. Your Troggoths get +1 to save, your Spider Boys get crits on 5s with all of their venom weapons, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah, the abilities, like the buff that the bad moon gives you is good. And there's a few places that it looks like it was kind of baked in, but it's not one of those AdMech, oh, they hit on force, so like the ability is already baked in kind of thing. Like Troggoths have decent saves already.
There's the other awkward one where how many times have you failed 3 50-50s in a row and it just sits in that first quarter forever?
Yeah, I mean, there are absolutely downsides on it. There are ways to get around it as well.
If you're me and you want to have control over your army and more worry about external factors than your own army rule kicking you in the balls, then you can take the named character, you can take your faction terrain, you've got an endless spell you can summon that's going to help with it. There are ways to cause bad moon effect in localized areas or to weight the dice in your favor on the bad moon.
But like, I get you have to purposefully jump through those hoops.
My biggest problem in this army is that I will have to do work to undo the funny lol random battle trait. If you like that, then it's not an issue to you.
Yeah, essentially. The ways that those happen, though, aren't too bad, and most of these are bonuses. Like, the base stats aren't obviously assuming that this is happening, so, like, I feel like it's not that detrimental, but at the same time, if you fail those 50-50s, it's gonna feel bad for certain people. It's gonna be like, this is the worst army I've ever seen. And I get that, but I'm here for it.
All right, so let's move into our battle formations. Sub-faction talk here. You've got one that makes your squigs get an attack on the charge. You've got one that's fantastic if you're playing Trogs. When you fight, you get to heal D3 on a unit that already heals a lot. It could be very hard to take down a Trog list.
It's gonna be very much a, did you kill them in one shot? No? Try again next turn. Then we've got the greatest one, the lovely Pile In and Shite. For non-squigs.
It's very in flavor that's how goblins would do combat. I love that the shite roll keeps working.
It does yet again.
This is also literally the 5th or 6th time this exact sub-faction has existed.
Yes, and I don't hate it here quite as much as other places because the other 3 are so, did you take these keywords? All right, take this battle formation kind of thing, because the last one is all spider stuff.
The spider one's kind of interesting because it's like double deep strikes. You can pull stuff into deep strike with your spiders. 40k wise, it makes them like trigons in Tyranids. Not that many people have seen how that works, but
I was like, that's a perfect example. Well done. It's a strong ability, but obviously like 3 of them are, look at keyword, is that in your list? Take it.
It's a pronged army. When it's like this, I'm not as upset with things like this because this is how Drukhari's Index should have looked. If you're interested in this army, it's very possible you only like 1 to 2 parts of it out of the 4 major parts. You could like squigs, you could like goblins, but you could not like trolls or spiders. I understand people who are going to want slanted collections in this army and flavoring your sub-factions around whichever slant they may like.
Heroic traits then. We've got a Become Wizard. Always good. We've got the Rally 3 additional rolls. Could be very strong depending on what you're trying to do.
And in the Skaven style, we get the 3-up immediately leave combat when you're in the combat phase.
And don't take the mortals. A very important extra part.
I think all of them have use. Wizard is hard to pass up, but all of them have use.
Wizard's always hard to pass up, but yeah, I could see the Rally being pretty nice in certain lists.
And then artifact-wise, we've got subtract 1 from hit rolls against the target. We've got unmodified hits of 1 deal immortal to the unit, which is like a reverse 6's reflect. It's 1's reflect.
It's, hey, you suck so bad. And then shite kind of thing.
Yeah, which is whatever.
Like, those 2 are fine. I'm taking the minus hit to this unit.
I want to do a Trog boss who's -1 to hit and a wizard.
Speaking of wizards,
we
got the unlimited spell that is 7 for the cast.
Yeah, this is not my favorite unlimited spell because you have a 7 to cast and you subtract 1 to hit rolls for things that are wholly within 12 of the caster, but your casters are frail looking.
Minus to hit roll in an aura is strong, but yeah, 12 inches up the caster is like, ooh, that's some frail stuff, and if you don't get it, because 7's not guaranteed in any possible way, it could just be dead.
And it's the enemy unit has to be wholly within the 12. It's not your unit you're protecting. So like, I feel like this just gets played around a lot. I don't know. Not a big fan of that one. Your other spells though, you get a teleport.
Hell yeah, it is always good.
And then the last one is just throw shit at 3 people with 3 shite rolls. It's good damage output.
But again, it's 12. So like, all of these are like, you're expecting your wizards to be in combat. And I'm not sure you want that for most of them.
This is why I'm turning a Troggoth into a wizard, man.
It's probably a good choice. They're manifests.
Manifestations, they're fine. The only one of real note is you have Malevolent Moon, which gives a 12-inch aura of being in the bad moon's light, and your faction terrain does the same thing. And your faction terrain is also where you're going to find your bring a unit back. I basically just think you assume that every Gitz player is going to purchase their terrain first, and then get their endless spells, and then they can start collecting the armies so that they don't have to deal with the bad moon as much.
Fair. I mean, I just actually like the terrain.
The terrain is sick.
It's amazing looking. It's brilliant in like its design aesthetics, and it is strong.
There's not many terrains that give a 12-inch aura of your guys get +1 to save rolls, but this does it for Troggoths.
There's a lot going on with this terrain.
And you put the terrain in the opposite corner as you put the bad moon on the start of the game.
Most likely.
Now you get very good coverage of bad moon at the start.
Yeah, it's just another little thing of being able to not hate the randomness of the moon. I mean, I feel like there's enough that it's still fun with a little bit of randomness. Now we're on to data sheets.
War scrolls. I'll learn it, damn it. I'm trying.
So let's start with the Scragrot, which just lets you choose what to do with the bad moon.
Only once per battle.
Sure, but like...
But it's key, especially if you get it to move to center on turn 2. Then you use him to keep it there turn 3.
And then at worst, like turn 4, it moves to the other side, and you're like, that's okay, probably. So this is your unique War Master hero that does the thing, but like I'm assuming that you feel like this is a tax, whereas I'm like, ooh, that's a little bonus that could be fun.
Yeah, it's very much a tax to make this army not feel awful. His unique spell, though, is a lot of damage. The redeploy thing is nice, but the spell being a casting value of 7, so if it goes off, roll a number of dice equal to the casting roll.
So 7 minimum.
3 ups are immortal. Math-wise, this is a lot of mortal wounds.
And it's 18 of the caster, so it's not like he actually has to be like up in combat kind of thing.
And it's not cowardice like the Maggotkin of Nurgle one, where they were like, no, you cap it 4 rolls. You don't get to have any fun.
Nah, go for it. Try and kill shit, man. And he's a wizard too, so like he's not just stuck on like, oh, you either get to do this or something else. Like, I think he's honestly pretty solid.
I will say, looking through the War Scrolls here, like other than my love of Troggoth, because a big dopey troll, how can you not love? So many of these units have so much character to them, like ignoring like Shootas and Stabas, which are an ancient, I don't even know if it's a multi-part model. I think you might just clip them off a sprue.
Even those have like,
for how old they are, you understand they were made with love.
Yeah, they have that, like, I get it, there was some heart and soul put into it.
But like the Loon Boss is the coolest shit. Everything with Squigs is perfect in this army.
Just the amount of fungal nonsense going on in some of these is hilarious.
I gotta say, the Fanatics do it for me too. They're the only thing where I excuse a 2d6 move. This is the one thing in the game where I will fully give you he can always keep a 2d6 move.
I also enjoy Trug's roll 3, pick 1 for the options list kind of thing.
Yes. However, he has some weirdly specific ones where I don't know. You're going to have the one where you roll 1s and 4 and you're like, great. But it's okay because in general, overall, he is going to be good. There will be very rare cases where you're angry with him, but overall, he's just going to make you happy.
I feel like this is a good way of putting a bunch of silver bullet style, like, specific things with a bit of randomness. This whole roll 3, pick 1. I feel like there's a bunch of other War Scrolls and abilities that I would be like, do this, and then we can talk again. But I get that you don't love it.
My issues are entirely with the I do not enjoy random bullshit. That said, I absolutely get the appeal of this army. This is a very fun army and I would love playing against it, but I do not want to pilot this.
Alright, so like what's your final thoughts on it?
I give it a 2d6 out of 10.
Fair enough. That's 12 out of 10.
Or a 2 out of 10. We'll never know. Alright, let's do ogres. We'll finish off with the classic orcs.
Fine. Teasing with the best part of AOS.
Eric has waited, in our time, almost 12 hours to talk about orcs.
We'll get there, though. Ogre text first. Fine.
So, ogres will be short because their battle traits are very short. You can do a shite roll on charge. You get +2 to run rolls until you decide to turn it off for a D3 chance at healing a reverse shite, an eating shite.
Like, it's not bad. And I know that
it's bad.
You know what it used to be. So, like, obviously, compared to what it used to be, this is terrible. But it's on the weaker end, but I don't think it's actual complete terribleness.
It's also weird because there's nothing to represent the Everwinter or anything here. And it's weird because this is the orc problem that they just solved by being like, all right, we're splitting orcs up. But it's like happening in reverse here where they can't tell if they want this to be 2 armies or 1 army.
Well, see, what they did is they were like, the battle traits are gonna be this, and then we're gonna give prayers to the winter guys. It is weird. I'm not sure that there's actually enough to do a full split, though.
Ogres out of everything, just knowing this from a meta standpoint. Ogres needs updates the most. There was a bunch of people wondering when Beasts got squatted if Ogres was joining it, because it's either it's getting an update or it won't exist. So here's hoping they get an update. The gigantic bulky dudes lifting around cannons and giant crushing objects and literally eating people. Okay, this is a cool aesthetic. It's just, you look at the actual execution, oh boy, I can smell the fine cast looking at some of these characters.
Yeah. Battle formations. Add 1 to casting rolls. I'm never going to be down on that just because I fail casting so much.
There is a funny spam spellcasters army in here. I don't know if their spells are worth it, and there's not many on the actual War Scroll. There are none on the War Scrolls, which I will get to.
I was going to say, I feel like the not many is doing a lot of work. You're not wrong.
Then we've got the Beastclaw Raider one, where your shite roll gets +1 damage if it deals damage.
That is going to be a lot of damage kind of thing.
Just erase the if any, and it makes the shite roll feel less awful.
I agree. The actual battle trait shouldn't have the chance.
Then you've got the Eye of the Everwinter one, which is just subtract 1 to hits for shooting attacks outside of 12 for the Beastclaw guys. Oh no. Oh god, this is terrible.
Yeah, this is not how that works at all. It's like a combo. So, subtract 1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks that target friendly ogre infantry units while they're wholly within 12 of any friendly Beastclaw Raider heroes.
No, we will not be picking this.
There's probably a list that exists that could do this, but...
And you have to hope your opponent is a shooting army in a game where half the armies don't really shoot.
Yeah, this one doesn't really exist.
I do like the last one, which is the Black Powder Fanatics of ranged weapons of lead belchers and iron blasters can shoot in combat. Hell yeah.
I mean, this is the obvious pick if you're doing anything with lead belchers and iron blasters. And like, yeah, that's what I would be playing. So
lead belchers are the coolest thing in this army. Guy lugging around a hollowed out tree trunk that he put a cannonball in. Oh yeah.
And you're going to want to be able to shoot in combat. If you're doing the like actual lead belcher iron blaster, let's go, you're going to want the ability to shoot in combat. So solidly decent options for battle formations of like few things, except that Everwinter, you don't exist until we have prayers.
I read it and said no, and I thought that it was better than it was.
Yeah, that's about right. Heroic traits then. We have a turn to priest.
I was going to say it's very good, but we'll get to that. We've got ignore negative modifiers to control score and hit rolls and wound rolls. This is extremely good.
This is the one.
You hit on 4s in this army. You do not want to be hitting on 5s.
The last one of subtract 5 from control for enemy infantry while they're in combat is strong. Like 5 is a lot, but
it would be good in other armies.
Yeah.
But no one is taking an objective from you with these war scrolls. If you're on the objective, you don't need this.
And like the other one of ignore negatives to control hit and wound. That's just really strong, especially in certain matchups. It's going to be devastating. So artifacts then.
Add 1 for hit rolls in combat. Yes.
That's basically it. I mean, technically, there's turn off ward rolls for something in combat.
Once per game.
They do have spells.
Yeah, so the spells are all focused on the Mawtribe part, the footboys, and the prayers are focused on Beastclaw Raiders to the point where it starts calling them out.
So the spells, we've got the unlimited heal D3 and buff the control. It's a 5 to cast. And like the 12-inch range doesn't matter.
No, because your casters are also beefy boys.
Yeah, you want to move them up anyways. So like this is a solid unlimited option.
You also have 1 cast on 6, subtract 1 from hit rolls against a unit. You've got 1 that you cast on 7, add 1 to attacks of the melee weapons for a unit.
It's only for infantry within 12 of it. But like
infantry is like most of what matters in this part of the army.
Yeah, I see plus attack characteristic and I'm like, yeah, that's a good option.
So the +1 spellcasting is pretty decent as long as you're going melee focused and you bring a few spellcasters.
Yeah, I think so. It honestly has a purpose, but the prayer, let's see what the winter side is actually doing.
So the prayers are very strong situationally. The unlimited one is terrible. You give obscuring to a piece of terrain. Pulverizing Hailstorm is fine for a
shite.
sporadic damage. It might do damage to like 3-4 units depending on how they're put together.
If your opponent doesn't understand how to do positioning,
Or if they're an army that can't. There are armies where you just have to be close to each other. And then the reason that the prayers exist is you have a 4-up prayer run in charge only for your monsters and the Mournfang pack. It knows you're playing BCR.
that sucks.
Your unlimited also only works for the BCR stuff on the Supercast. It's very narrow. The turn into a priest is not that strong unless you're playing BCR. And half of those characters are already priests. So you're going to take it on your Frostlord and that's like it.
It's still nice that that's an option because this effect is very strong, obviously. It's just, it kind of sucks that it's so targeted. So, the actual units.
I got problems here.
You got problems. Okay.
We've got 3 different types of wizards, none of who have a spell. We've got 2 priests, neither of whom have a prayer. We've got the Tyrant, the thing that from Total War, this is he leads your faction. He does nothing.
No, he adds 1 to your shite trample.
Only for himself.
It makes things a lot better for that trampling charge, but it's only for himself, and like, it didn't need to be.
Could he not give that in an aura and maybe buff them in some way?
Yeah, just like, do the thing, do this Brawler Guts ability, add 1 to the D3 roll in a 12-inch aura. And now he feels like he's leading. Follow me in, boys. We're trampling them.
Give him some exploding 6s or something fun. Just a little anything. Make me want to take the main HQ. I don't know. I've got issues with the setup of some of the War Scrolls here, but overall, very good actual stats on everybody. You will slap. You will not lose points if you're standing on them. You are tanky boys. The Leadbelcher is still a little sad looking to me. I don't know. You hit once, wound maybe once, then they save it. And if you get it all the way through it, somehow this giant cannon does 1 damage.
That is one of the things that throughout this, there's several weapon profiles that are like, 1 damage? Really? kind of thing.
I gotta say, the BCR side of things, they look pretty sick.
Yeah.
There is the problem, too, of like, holy shit, there's a lot of Finecast in this army. This army needs an update or two. Look at the fucking Yeti.
It's good to scroll, but like, that model needs some help.
Mixed bag to me. This army needs an update. This needs the Cruel Boys expansion, clean everybody up and separate them out, make it feel like you've got proper different types of ogres. Alright, enough talking about the Discord moderator army.
Wow.
Let's move on to the final 2 factions, since they're very related because they separated them after figuring out that they had already started manufacturing the books.
This is so fucking weird. We've got Ironjawz.
The meetings about the arguing of separating these must have been occurring and going into overtime after these shipped out to get to print.
Oh yeah, this is the kind of thing that like whoever's part of that meeting has been going to the same meeting talking about the exact same thing over and over again.
Every Thursday morning.
For like months. And they're just like, I don't fucking care anymore at a certain point. Put them together. We need to ship.
All right, let's talk about, we'll blue ball you all the way to the end. Let's talk about Ironjawz first.
All right, fine.
You have big tanky orcs. These appeal to me in a visceral way.
So they're battle traits. We've got one that we can give +3 to move for a friendly unit, and it can go into combat.
Yes. And this helps because this army has stubby little legs.
And it happens once per turn, any hero phase. So, like, you can move a decent amount. And, like, the fact it goes into combat on your opponent's hero phase.
Yes.
But we've got the other one, the classic. The reason that we're here.
What would that be, Eric?
It's the Wah!
He didn't blow his mic out. I'm so proud.
No, I did.
Oh, did you?
You'll see. Ooh, it's nasty.
Yeah, so the Ironjawz Wah, because you get 1 in Cruel Boys. +1 to charge rolls, +1 to attacks. What more could you ask for? You're an orc.
Short and simple. I mean, it's like an aura thing, but like, charge forward, hit them.
I gotta say, Ironjawz battle traits, 10 out of 10, does what you want. Battle formations.
We've got the unmodified charge of an 8+, does a thing. And this one adds an attack characteristic for melee weapons.
I think this one is fine.
powerful payoff, but like still all that nonsense that we've talked about before.
There's a single thing that aggravates me. It's unmodified 8-up. Your WA modifies your roll. You couldn't make it modified 8-ups work just so that like your WA turn gives you a bonus for this.
To be fair though, like there are a couple other places that you can get bonus to your charge, so like it could be one of those, this is on if I charge, which like at the same time, good.
But anyway, Grunta Stampede gives us +1 move on our Grunta models for every enemy unit that you've destroyed this battle, up to a max of 4. They already move like 9 to 10 each, so it's not that big a deal, but it is pretty cool to like build momentum over the game.
I'm not sure how useful this is, but I guess I could see it being like later on in the game.
Like turn 3, you've probably destroyed 3 units.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 if you're doing hot. So like, yeah, I guess on turns 4 and 5, whatever's left can go wherever it needs to score victory points.
Or, finish running down any of the enemy units that are trying to do their own victory point stuff.
Yeah, because it basically evolves into run and charge over the game. Like we said, your run rolls will average 3 to 4, so...
It's good. It just feels odd on the units that are already moving quickly.
I do think the one I would pick is Iron Fist, just overall. So Iron Fist is a little weird to read out here. The first time, it only works once per turn, an enemy is destroyed by a fight, the next thing you pick to fight gets +1 to hit.
Yeah.
It sounds specific, but this army does one thing.
It fights.
It fights. And it basically means if you pick your orders right, then you can make one unit finish something off, and then your next unit you pick gets +1 to hit rolls. And you do that probably turns 2 and 3. It basically is going to be like getting a couple free all-out attacks.
I think that this is a solid default just because, like, this is what the army does. And I actually like that it gives you some extra little thought to your sequencing of fights. Do you gamble on actually killing this one unit that's actually important, or do you kill this other that's like guaranteed kind of thing? It's a nice little, okay, what are you prioritizing? How are we going to get to there? If it happens, what's the next one you're going to choose? It's solid.
It really comes down to its free uses of all-out attack over the course of the game, which is a pretty good sub-faction. Then our last formation is pretty cool as well, Weird Fist. You just get a 6-up ward for your infantry if they're within 12 of a wizard or a priest. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. It's your defensive default, I would say, if you're going to be taking 2 of them. And your priests are cool. We'll get to priests.
You're gonna be playing some of those and you're not too worried about being 12 henches, so a solid option. Heroic traits. We've basically got a shite on charge with some potential bonus on an 8+.
Yeah, it's boring. We're not picking that. You can get minimum 4 on redeploys. It's okay. But the one I'm here for is Mega Bossy. If you're hero charged, then you get +1 to charge rolls for friendlies within 18 of it, which is the WA range, by the way. And this is a different one than the WA's +1 to charge. We can get reliable charges.
And that's another one of like why I was saying, the Ironjawz unmodified 8+ was unmodified. Like there's a few stacking things that aren't difficult to do at all.
It would be so fun if it worked modified though. It would be fun. But anyway, artifacts.
We can just add 10 to the unit's control score.
Trophy Skulls is crazy. Your hero is never losing an objective. Your hero can tangle with a Gargant on a point.
It does have some competition, like just a flat ward 6-up.
Yeah, all of these are good. Pick a weapon, add one to its rend.
Yeah, for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, and you do it at deployment. It's basically just you pick it at the start of the game in case you've got like an anti-infantry one or something. All of your artifacts are good.
I want to pick them all.
Moving into spells, your unlimited spell gives you exploding 6s.
This one is, again, like pick something within 12, but this army doesn't care. The other options are a teleport and then just D3 mortals. And if it's a wizard, take 3 instead, idiot.
I love that it's a headbutt, therefore you take more if you're a caster. They're fantastic. Weird boys are always good in like 40k and AOS.
Yeah. Well, they're fun, right? Like
Yeah. They're a perfect design.
Yeah. And a lot of the downside is like they don't really hide kind of thing. Like they're going to be killable because they're doing stupid shit.
They're usually going to lead to their own deaths.
Yeah.
They're not really good at
Long-term planning?
self-preservation's not on the menu.
No.
I do love what they did with prayers by making them the different war beats. So your war chanter is causing prayers. Like, I don't know if this is how it worked in third, but it's cool that his buffs are prayers. So you've got the get 'em beat, the fixin' beat, and the kill a beat.
It's good beats.
Your unlimited one is add one to charge rolls.
Yeah. Remember the whole, like, unmodified thing that you were wanting?
Cowardice. Absolute cowardice.
Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason.
The healing one lets you heal D6. Fantastic. And your kill a beat, you're going to be spamming because it's add one to damage characteristic of melee weapons. Yeah, everyone's going to want that.
And, like, the super. So these are all 4, and the supers are all 8. And if you do it, it's going to be nasty because it basically just doubles everything. These prayers are amazing.
All right, War Scroll wise, Mega Boss on Maw Crusher, always going to want one of these because it's the coolest thing.
So, like, the strength and victory is on a couple of these heroes and leaders or
It's
whatever.
all your Mega Bosses.
It's a good way to really snowball from the WA of, like, you did well, but now the WA's off. Well, strength and victory lets you keep going, essentially, which, yeah, I mean, there's a certain point where you did an alpha strike, and you did a bunch of damage, but now what? And strength and victory just helps you with, if you did damage, get more attacks, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm just imagining, like, trying to take down a Maw Crusher who has a 6-up ward.
Annoying.
Like, it's 18 health, 3-up save by default. They move pretty well. They move in combat pretty well because of Smash Through. I know I'm drawn to the big stupid dragon, but, like, it looks cool. The real problem is, like, I always want a War Chanter because it looks so fucking fun to use those prayers.
I'm glad you brought that up as well, because I was like, the War Chanter is going to be in, like, every list that is playing, because, one, stupid fun model, and then, yeah, those prayers are insane.
I will say his ability on his data sheet is not real. Do not do this. He's got no rend. It ain't it, Chief. He hits on 4s.
Yeah, but he's got 6 attacks. Let's go.
He doesn't even wound on 2s. Don't try it, boss.
Nah, we're doing it. Look at those bone clubs, man. It's gonna be great. But the rest of, like, the infantry, like the line infantry, are slow as fuck.
Yeah, everything is. You know that weakness. You probably want to mix your foot ones with your gore gruntas to actually do a bunch of your... Like, you're going to want a balanced list. I know, shocking.
Shocking. It is truly shocking. And, like, they have good saves. There's 3-ups. There's the reason on why they're slow kind of thing. But a balanced list with all the buffs to your charge chance, they're going to be deceptively moving.
I could also just see going full pigs. Just full send pigs.
Are there really, like, enough to do that?
There's no rule of 3, baby. Eric, they're 200 points for 3 of them. 6 of them's almost a quarter of your list. I definitely think you could do it.
It would be very try and go first, charge and lock them down immediately.
We're whying very soon.
Yeah, that one's not a...
Not a subtle faction.
No, that, like, the faction itself is not subtle, but if you're doing all the gruntas, yeah, it's gonna be pretty obvious what your intentions are.
All right, what's your score?
I'm gonna go with a Gork stick and Mork stick.
I'll give it a 4-inch move out of 5.
But with that,
all right, we're finally to a faction Eric owns.
The best one, the reason AOS exists. Cruel Boys, let's go.
All right, they're finally cool after their first edition looked awful. Cruel Boys, they got them dirty tricks.
So, okay, on this, before we actually get into it, the wording.
Oh, it's confusing.
Dirty trick roll is never explicitly said what it is.
It's just roll a die.
Obviously, especially when you look at the table of, like, you know, first is +2, second is +3, and then it goes to +5. Obviously. But it never explicitly says
that's true
anything on what a dirty trick roll is, because a lot of things that assume a roll of a d6 say something like roll a dice, do the thing. This is a dirty trick roll, which could be 2d3. You don't know that. Obviously, it's not.
So this is a dirty trick you're trying to pull?
Maybe.
It never said I only had to roll 1 die. A dirty trick roll is 6d6. I always get a 5-up.
It could be. Nothing says it's not. And with the wording of other things, you know, it's not obviously a d6. It's just obviously a d6. So, yeah, just a little bit of meta dirty trick.
All right, so explain a dirty trick to us.
So you can use one of the dirty tricks per phase, and each time you try and do that, you have to make a successful dirty trick roll, and each one increases based on how many you've used that battle round. So the first is 2+, second is 3+, third is 4+, and fourth and subsequent is 5+.
So they're not reliable, but they're strong. Like one is unmodified 5s instead of 6s for your crits in an army with crit mortal. We'll get back to venom encrusted weapons in a minute.
Yeah, that one's good. It only happens in your hero phase.
Correct. Then we've got any movement phase, you can just teleport some infantry.
I mean, 10 or fewer models, but like...
Shoot with your bolt boys. Your opponent is like, all right, I'm going to move over here to try to charge them. And then you just sneak away.
Yeah, you're just like, no, I'm going to be over at this terrain feature now. Don't worry about it, bro.
You can cause strike last.
And that one's on any combat phase, actually. Very, very good. And then, we've also got the any charge phase. D3 mortals.
It's not even a shite roll. Flavor fail.
No, they know how to really, really do it, man. They're smiting. And then it also turns off the charge +1 damage ability of whatever charged them. So all pretty solid, but let's move into the battle formations.
The one I'm not really... Even it's debatable. Okay, friendly cruel boy units wholly within 3 of a terrain feature, so like right next to it, are not visible from things more than 12 away. It's not shooting attacks.
Nah, just you can't see them, bro. They're not actually there.
Which is important because that means spells don't work on them.
I love that this is a thing. This unit's actually invisible, essentially.
Like, I don't think I would ever pick this over the other options, but it's cool that it exists.
Yeah, it's nice that this ruling is a thing.
Then
We've got pick 3 friendly bolt boys or Killbow and give them +3 range.
Which is good. They only have like skirmish bows, so this is good.
I hate that it's good. Like, it is good, yes, but I absolutely hate the fact that the default range of the bows are 12 to 18-ish, and the artillery one is like 24 only. Come on, man.
That's just how it is in AOS.
Fuck you, AOS, alright? I've had enough of your shit.
AOS has only figured out how to deliver artillery about 100 feet.
And like, even if it's, okay, they're short range, essentially, but we're gonna have your entire battle formation increase that range. 3? Give me 6 at least.
Eric's demanding 6 inches GW. Give him that 6 inches.
Make it enjoyable.
I really like the, you can use Sneaky Sneakin' twice per phase instead of once, which is the teleport. You still have to roll the die. It's inconsistent, but it's pretty nice to rather consistently be teleporting at least 1 to 2 things a turn. You can cause a lot of havoc with this.
Yes. And the last one. Companion weapons used by friendly cruel boy units have crit 2 hits. Hey, we get companion buff.
It's the same one I get. You're allowed to have it. Look, if you get more companion buffs, I'm going to be mad. But the one is fine. Hero traits. You steal from Skaven a lot here.
Surprisingly, yeah. There's the whole use one of your friendly units as a shield, essentially. So the ward 4 up, but each time it's successful, do a damage to the infantry that's been thrown in front of it.
You can do the roll a 3 up to immediately leave. Your opponent cannot stop you.
And you don't take mortals.
And then you can use the poop knife.
The poop knife.
Shank him with the poop knife. Do a shite roll.
Is it?
Oh no, it's better than a shite roll. This is a strong poop knife.
We know how to do shite rolls properly, man.
You just get flat out D3 damage. It even's buffable, which is pretty cool. It's kind of cool that it is like an A2 Brutus.
Backstabber.
But anyway, artifacts. Subtract 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made by a target once per turn. Throw pocket sand at them. They suck this turn.
Once per battle, but solid option. We've also got just a 5-up ward in a 12-inch aura.
But once per battle. But none of that really matters because you can be a wizard. Especially when we get to the spells. I'm turning into a wizard. So your unlimited is kind of trash.
For each model in a unit, you roll a die, and for each 6, do a mortal. That's fine, whatever.
It is a very reliable cast at 5, which is like the only thing really going for it in my opinion. But we're here for choking mists of 18 inch, 7 to cast, subtract 1 from attacks characteristic.
Wow.
Yeah, this army can make people suck.
Speaking of, you can also add 1 to save rolls.
The add 1 to save rolls is until your next turn, so it lasts through the whole double turn. There's some that are only end of turn stuff, but it's real nice that you get these defensive ones that can survive a double turn.
The amount of making them worse while also still having some make yourself better. There's some layers going on here, man. But let's get into the units and you want to explain the dumb, not actually going to be real thing?
Oh yeah. It's existed in a couple armies, but I think this is the most extreme version of it. Take 20 Gut Rippas, take the Snatch a Boss.
It's good, yeah.
Use Venom-encrusted weapons. Delete God. So the way this works, the Snatch a Boss on a 2-up can add 1 to the damage characteristic of weapons that have crit mortal, right?
Yeah, which is a lot of things in this army.
Your Gut Rippas have a simple 1 damage weapon that has crit mortal. Now we use Venom-encrusted weapons to get crit mortals on 5s. So now we do 2 mortal wounds for every 5 up. How many attacks do you get out of 20 models, Eric?
Well, each one has 2.
And there's 2 leaders, so there's another 2 on top. 42 attacks.
It's pretty solid, man. And that's like, you're going to be playing Gut Rippas just as like they're the shit stand here unit kind of thing. That's not really okay.
It's an average of almost 30 mortals for your basic troop, just because you took a basic HQ and used your general battle trait.
The Snatch a Boss isn't bad either. It's not one of these like one trick kind of things. It is solid. I mean, I don't know how much it costs. I didn't look, but I don't imagine it's 600 points.
No, this entire combo is like 700-ish points.
Seems solid.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not counting the Snatcher himself outside of just providing the buff. He's still a unit. And then you've got your Sloggoth, which lets you do run-in charges. There's so many cool things in this army. Oh my god, everything other than Hobgrots, don't look at the Hobgrots. Put them in the corner. Throw them in the trash. Everything in this army is cool.
You don't like the Hobgrots? Come on, bro.
They're the worst, ugliest model. I'm convinced those things are why Dominion as a box failed. There were 20 of the ugliest painted, ugliest models I've ever seen.
It didn't help that all of the Orruk models in that box, except for like the big monster, was basically impossible to use as bit fodder for anything else because of how they sliced it up, which ruins a lot of Orc style bonuses. I was not happy about that, but honestly don't hate Hobgrot Slitos. They're fine.
I don't know. I just want to see the Beast Skewer Killbow insta-delete one of my dudes. If it targets a monster, it just does 6 fucking damage.
And I mean, it's also got anti-monster, +1 rend.
It's getting through. As long as you land the hit, it gets through.
It's make that 4-up hit. And if you don't move, 3-up.
I definitely see a shooty heavy army. I see a melee mortal wound army. You can monster mash in this army. You've got some sick ass monster sculpts. I don't see anything wrong, and I really love that this feels like what we advertised Death Guard as at the beginning of 10th for like the idea it seems that they were trying to have with Death Guard, but this is so much better at it.
The like make your opponent just terrible.
You have a way to ruin every stat on a war scroll in this army. Sometimes you have multiple ways. It's very cool that when you're playing against Cruel Boys, part of their stuff isn't buffing themselves, it's making you feel like you're not swinging at full strength. They really did be sneaky and screw you over with their dirty tricks. Like, it's cool that that's how it works.
I'm honestly super excited to play. I mean, played it in Spearhead a decent amount. Still super fun. The full thing looks way more fun. Right? Like, it looks like I've unlocked, I've gone Super Saiyan kind of thing of, yeah, that was okay.
There was a taste.
But let's get the whole meal, man. I'm excited. I'm super, super excited.
Yeah, so if you want to play Dirty Trick combo orcs, this is it. I think they are the most unique and well-rounded of the Destruction armies.
They have a unique style, but there's other Destruction armies that do just like, what the fuck are you doing kind of unique amount. So
some do it a little too unique for my taste, Gitz.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall final thoughts for Cruel Boys?
Best part of AOS?
Fair enough.
It does kind of exactly what I want. You know, it's got a bit of finesse to it, a bit of pick and choose, do things.
It's a you army through and through. I'm very happy that your army actually looks so good this edition.
I am too. So what's your final score? Because, I mean, mine's obvious.
We were doing scores?
Not anymore. We're done.
All right. That is what is probably 5 to 6 hours of a final cut and was well over 12 hours of recording. Before you go, please do all the YouTube pleasantries if you're still here after 6 hours.
Remember to thank Barilio for sacrificing 80 hours this week, essentially.
Yeah, he's pulling a long work week. But now that we've got that out of the way, final thoughts, Age of Sigmar, 4th edition, first impressions, hot takes, 3 days of recording talking about factions.
I am super excited. I think there's honestly a lot of fun faction options. Most of them do kind of like what I would expect them to do. You know, it's not like they're wildly off base of expectation.
I agree. As much as I disliked how certain armies are flavor-wise, there are very, very few of them where I think they are actively poorly designed. I think the vast majority of these are very fun to their target audience.
Yeah, I think so as well, man. I have some concerns about the whole regiment thing.
As long as the average is like 3 or 4 regiments, then I'm happy. I just hope that the rumors that I heard when I was like trying to catch up on AOS stuff are wrong.
Because there's so many cool options that I just, throughout this, I'm like, man, I want to play. I might do it anyways, honestly. I might just accept the downside and just be like, too bad, I don't care.
I'm playing 5 regiments because I want all of my dinosaurs, goddammit.
Yeah, if that means I am substantially down and probably not likely to win, I don't care. Gonna have fun anyways. Moral victory, here I come, kind of thing. Because, like, there's just so many cool models. And, like, AOS, there's just so many cool sculpts, too. I want to play them.
Yeah, so we've recorded this over 3 recordings in 4 days now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last night, we did not record because Eric was busy. I may have been sitting in my nice comfy armchair, scrolling on eBay with a beer in hand.
Oh, no. Should I look at the company card?
No. I didn't buy anything. I didn't do anything stupid. I'm not going to randomly spend show funds. I may spend my own funds. But there are some tempting-ass armies after I was forced to look at every one of them where I'm like, oh, it turns out I really do like this army.
I kind of feel the same way. Oh no, I could play this and be super happy. I don't need more armies, though.
Oh, fuck you.
Just because you're insane doesn't mean that I'm still wrong.
Your main need is needing to paint. But for some final stuff for like future AOS content out of us, since I know a lot of people will be asking, we'll definitely do a variant of our pick your 40k faction in 20 minutes or whatever we did, whatever I called that one. We'll do that for AOS. I kind of wanted to wait because HeyWoah does one of these like every year. He was the original inspiration for us to do the 40k one. So I didn't want to like throw one of those out 4 weeks before he does his.
At the same time, it'll also give us some time to actually play, get some experience in AOS and not just copy him. Essentially.
But we'll be doing that. We definitely want to do a Spearhead episode for sure.
That will happen at some point.
I've got several AOS episodes I want to do. We're not going to do them like every week or anything because, I mean, we still predominantly will be covering 40k. But over the next few months, we will try to do like a once a month Age of Sigmar fun episode.
I mean, all of that said, let us know, like, hey, it would be great if you did this.
Yes. Do you need us to show you the sweet lore of every faction? Do you want Eric and I to sit here and talk about AOS lore?
Dude, I'm looking forward to the hour propaganda of Stormcast Eternals.
Oh, I was just waiting for Skaven, because I can do an hour of Skaven propaganda. That's easy.
That one's easy. No, we gotta do the 1-to-1 comparison.
But anyway, give us your thoughts on episodes you'd like to see AOS wise. We will try to work on some in the future.
Looking forward to it.
All right. I think that does it, Eric. I think we can get out of here for the week.
This has been a long one. I feel like I'm dreaming about War Scrolls at this point. Like, I swear I woke up at like 3 a.m. and just read War Scrolls, but it was fog, man. I don't know if it was a dream or not.
Do you know the worst part? My reward for all of this is I get to go finish Horde Mode 1.0 update.
I mean, it's a big deal. And we've got some super awesome stuff to show off with it.
Yes, hopefully there is some cool stuff to show off when we do that in a couple weeks. But all right, that's it for us this week. We're out.
Sounds good.